And we get noise? Why are we not moving? One second.
I'm trying to find it real quick.
Go ahead, what they were doing, lawsuit.
Oh, yeah.
They went to
Oh, Joe, Moore.
Are we on? Yes, we are. Very good. Yeah.
That's kind of involved.
You ready, Kim?
Yes.
I think I'll move the Berlin Township Trustees to order. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Trustee Bullard. Trustee O'Brien. Here. Trustee Rail.
here.
Okay, this is, our meeting at 2:00, and it's a special meeting. And, we do have a note here for public comment. Do we have any public comment? Okay.
This is a public hearing, not necessarily a special meeting.
I understand. It's public hearing, but it's a special meeting agenda. Correct. Okay, and then first item on our agenda that we're going to work with is the zoning application for the estates at Berlin. And I'm going to ask some questions. Has this been accepted yet?
No, we have not accepted the documents, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we need to accept this into the record by the trustees. So with that, I believe there's 11 exhibits. Anybody got any records that says any more?
No.
Okay, with that, I make a motion that we accept case number 24-008, Estates at Berlin, and 11 exhibits attached to it, with the last one dated December 11th, 2024. Later exhibits take precedent over earlier exhibits.
Second.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Discussion. So is this one of those exhibits, or is this, where is this in the exhibits?
It's part of 9. It's part of 9. It's the second page of 9.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So specifically, the second page of 9, you're noting, or is it the third page of 9? No, it's the resolution 24-11-26A, BZC approval conditions. Is that what exhibit 9 is?
Yes.
Thank you.
Let me just make sure.
Yeah, it's right here. Handwritten memorandum signed and dated.
But that has that as, so is part of 9 all split up? Because it's
Part of
talking,
exhibit 8, I believe.
because 9 is talking about, it also has listed the addresses and things.
Well, it says labeled here exhibit 9, and then, but there's 2 copies of them.
Okay.
So we have the one copy that's within the binder that is not labeled, but it's the same document as the one that is labeled as 9.
So this is really not part
So actually, this would be part of 8, and then this would be part of 9, they're the same document.
Okay.
But not, and 9 would take precedent over 8, but they're the same.
Understood.
And the 9 would take precedent over 8.
Yes, exactly, but they are the same document.
Yep.
It's just
Gotcha.
duplicates.
Any other comments or call the roll, please?
Rail,
Yes,
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes. Okay, so now these documents have been accepted by the trustees, and the meeting is scheduled for 2:00 today. And at this point, I was going to turn it over to basically trustee Rail, but mainly to the applicant.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, as the zoning liaison, we have received the application and look forward to the presentation. The typical order of the meeting is brief presentation followed by trustee comments. Please reference all your comments to the chair directly. We'll then open it up for public comment. Take public comment for those who are in favor of the development first, then those who are opposed to the development. The trustees may have further correspondence, and then at that time, we'll ask the applicant if they'd like to proceed with a vote or recess and continue. That makes sense? Okay,
I want to ask a couple of questions beforehand.
sure.
Number one, the document that you were referencing, which is this document, I believe you all have seen this. Has this been incorporated anywhere other than this?
Yes, it's incorporated in all the revised documents that were provided to the zoning office shortly after that.
So we've got updated documents with this information in it?
They were presented to the zoning officer a couple weeks ago now. December 6th. More purpose.
Okay.
Okay. So I believe that we have, just for clarification, Mr. Chair, I believe that we, in our documentation, do have some combination of items, the initial the initial BZC hearing items, as well as the updated items, just for review, and those will probably come out during this hearing.
And we would be happy to review those for you.
Yeah.
Because they're all on file with you, but to kind of go over what changed.
Exactly, yeah, like, for example, we have the initial divergence document here, but then I know that changed, or rather that changed, so I assume there's some update that you'll provide too. And I did see some pictures in here where that wasn't changed and some that were, so we'll just work through it. Any other questions, Mr. Chair?
No.
Okay,
Ready for us?
yes,
Do you want us to use the podium?
yeah, the microphone's right here.
Okay, perfect, we can do that. Hello, I'm David Fisher, I'm a lawyer in Columbus, Kepler Fisher. On behalf of the applicant, 207 North 4th Street, Columbus. I've got our whole development team here with us. For Alto, the developer, I've got Patrick and Grayson Fisher, Joe Luby, the land planner from E&H&T, and David Dennison, the engineer from Advanced Civil Design. So we can hopefully answer all questions on all aspects of the
It's not unlocked.
application.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
One second.
the door needs to be unlocked and available permanently. Sorry about that. I must have created that.
All set?
Yeah.
Good. So the application you have before you is a rezone 29.3 net developable acres on Gregory Road, west of Old Ganges School Williams, from its current FR1 zoning to an R185 with PRD overlay zone. That application and rezoning would permit the development of a subdivision known as Berlin, Estates at Berlin, containing 44 single-family lots with a minimum frontage of 90 feet per lot, but most lots having much larger frontage, which will go over to show you that. All of them are depicted on the development plan that we're asking for you to approve as part of the application. We worked with the township administrative personnel, including informal meetings with them and the zoning commission over the past few months, as you require by your zoning resolution before we ever even submitted the application. We had a lot of discussions, a lot of good discussions, and a lot of ideas came out of those meetings. The application does comply with your comprehensive plan, and it's in compliance because it's in a sub-area 4A where it has a recommended usage of single-family homes with the net density of 1.85 acres, which we meet. We also have the required open space that your comprehensive plan requires. We comply with your zoning resolution. You have a density of 1.85 units and an excess of 20% open space and a minimum lot size of 12,600 square feet. So we're on all fours with all aspects of your zoning resolution, with a couple of divergences. And we'll go over, you mentioned earlier that indeed we start off with more divergences than we ended up with through working with your zoning commission. So we're seeking two divergences. One is a divergence for rear yard setbacks on only 6 lots that are adjacent to that interior property that we surround. And Mr. Lubu, he should give you his presentation to show you those lots. That was agreed to by that adjoining landowner as fair and appropriate. Also doing some fencing and landscaping along that area to give some additional protection. That 15-foot encroachment in the 25-foot setback is only for porches, decks, and patios. So it's not, you can't put a home back there, but some outdoor improvements can be had back there. The second one is that you have a lot coverage ratio requirement that has both a 50% and a 25% ratio. We talked with your zoning officer. It wasn't something that has usually been enforced in the township, but we've conceded to it. But the 25% usage of the lot, we've asked for a divergence that only applies to 3 of the largest state lots in the back. In other words, they should be limited to 25% of the overall area because of how big those lots are. So so both these divergences are very limited to a very small number of lots. And Mr. Ruby, when he goes over the development plan, will explain that to you why we've asked for that. In our zoning text, as you know, in a planned development such as this, the zoning text becomes part of the law, shall we say, the development plan and the law. We did reach a number of additional agreements, some of which were a part of our original agreement, and some of which were added as a consequence of our discussions with the zoning commission and none of our hearings and approval. We did agree to provide some walking paths to all Tangy schools. We agreed to street trees are located outside the right of way, so the resident has to take care of them, not the township. We agreed to some buffers, which Mr. Ruby will go with you. We agreed to limit parking to the non-fire hydrant side of the street, so you have better traffic flow, with 2 exceptions, and that is there are 2 postal kiosks. We call them CBUs, curb box units. There's a little drive-off around to be able to get into the park. So those, unfortunately, by the time we got into design and where water lines are, those are on the fire hydrant side, but they went behind. So you're not parking on the fire hydrant side of the street. And there's signs in the street will go with you limiting how long you can park there. We agreed to provide some additional landscaping on the north and south boundary lines, and some additional protection to adjacent landowners. We agreed on a couple of lots that are close to Gregory Road to move the driveway back on those lots as far as possible from Gregory Road. In what's known as Reserve D, which is the open space to the southern end of the project, where Long Beach is, we agreed to install a gazebo and some picnic tables and benches in that area for the use of residents. We agreed that a minimum of 20% of the homes will be constructed with a side-load garage, given the size of the lots. We agreed to limit the architectural detail on the front elevation of all the homes to what's known as natural materials, which is brick, stone, cementitious, hardy plank siding, that sort of thing. We agreed that all buffer areas that are on, for example, typically the rear of lots, that those will be maintained by the landowner, enforced by the homeowners association. We agreed to the township that there's no parking and there'll be no parking signs installed on cul-de-sacs. We agreed to have a uniform pool fencing, so all fences around pools are the same and enforced by the homeowners association. That we agreed to plant a 3-rail fence and evergreen trees around that lot that we surround, and we've worked with the owner of that, and he's happy with that. We've agreed on the north end to install a 3-rail fence around that open area there at the request of that adjacent property on the north. And we've agreed in compliance with your zoning resolution that all of our entry signs will be downlighted. That list that you were looking at, that you referred to, the handwritten list, that list that night of the zoning commission hearing was actually written by Mr. Luby and signed by all the parties and left. And then he took that and we as a team incorporated that into all of our drawings. So all the supplemental materials that have been provided to your zoning office, be they development plans, engineering plans, development text, all of those have incorporated all of those agreements that, many of which I just don't know, we can happy to go over them all, but all of them have been incorporated. And to the extent you have a question about where's this or where's that, we can provide that information to you. But we think all the materials are up to date. I'll just tell you, I think your zoning commission did a marvelous job that night, working with us, and we were able to arrive at a compromise on virtually every point. That's why we all signed that agreement, had a unanimous vote recommending this to you, and we complied by providing all that material to you. So I'm sorry the books kind of get mixed up when you do that, but we're happy to go through it. And assuming we move forward today, I'm going to ask Mr. Luby to culminate with a final electronic version of everything with all the final documents. Everybody's in agreement with what the final documents and the final plans say. We'll commit to do that. Okay? Joe, you want to spend some time on the plan?
Take 5 minutes here. Again, I'm Joe Luby with DMH&T. And just to be clear, we made an initial submittal, and that went in front of the zoning commission. And we have unanimous approval with 17 conditions. And we addressed every one of those conditions, revised all the books, and resubmitted them. So what you have in front of you is a clean copy that represents all conditions have been met.
Just for, sorry to interrupt, just
No, go ahead.
so everything that, all of these pictures, they're dated 12/9/2024. That's the new version, right?
Yes.
And then like, so for example, when I see like the letters that are dated from September 24th, 2024, nothing changed from the old book to the new book for those letters.
What's the date on your cover? Go back to your cover, December 6th?
It says after the 11/26 approval, and then it says December 6th right there.
Yes. Okay.
So there's still some stuff from the old one because it's not new information, like
Things
the
that didn't.
Central Ohio Wetland Consulting.
The application didn't change.
Yeah.
Utility letters didn't change. The
Mhm.
list of adjacent property didn't change.
Right,
You
right.
should have, I put them in the front flat.
Yeah.
A summary of all the changes, all 17 changes.
Mhm.
And then I tried to give you some clues, like see the landscape plan, see the development text, see the over here, so you could go through and easily find all of those 17 things that we.
What document is that?
If you don't have that, I can give it to you.
Mine
Should have been in the
started-
front flat. Yeah, I don't have it.
Mine started with, so he incorporated the document and then, he did
Oh,
in
Levi.
the binder, and then Kathy provided, that's how we had a duplicate.
Okay.
Let me see. Just to make sure.
That
Is that just a neat version?
That's, yeah, you can't read that. I wrote that. So the intent was, this was done for your benefit, this summary, so that you'd be able to find things quickly.
That has on it everything that was handwritten.
Yeah, and so this is interesting. So we have a handwritten one, then we have what BZC wrote as the same thing
Right,
typed
that's
up, and
the
then we
difference.
have what you wrote
Yeah.
as typed up. But I'm not seeing this one. Are you seeing it? Did you see this one in your Bible?
No, but that's, if it's.
So what Levi did-
Yeah, it's the same.
And Kathy did is they took my information and they turned it into that
So
format for you guys. And that's one thing that,
No, it's not verbatim. He adds C landscape plan and illustrative picture of the proposed gazebo for one.
Yep.
But this just says add approximately 2020 gazebo. And I'm not keen on approximations either. So I like his better.
We'd be happy to go through them if you want.
A
to.
minimum of 20 by 20. I
So-
don't want to maximize them.
Right. Do you have a clean copy of this? Because I think we should make this an exhibit.
It may be in the flat.
Isn't it
I think
front
it's the
flat?
second sheet back.
I didn't have
Copies
it.
that you sent.
I didn't have it in the flat. What's in your flat? That's all that's in the
So, yeah,
flat.
I think
Yeah, it must have gotten pulled out there.
Wait, is that it, right there?
you flip that over. No, that's not it.
No, this is like,
Says it right at the top. So they took it and incorporated it in.
which makes sense,
That's
but
fine.
I want that one to be
Yeah.
the,
That's a good
I
one.
have another copy here of some of those.
because I may change a little bit of
So
the.
that became that's the same memo that our team used. It became a checklist to make sure we got everything.
That needs to go in Jeff's copy.
Yeah. Okay. Almost done. Just confirm this. Okay.
C6 is very different.
Well, yeah, but I like his 6 better than the zoning commission 6.
Well, I want to talk about it because I want to understand it.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'll definitely talk about it. But the indicating 3 parallel with ADA accessible space in each location is not, is much better than saying,
It's not clear. This one actually says nothing.
okay, we're in agreement. Okay, I'm up to speed whenever you
Okay.
gentlemen are.
Just give
So-
that to the floor.
Fiscal Officer Jordan, do you have a sticker for the exhibits or should we write on it? Do you have a sticker for the exhibits or should we just write on this to make? Go ahead and write it on.
The one that I'm submitting, I already changed. I said a minimum 20 by 20 gazebo,
That's fine.
just one word.
Well, that actually helps you because if it's bigger, you don't have to rip it down and start over again.
Okay, is that a friendly amendment
I
accepted?
have another point to make. So, as you know, this is a combined preliminary development plan, final development plan.
Correct.
Correct. And we talked about this at zoning commission as well. And we need to be aware of that as a team so that we need to be a little bit further along with the submittal than we normally would be at the zoning. So we went through regional planning, we got approval there, we submitted a sketch plan, we had correspondence with county engineer, we're checked up there. Since we got approval at zoning commission, we've been able to finalize the location of this path. So in the zoning commission submittal, we had a general note that basically said somewhere along here, we're gonna put in a path. We talked about it as well, if we put the path in, we have to make sure it's properly buffered, and we just didn't really know. So since that approval, we have figured out this is where we want the path location to go. So, I don't know, 10 days ago, maybe, I called Levi and said, what do you want us to do? We could submit a supplement drawing to you or bring copies to the board. He said, it's a minor thing. You already covered it with your approval. Just bring something to the trustee hearing so they can see it. If there's any discussion, let us know. And then, it could be an administrative change on his end if there is anything, but we wanted to get that in front of you. So that you do not have in front of you because it happened after the submittal. I've got copies of a revision that shows it, if you would like to have those for the record.
I would like it.
Oh, yeah, I'm just seeing what, which point did that, where was that at for the multi-use
I
path?
don't know that it was a
I think
point.
it's in the development.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
okay,
already in the text.
very good, that's what I
Yeah,
thought.
there's a note on the plan that says somewhere
But
around
you
here.
did revise the path to the school,
Right, it's number, it's other agreements in the development text is number 2.
okay,
And we reached off to the schools and that was agreed to later.
So,
got it.
you with
Have
me?
extra copies of that for them, Joe?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass these up and I'll make a point. So, if you look at the site plan, you'll see this path that, goes through the open space and takes off and goes over here. This is the one we're talking about.
I
So-
see, yeah,
What, you know, you've got the high school, the middle school, the elementary school, and, these guys have done a really good job discussing this with the school to come up with alignments that allow this community to connect to the school.
very important. Yeah.
Which we think is a good thing, is a proactive thing, it's good for the future home buyers. You get to the elementary school, there's a existing crosswalk here, they want to at least get to this parking lot here, and then they can safely cross here, and this is kind of a direct shot to the high school. You guys-
Which number is that in here?
That's not in there.
That's what he
This-
said.
Oh, that's what you're
That's
saying you
what's
wanna
in
add, okay, so.
Yeah. So that's sort of, this drawing is in there as the regional map, and I just added these
Yeah,
bullet points to
I
it.
thought I saw this.
Because I think it helps to sort of get an idea of where all the schools are and where everything's at. Okay.
So this would end up being exhibit
Sorry.
13, is that correct, Mr. Fiscal Officer?
The last exhibit was 11.
So we haven't accepted 12.
We haven't accepted 12 yet.
Right. Correct.
You with me?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay.
I still, we kind of went off track from exhibit 12. So
Oh, let's stay on that.
a minimum 20 by 20, because
Correct.
you guys
We
are
agree
okay
to
with that. Okay, so, move to accept the Estates at Berlin version, numbered exhibit 12 as exhibit 12, and the, revised, multi-use path, picture, that is adjusted as the regional context map for Estates at Berlin as exhibit 13, with, latter exhibits taking precedence of the former.
Discussion? All in favor?
Bullard,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Are there any other exhibits that you're gonna ask us to incorporate today?
Two more.
Okay,
Same topic.
same topic of multi-use paths?
Yes.
Okay,
Before we go on to this one, can I ask about this one?
Yeah.
Okay, so this 50-foot offsite, 190-foot total, what is that?
So 140 some feet of it is on our site, and 50 some feet of it is on their site.
the school say.
Yeah, so
So you're paying for their site
And installing,
yes. Yeah, it's an offsite.
and what?
and installing that.
Yeah, it's an offsite improvement. The other one's longer, but, you're gonna install it, they're gonna maintain it, they're gonna own it
Okay.
on their property.
We will dedicate to them upon its installation.
And so, again, 735 feet offsite, 1,900 feet total, if you could. Is that also school?
Correct.
Same
Correct.
scenario?
Yes.
Does that clarify?
Very helpful.
Okay.
So in your binder, it's a
Wait.
tab 6.
We accepted exhibit 12 and 13, so we're both in one resolution.
Tab 6, drawing 3 of 5. We went ahead and revised that for tonight, so you could see where we got the path connection on the actual development plan. So this is the same sheet as 3 of 5 that is revised.
Does it have a new date on it?
Yeah, I think the open space went up 0.06 or something like that. And then this drawing shows, the revision to the landscaping.
Yes.
Because the zoning commission made a point that if you're gonna put a path in side yard, we want to see that landscaping, proper landscaping buffer, so I think we added something like 14 trees to the side yards of that. So again, this is a modification to a sheet we already have in your set. This shows the additional landscaping we're adding because of that path.
Mhm.
So you're showing it, but is it detailed as to what exactly its
Yes.
composition is?
So-
where is that
That's,
of the additional?
That's an engineering plan. Did you just give an engineering plan?
Well, I only gave them the one sheet, but we updated the entire set. So every sheet where that appears, it's been updated.
so does
Like,
that
for
match
example-
this one?
We added the green space. For example,
Oh, this one has good example. So you added that there.
correct.
I don't have that. in
That's what I'm saying. This is what was submitted originally.
Yeah,
And then after we made the submittal, we added this piece for the path.
but
So
this
I-
is the most, so the, see now, because this is dated 12/9, so this is after the zoning hearing, the adjustments made, but then you have since made a second update, right?
We had the
Which is
zoning
labeled.
hearing. We had 17 conditions. We put this binder together to satisfy all of those conditions and submit it to Levi.
Correct. So
10
the
days
12
later, we were like, oh, we know where the path's going now. And he said, just bring that to the trustees. It's a minor revision. We've already covered it before, but go ahead and present that to them.
Okay,
Instead of-
and is consistent with the development text.
Correct.
It is, but you have to understand, we spend time studying these
Okay,
things, so
That's fine.
when we get presented with now almost, I think it's gonna be 4 or 5 different exhibit updates, it doesn't, you know, we have to take the time to review and make certain that the decisions that we're making is. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
I'm in agreement. I'm okay with it, but I'm in agreement, so we have to take the time. So, what I think I heard you say, and then correct me if I'm inaccurate. The revised tells us what the composition of those trees are. What wasn't, and this is only revising, is the location of those revised trees. Now, just for my edification, what trees are they? What kind?
I think it's a variety of evergreens.
I thought that was on the backup to the.
No, I'll tell you exactly what they are.
It was covered in the meeting minutes notes, but I didn't see it written down on
Yeah, it was. It was, that's why it's not like shocking, but it's just, I studied this document, you know, and then that's labeled 1213, so I wish I would have received it earlier so that I would at least be able to be looking at the right document, but I agree that it's reflected in the text.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
on the
so-
text.
So rest assured, this is the only change. You took the time, you went through everything, you're good. It goes back to, this is a final development plan. Normally, we would have a preliminary development plan, we get our zoning change, we would come back 3 months later, and stuff like this, we would just clean it up.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not
So-
normal. I mean, Orange is one step too. There's a bunch of other townships that you guys deal with that are one-step process, so I'm sure you guys are familiar with.
We are very familiar with it,
Yeah.
and everybody does it a little bit different, and
Yeah.
it really comes down to Levi's comfort level of what he can approve administratively and what he needs to kick back to the boards as an amendment. And that's where we were going. He's like, okay, something like this, go ahead and present it to the trustees for his direction, so that I've got that when, you know, helps him to do things administratively that might be a little bit different than what was. That's, we're trying to be proactive here.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think the disconnect is, Levi said, just bring him with you.
yeah,
We could have, and I'm not, he's a great guy, I'm not trying to throw him in the bus.
Yeah,
He's been
yeah.
For years, but had we known that you wanted to see her there, or should have seen her, it's been around.
Yeah, it's a catch-22, because if you had brought it, then we'd say, now we're confused. But,
Better to explain.
fair.
but it does take us time to actually
Yeah.
go through it. So. we
So what were the
interrupted you.
trees? What were the trees?
He's got a question.
No, that was it.
That was it.
What is the composition?
There's 14, there's 3, white spruce. There's 1, little leaf linden. There's 3, I gotta look at the code. Canaan firs, there's evergreen.
Conifers.
There's 1 CLKE, Cladocius lutea, that's American, that's yellowwood. And there's 5, that's Omerica. I see Omerica, it's a spruce. And 1, Canaan fir. So there's 14 total, and they're on both sides of the path.
Thank you.
And that's, is that another exhibit you'd like us to
So
accept?
what I did to get this issue in front of you, I made a copy of the one sheet that shows it graphically, and I made a copy of the one sheet that has the dimensions on it, and submitted that with this map. But it does change all of the sheets, but it's the same issue, it's just correcting each sheet.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying?
So can you show me where those trees are identified in the finding you provided then?
So, I mean, I can make additional copies of this entire set if you want.
No, all she's asking is, because you're saying this just tells you specifically where, but we already have the composition. Where is that in the document?
So if you look at tab 7,
That's,
and this is sheet C3. So this page is the one is this page.
mhm.
So you can see when we originally submitted it, it's not there, now it's there.
Yeah, that's fine.
But where does it say the trees?
This page
Mhm.
has got all of the plants called out. There's 14 of them, and those are the ones I just showed to you.
Okay.
This is the path
But
location.
where in the?
This is page C3, tab 7, go to C3.
And then 7, it only had this map.
Yeah, that's all it said.
Well,
Maybe tab 8?
go to tab 8. That's just the rendering.
I got E2,
All of the landscape plans are detailed, called out.
C1, C2. There we go.
Okay.
Must be coming up on it.
That page.
Okay. So then, this one, these trees are not in this one. And so all of this is new, right? So we need a copy of this.
Okay.
Right? Because none of those trees are identified in here, so we need a copy of this. This,
So it's 15.
where are we at? 14? Exhibit 14?
No, it's 15.
You got that one and you got this one. This is two more ones.
We already did 2, we did 12.
We did this one and the other one, not this one.
Yeah, correct.
Those are the two. We got this one to do that.
And this
And
one.
that one. And maybe some more.
Yeah.
I'd like
So
to,
let's just do more.
Or individual.
okay, but why don't you write on it now so you don't get
Yeah.
confused? If you-
You can give an exhibit number, I don't care.
Hold on, just to make sure.
Well, it's just a little bit of a law. I got a problem with this note. Right here. And the note says, as you get into it, it's shown in this exhibit at a rate of approximately 3 trees per lot. Approximately is the problem I have. And it's not with you guys, it's with whoever actually builds this. I want to make sure that if it's 3, it's 3. If
Well-
it's not 3, let's put what it is.
We could do whatever you want, but the idea was it is a rate of 3. So I took and I started here and I ended here and I evenly spaced them. And I got my quantity.
I understand what you're
You know,
doing, why you're doing it.
Like this is only 2, and so, you know, because this is a weird one, so the rate was 3. The quantity were 100% committed.
Yeah, but here's the problem with your solution and why trustee Bullard is going there. You have multiple builders. Well, it's not mine, it's not mine. And then at the end, the homeowner gets stuck building it and putting it in there, and they had no idea. If it's 3 trees, it's 3 trees, and
That's
Well, we
exactly-
just want to have what's enforceable by zoning, and zoning inspector going in and saying, is it 3 trees or not? Is it approximately 3 trees? Well, if it's 2, what do you know, it just can't be ambiguous.
or it could say at least 3 trees.
Or, well, but they have 1 lot, because it's a little wonky that they would have 2,
Why don't you
so.
just, why don't you just do the 3, except those specific.
Again, do whatever you want on the corner. The intent was, we're doing 48 trees as shown on this drawing. You're putting them in. So if somebody says, hey, how come I didn't get 3? Well, this drawing is what we're committing to, and it shows this one is 2, and this was kind of on the law.
Yeah, but drawings aren't actually what you commit to what's in the zoning text that you guys put forward. So if it's approximately 3 and we try to enforce that in zoning, we're not gonna be able to do that.
And you
We're not trying to
guys,
get out of anything. We're
I
just
know.
saying, 3
We're just trying to be
as
clear.
shown on the drawing. The drawing
Yeah, but
is
you
part
got-
of the approval. The
but
drawing.
in your drawing, you've got them split. I mean, there's like 3 of them that are on a property line.
Yeah.
Well, but then which builder has to put it in?
He does.
Yeah, I think it's a fair question, actually. Why don't we do what David suggested? Commit to the 3, except any lots that are wonky. That'd be okay.
Can we use that as legal
Well,
language?
There you go.
To me, the better way to do it is just to say, lot 1 has 1, lot 2 has, and just list each lot.
All lots except for that 1 corner and that other.
I'll say we do them all, except the 2 or 3.
But I don't-
I'm totally fine with saying 3 per lot. Just do 3 per
Like this one, they
per
have
lot.
2, right?
The spacing gets a little ununiform. That's-
But is it really 2? Because.
That's
it's
my
split.
point.
You want us to just say 3 per lot, too?
It'll make everybody's life easier.
Yeah.
And if you put in more, we're not gonna argue.
I'm saying, it's only 1 tree, it's fine. We will agree to that.
Minimum of 3 per.
Well, at a rate of 3 trees per lot. Or minimum is probably better, because they can do more.
We'll revise them.
Because you'll actually get some homeowners say, I don't want that tree, and I don't want to replace that tree. And you have in your text I read that they will replace it, and they may not like that.
You don't want
We
to,
do have that in the-
I read-
We don't care whether they like it, as soon as that.
I don't want to design your landscape for you, but what I do want to understand is what our plan is that we're buying into. And this plan isn't, the wording on that isn't good for me. So, you know, if you're gonna do it a tree every 50 feet or every 75 feet or what, however you want to put it on there, I'm more than willing to.
Joe, that's the other option, 48 trees spaced X feet apart. Which deals with the wonky lots.
Yeah, but then you have to start with the starting point.
And the A1. I'm just,
I like the minimum of 3 because,
That's fine, 3 per lot.
there you go. It's gonna make, yeah, otherwise you're gonna have to
It's fine.
have it surveyed and everything.
Simplify.
3 per lot. We'll amend the drawings, and we'll submit a clean copy.
and that would be, that's on exhibit 1A. A1. But it will be throughout the text.
Yeah.
He was calling it out.
So are you writing the list of changes?
I am.
Okay,
So far, I only have one. though.
okay, so far.
I've identified the issue, I'm waiting for an answer. When I get the answer, then I'll move forward with it. Okay.
Okay. Well, what I heard was a minimum of 3.
Are you okay though with them saying a minimum of 3 per lot to resolve that?
That's fine, I can understand that, but not approximately.
No,
Approximately is part of it.
Yeah, approximately is gone, minimum of 3 feet.
And let me clarify, what we're looking at is this plan is what we're working with and all that sort of stuff. But we all know how business conditions change, developments get sold, moved, somebody else comes along, they pick it up, they read it, they say approximately, that's all I gotta do is approximately. And it has nothing to do with anybody that's in the room.
Yep.
What I want is a plan that we can point to and say, this is what was committed to.
We agree.
Okay, that's what I'm looking for.
Very good. Anything else, any other changes? So I got 3 more documents. Do you have other?
No, that's all the changes.
One other thing that you mentioned earlier was the wording on the 15-foot setback. You said the 15-foot setback wasn't for a house, it was for decks and things of that nature. Understand.
It's a 15-foot divergence, so in the rear of,
But what I'd like to look at is the wording on that, because I just want to make sure that what you're talking about in there is the decks and the other things that would go there. The house still stays at the normal setback.
it's these lots,
Mhm.
and it's every lot in here has a 25-foot rear yard setback.
That's not. You're talking about the encroachment of 50.
Right, but every house has a 25-foot rear yard setback per your code. These lots are allowed by divergence, if you grant, are allowed to encroach on that 25 feet by 15 feet, but only for decks, porches, and patios.
I understand that, understand exactly what you're saying, don't have a problem with it. Where's the wording? That's the part that I want to look at.
It is in, those are 50-foot setbacks.
I was gonna say, there's a 50-foot there.
Yeah.
Those are 100 setbacks. 50.
So on page 2 of your development text,
That's why we tell them 50.
which is tab 3, the first item, the first divergence, it explains it. Note that those lots have a 50-foot rear setback on them.
I was gonna say, so you back up to the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Which is.
Because 25 is the side yard, so.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with
So-
trying to do, it makes sense, makes perfect sense, but I just want to see where it's at.
It's in the text.
Okay, but I want to clarify. So 15 feet is 15 feet encroachment into the 50 feet, or are you reducing 50 feet to 15 feet?
We're allowing to go into the setback 15 feet.
That's
So-
what I initially interpreted that
So
as,
it's
but
35 feet.
yeah.
I mean, there is nothing built.
Well,
35 feet.
it's a 50-foot rear
Correct.
setback.
That's correct. So, and that 15 feet,
They
they
wanna
want to move patios.
Well, patios you could
That
have
was
done
right
briefly,
originally.
but decks.
Only talking about the
Right,
perimeter.
Right.
It's actually 50, but the encroachment is still the same.
Right, I'm sorry, but we need to amend, it's in the development text, but we started with the general rule of
Sure,
rear yard
understand.
setback, but then, because this is a perimeter, it goes from 25 to 50.
Mhm.
So in our text, under divergences, it talks about a rear yard setback of 25 feet. These are
What's the page,
50,
what's the page number?
page 2.
Tab 3,
Which section?
tab 3.
Tab 3, page
So they
2.
needed more.
Big backyards.
It's under divergences.
We're not asking. This should
Say
be.
50.
Okay.
Did you just say?
Yeah, 50-foot rear.
Right, but the problem is, this is changed after we removed lots, so because it's a perimeter, it's 50 feet, and we're asking to encroach upon it 15 feet for rear porches, decks, and patios. So you're right. it-
Not more than
30.
decks.
It becomes 30 feet. Yeah, those are the only things that can encroach. So you're right, you get to 35 feet. But this, I think that I need to amend this language. It's a 50-foot perimeter setback on these 3 lots because they're perimeter lots.
I understand. So that needs to be changed on, can you approach and show Trustee Rail exactly where that is?
Yeah, because I was reading, I mean, the zoning inspector's comments initially were no single-family subdivisions have a rear setback of less than 25 feet, but some subdivisions have a secondary setback for decks, patios, pools, sheds, and other secondary structures as allowed. This comment is moot
It's moved.
because you're not even.
That's right. So we're not messing with the rear yard setback at all. But what we're saying is because these lots, 28 or 33, the ones I pointed out, those have a 50-foot because they're perimeter lots around that center lot. This 25 needs to be 50 feet instead of 25 feet, and then can encroach on it by 15 feet.
But it would still, like, it would still fall into the subdivision's rear yard setback.
Right, except it's the
Yeah.
wider one now because it's a perimeter.
So it is 50 feet. And that just needs to be noted so that it doesn't look like 15 feet into 25.
That's right.
Right.
So that's a change
Well, and
to,
I wonder if the zoning inspector had a similar confusion from the comments that were made.
perhaps.
I seem to recall that was an earlier set of comments.
Yeah, it was, but I mean,
Before, that
but
was,
you guys haven't changed this part.
no, but we, at the zoning hearing, we changed it to deal with only those lots.
Okay.
That comment was earlier when we were just discussing generally about the rear yard setback. And he offered a compromise with respect to some other zonings where there's a, thing called a secondary setback. We're not asking for that. We're simply asking 25-foot rear yard throughout, 50-foot on perimeter lots, except for those, however many lots there are right there, those can encroach because they're a little bit, they're not as deep.
And the 50-foot stays on the perimeter ones. The 25-foot is what we're talking about here. And
No,
25-foot from these lots is in the back here.
no, those are 50s because they're perimeter.
Those are gonna be 50 also?
No, there are some lots that have a 25-foot rear.
And those would be the interior lots, like these, for example.
Yeah, all the ones.
See the
Yeah.
dotted line
Mhm.
in comparison to this dotted line? So this is 50, 50,
So this is
50, 50, all this is 50. Anything that touches the perimeter. So here
Which
these
is
are
just
25,
compliance with your
25.
code.
So what we need, because we can't really go back and change this, is we need them to agree to it in here.
Yeah.
That
Well, that's actually not as bad as what I thought the request was, to be honest.
No, I'm confused.
Your code has a 25-foot setback rear for all lots unless they're along the perimeter of the property where there's other zoning.
So that this could have a 25-foot
Yes,
here,
Yeah.
correct.
because that's on there. But
That's
here,
correct.
we're not.
Yeah, it's still 25.
That's 25 there because it's not an adjacent zone.
That's
These are 50s, these, all of them.
Actually, these two, you see.
Yeah.
And so
It's
these
only
are the
that one.
lots, these are the lots we're talking about. And this is a 50-foot setback for the house.
Right,
From the structure.
but only for
And
those
then-
lots.
What, you say you require 25
That's
foot,
got changed.
but the 25 foot doesn't really apply for these houses.
That's right.
So this should be
50-foot
50 foot.
perimeter setback,
And then what's the divergence that you're
Still
asking?
same.
still 15 feet
15, so then it ends up being 35 foot
from the
for
rear.
decks and pools and that sort of.
That's right.
for 28 through 33.
Yeah, only for those
Yeah,
zones.
it is.
And so that's a 50-foot perimeter setback,
Mhm.
not a rear yard setback.
Mhm.
Okay.
So because you're asking for it here and not here, these lots are
They're
deeper.
deeper, yeah, if you look here, these, you
Yeah,
can see these are a lot deeper than these are.
And my assumption here is part of the reasoning is because you have a secondary road entry
Yeah.
into the.
Yeah, we looked at trying to do that, but it got, as Joe says, wonky.
Mhm.
So we decided that one, that, we talked that through with the zoning commission and talked that through with that adjacent owner, everybody was happy with that compromise.
This owner,
Yeah, he was here at the zoning commission hearing.
yeah,
So what's the wording gonna say here?
It's gonna say the 50-foot perimeter rear yard setback for those specific lots.
For those specific
Yeah.
lots?
lots 28 to 33,
Right,
So that this is 50?
that they have a 15-foot
inclusive
divergence.
to allow up to.
So that this is 50, that's be there.
So he says for rear porches, decks, and patios.
Only.
Mhm.
Maybe it should be, we're limited to porches, decks, and patios.
That's fine. If you'll give me your final language.
Does that say what you want to say?
I'm gonna have to look at your code because I think it's a different code section.
I'm not designing it, so you're the one that.
Did you
has to put the
wordsmith
number.
it too? Because I don't need to wordsmith if you were.
Hold on a second. I'm not doing 15-foot encroachment. Let me go look at your code, see where that perimeter setback is. And I'll,
I don't know.
excuse me, yeah.
Yeah.
Only thing I added was perimeter. You had a perimeter here, I said, if there's a perimeter rear, it said it was 50 feet. And I think, Trustee O'Brien wanted to say limited to, but let me go look and see what the code is for that perimeter setback. And so that section needs to change. We should make the section is-
If you can take one of your pages, write it up correctly.
I have 3 exhibits.
Yeah.
That's that
This,
one.
Is
That
that
one
makes
was-
sense?
and this.
Yeah.
It's full. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I already accepted the,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a total full, so we're, 12, 13, 14, 15.
It's gonna take me a few minutes to research this. Can we go ahead and proceed with other matters and we'll come back to this?
and you're missing the one.
However you want to do it.
Jeff?
We'll make
I just want to, I gotta check and get that code
Jeff,
section.
hand me that one piece of paper there, exhibit 13.
You know where that is offhand?
You referenced it, it's,
You're missing that.
Section 10.016, 10.016.
Oh,
Yeah, but
okay.
that's the old,
And
that's
two of
just the
them
rear
are
yard.
exactly.
Right.
This is the perimeter rear
From
yard.
the same.
I don't think it's there.
We oftentimes already don't know
14,
it.
but I have 14, 15, and 16
You're fine.
right here.
You only got a third of it.
Yeah, I don't know.
So I'm at 16 now.
That's not where it is, Joe.
You got it?
That's not, it's just general rear yard, it's not.
Probably in here.
Yeah, it's where it's with,
80.
What's that?
I know your page.
Here it is, it's 1106B. No building should be constructed within 50 feet of the perimeter property line of the
What
overall
section?
PRD. Section 1106B.
Oh, 6.
Boy, so. Let me write that up.
Why is that, why is it referencing?
It's separate from
1006G.
PRD, it's a PRD versus general.
Oh, yeah, got it.
It's specific to PRD.
Mm-hmm.
That's it, I mean,
That explains that discrepancy, actually.
do we have a clean copy? I'm working off of a red line. Somebody has a clean copy of text and I can write this so you can all read it.
I just have it online here.
You have one?
It's online.
If you don't mind, I'll just mark it as red line. I mean, we know what the language is.
I already wrote out.
That's what kind of, yeah.
All right, let's try this on. Instead of limited, I thought the text read better solely for. So you do this. If we can read my writing.
Perimeter rear yard setback, section 1106B requires a rear yard,
A perimeter.
a perimeter rear yard of 50 feet. A divergence is requested for lots 28 through 33 inclusive to allow up to 15 feet encroachment into the setback for solely for rear porches, decks, and patios.
But you also wanted 35 feet.
I just wanted to be clear on
That's
that.
fine. Let me get your language ahead here.
Which makes.
But it does meet the 25 foot now from the development standards in 10.06G. Because
Yeah, well, we can.
10.06G is the 25 foot rear. So that's where you and I, when you said it's 50, isn't it? No, it's 25 and 10, but it's 50 and 11. That's the discrepancy.
But what that does is make it so it's 25 for these lots.
Mm-hmm.
And these, well, this lot.
Okay, so now I added your language again, which says, this means a 35-foot rear yard setback for lots 28 through 33 inclusive.
Those items. For the pre-art.
Actually, that's not correct. That's not a rear yard setback. I don't think you want to say that. It's an encroachment in the setback. I think we want to.
Yeah, encroachment into the rear yard setback.
So I don't think we want to add your language.
Okay.
You don't want the house to, the house is still,
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay? Sorry about that one.
Oh, good. Well, and I understand the confusion, because actually I made the same mistake in writing that. I was looking at 10,
Right.
And it's really
Yeah.
11, Article 11 that applies
Right.
there. So, I mean, understandable. Okay, any other exhibits that you're gonna ask us to accept
I
here?
didn't have any more this time.
Okay, where was the one? You might as well accept that initial picture, if you have a clean copy of the one with the multi-use path. No, not that one. No, he gave me the landscaping page. The one that looks like,
What's the last one in your stack? That one.
not that one.
That has the landscape on it? Okay.
Yeah, no, that one's good too, but I'm talking about the initial one that you showed us, which was.
Kathy,
It had the blue, and it showed where the path was in your packet for that multi-use path. Yes, this is the one.
Here's the open space.
But do you have like a copy, or are you okay with this stuff on it?
What does that say? I just highlighted the fence. It's still good.
Yeah, I can still accept this.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't have any problem with that.
I just wanted to show where you know what I mean?
Yep.
Just have it updated picture. While we're accepting the exhibits.
Was there anything on here that's different from this? Because this is where you're going to take precedent over someone earlier.
Yes, this picture exists in here, but it doesn't have
No, I'm
that.
saying this shows something that's on these that's different.
No, I don't believe so. Oh, that's upside down.
So,
That shows the path right there.
yeah, but I'm looking at
Yeah.
ancillary things so we don't have
Phase
unintended
retention
consequences.
for reserve. They show where the fencing's gonna go. That's already there. No, this does not.
Thank you.
So unfortunately, exhibit 15, 16, and 17.
That's the middle school trail on it.
Mm-hmm. Well, and this does too.
Mhm.
And that doesn't, the previous version of this photo doesn't have that. That's why I wanted it as well. Okay, any other potential exhibits?
Any other questions from you guys for her?
Oh, yes, I'm sure we have quite a few, but just want to get these initial items taken care of. So, which will, I'll go, oh, wait. This is,
How did we change the tree wording?
What's that?
This one? How did we change that?
Do you want to say how you got your,
We're, these,
tree wording.
three,
yeah.
three.
At a rate of minimum of 3
Yeah.
trees per lot will be the,
where does that go?
well, they'll have to write up, probably when we go through this a little bit more.
We'll
do
need
a
to do
little
that, and send Levi a clean copy.
Mhm.
That,
But we'll need something that you sign off tonight.
Similar
If
to.
you-
Oh,
If you
sure.
wanted to
Yeah.
vote tonight.
we can agree to
We can get
it,
something.
copy it in the minutes.
So we have that wording to adjust, and there might be a couple of other things here, so.
So far, I've got, 20 by 20 gazebo.
Mhm.
Change the 25 to 50 to the David Fisher's, edits, and remove the word approximate, and that there will be a minimum of 3 trees per lot of the 48-foot trees around the interior lot.
Mhm.
And that's so far.
Yep, that's so far. Yep. All right, move to accept, Berlin Estates at Berlin Illustrated Plan Exhibit A1 dated, oh Lord. 12.
Those are probably,
12/23/24 as Exhibit 14. Estates at Berlin, preliminary, construction dated 12/13/2024 as Exhibit 15. Estates at Berlin, landscape, enlargement plan, north, Exhibit C3, dated 12/23.
You have two different numbers.
I'm on Exhibit 16 now. Exhibit 16. And Estates at Berlin, open space plan, Exhibit B1 as dated 12/23 as Exhibit 17.
Second.
So just to be clear, we had 12 and 13 already accepted, so we started at 14, and now we're up to 17.
okay. That's the numbers all right.
Numbers all right.
Any discussion?
Ladder taking precedence?
With a, thank you, friendly amendment with the ladder taking precedence.
You got a question?
Accept.
No.
Thank you.
Call the roll, please.
O'Brien, yes. Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Okay.
And then we're getting something on writing on the trees.
Yeah, we'll need to work on that. I want to make sure we address any other questions and have the list made up properly before we.
Just a general question, which is, the house plans that or the house that you have the pictures of, those are typical, or are those houses gonna be there?
They're typical. We don't know who the builder is today, so we just put pictures in that are representative of the type of home.
That type of style of house?
I can't commit to that. So you're looking, it's a character photo, so there's the two-story, the general size of them, the natural materials on the fronts, we committed to those things. Because the commission had the same question, and we just don't know who the builder is to be able to answer that, I think, what you're saying. So we committed to the vinyl, natural materials, and a general picture of the homes is how we handle that.
Mhm.
These would be nice custom-built homes.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. So, homeowner association turnover happens at what point in time?
Hold on, I got the answer for you.
Are they in the, it's in the bylaws, right?
Yeah, we submitted that.
Well, it's in the HOA, yeah.
but is that part of the plan that they are required to follow?
Well, zoning documents for that. Turnover date, no later than the date when the subdivision has been fully developed and all lots have been conveyed to purchasers, unrelated to the declarant, provided that the declarant reserves the right in its absolute discretion to turn over control earlier to its terms.
Yeah, I don't really care for that. Generally, we do 75 to 85% because what has happened in the past, and if we do it for one developer, I think we should do it for every developer, is that developers have held one lot or something like that and held the homeowners association hostage to take care of all of the amenities, and they basically are advertising for somewhere else. So we've generally had, I say 75 to 85, but it usually comes down to 80 to 85% turnover.
By the way, I will give it to you, but I'm not sure I agree with you, because what happens typically, the developer keeps the assessments low as long as possible to sell the home. But I'll give it to you. We got 85, is that okay?
I'm okay with that. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
That's
Because
right.
I tie something else to that.
Can you define for me also, sidecar garage?
What?
Can you
Side
define for me sidecar load garage?
When you look at the front of the home, the garage would be located on the side, so you don't see the garage doors from the front to the side. I think you committed a 20% the minimum.
It's not that, it's the definition of the problem. So the way, because there's actually a lot of developers that, and this board has accepted it, even though I don't really like it. At least one of the garages doesn't face the road. So there's some that have sidecar garage, but then there's one that faces the road. So the definition that we've come up with, because I have other reasons I don't like, that at least one does not, one side of the garage does not face the street.
So one can, you're saying?
In the case of a carport, where you may have that second garage, and it may front, I know exactly what you're talking about. That could happen on these, I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
communicating correctly.
Okay, so let me tell you what you're committing to that you're not realizing.
All right, go ahead.
Is that corner lots, you can't have them facing a road.
Okay.
If they're,
Well, that won't
if they're
count.
decided,
You're saying that that won't count toward the 20%?
if they face a road, they don't count.
Okay.
So what's your definition again, please?
So at least one of the garage's door does not face a road.
Okay, and so your point is, those corner lots, they're never gonna meet a side yard standard.
Well, you can, you just have to come from the other
Around
side.
the rear and come in, yeah, that way.
Well,
Like-
from the
like
other side.
From the lot,
From
from
the
the
interior.
non-corner side.
Yeah,
Yeah, so you could.
I got you. Okay.
I think because it's number of large lots, I'm not worried about keeping this 1%.
Yeah.
To be honest.
That's fine.
but what's the lot, show the upper corner, yeah. Like what he's saying, correct me if I'm wrong here, lot 34, if you're looking at it from this way,
Right.
the garage cannot face this street or
Right.
this
No,
street.
yeah.
And
Okay.
count as
No,
a side
come
car.
in here.
That's what he's saying. If the garage is here, it doesn't count in the 20%.
Correct.
That's what he's saying.
Correct, if you want it to count as the side load,
Then it's got
then
to.
it has to face that way,
Or that way.
Or that,
or that
Right,
way,
yep,
yeah.
yep. So there's,
I think that's 20%.
yeah.
we're still good?
Yeah.
Okay, we're fine with that. So, make that a condition of approval that will revise the language, clarify the language of what side of the garage is.
Okay, so now in your language, and I like the language, but I don't know really how you do it. Yeah, the driveway as far as possible from Gregory Road. What does that really mean?
Means we don't want it on. We don't want the garage on the side of the house, we want it on the side of the house, is what we're saying.
Yeah, but does that mean that it starts, the driveway has to start at the lot line,
Doesn't have
furthest
to.
away from,
No.
well, yours,
Doesn't have
as
to.
far as possible. It's
Yeah,
as
well, there's other
possible.
constraints, there may be a
Well-
setback there, it's as far as possible is where you have.
Side yard.
In one case, there might be a curb and gutter inlet that we can't avoid.
Well, but
Things
that's
like
as
that.
possible, that's an engineering issue, that's not an as possible issue. I mean, it's a more expensive way, either the curb and gutter you have to change. I just think it's dangerous, but it's really, your call on that. Okay, so can you talk about the water features?
We do not commit to any water features.
Yeah, did you notice that?
Mhm.
That's not typical for Berlin Township. I don't know if you driven around here, but there's, stone-like facing, they don't actually put stone, but stone-like facing on all inlets and outlets. And then there's a fountain that's at least, how high are they?
10.
10? I think some are more, but a minimum of 10.
You're talking about this one, that we're talking about.
If it holds water.
And that reserve deed, that's the water we're talking about.
There's no other place that holds water,
Right,
right?
there's no, that's just the one place in
Yeah.
the,
No, there's only one.
Yeah.
So a water feature would something that they call a diffuser that pulls water up and circulates the water count. So can you say what a water feature is? Is there a minimum height with that?
Well, what people have done, they get more specific because Berlin Township always asks for it. And so I don't know if you have,
Some similar language to
yeah, what we did at Berlin Farms West.
this-
Or
or
Berlin.
even our most recent one. I think we've
Yes.
done it at,
I don't know that that developer didn't really have and you'll probably like that one language better, but, that one.
you're talking about a fountain?
ponds
Think it's
with,
about a pond.
ponds with head walls and end walls that are exposed to view shall be treated with real or synthetic stone to resemble stone walls. All stones shall extend to or below grade so that any low water conditions only reveal stone. Ponds will have an aerator, fountains to maintain water quality. Fountains shall have a spray pattern of 10 feet height minimum.
Are you reading that from another text?
From another development text, yeah.
Can we somebody copy that so we don't?
Yeah, I think we actually wordsmith that, and we've done it pretty consistent. I mean,
That's fine.
I can't think of one
For us,
subdivision we haven't.
Don't have the language, so our language is consistent.
We'll do
Yeah.
that. We'll read it both.
Some of them, I think MI goes into the fountain name and it's got a pressure and all that, but the others don't commit to, they commit
Yeah.
to this.
Yeah, we'll read it back.
Okay, the last thing, and I don't know how you deal with this, but you've dealt with it apparently somehow on the CBUs with the 3 parallel park, what was it, 3?
Yeah,
Parallel bases.
So can you go into that in detail, because that's
So-
usually where okay, let me start out.
Go for it.
We have residents get out of the car in a wheelchair, need access to the CBUs. Now, how is it that they get from their driver seat to the CBU?
We have, without doing anything, we have parking allowed on one side of the street. And the statement we made was that parking will be allowed on the non-water line side. The CBUs, the way we've got everything figured out, they actually are on the water line side. So we lost the ability to just on-street park in front of them. So what we did is we bumped the pavement to do a bump in essentially and carved out 3 parallel spaces. So in front of the CBU, you actually be able to park on both sides of the road. The standard one side of the road over here, we bumped it in, I think like 14 feet or something to get us designated spaces in front of the CBU. There'll be a sign that says short-term parking only for CBU.
I've seen that,
And then, go ahead.
but I want.
You want to address handicap?
Yeah, so if you look on sheet 3 of 5, you can see each location has a designated parallel parking handicap spot, and we've got ramps shown. Now, keep in mind, this is preliminary, but we will have
Well, but this is-
detailed information in engineering.
So,
It's pretty good.
So where,
Oh,
well,
it's final for them. We didn't like it.
yes, so where in here is this?
On the drawings,
We've got the handicap spot shown and the 3 spaces here,
what's the,
and this space and 3 spaces here, sheet 3 of 5.
Okay, 3 spaces, so define spaces.
they're 14 by 22.
So you're saying 66 feet?
It's a parallel space,
Maybe 14 by 20, I don't know.
14 by 20.
So you're saying 60 feet?
We'll make them whatever needs to be applied to make sure there's.
Well, I want to know now what it is.
We'll commit to 20.
So a total of 60 feet?
Plus, there will be angles on the ends to get in and out, not just squared off on the ends. It will have angles, flares on either end.
Flares on what?
Flares
Going in
on
and out.
the curve so that we.
So on the curve.
The curb line. So this is my right of way line. Everything is inside the right of way. The sidewalk will
Oh.
adjust.
These are in the right of way.
Correct.
Mm,
It's a public road.
We
So
haven't
that they will-
really, we wanted,
This is what I was.
so you're saying we have to snow plow for these people to get to their mailboxes? No,
It's in the public record.
I'm
Let
not
me
for
see.
that.
Let me see.
Because when we snow plow, you know that that's gonna plow the snow right into the CBUs.
Mhm.
I don't see that happening.
What have you done with other CBUs?
Well, on Berlin Farms, it's totally pull in, so you gotta have out of
Its
the
own
right
parking-
of way.
Its own parking lot,
Yeah,
but that's a much bigger development, right?
well, you asked how we did, dealt with
Excuse
it.
me?
You asked how we dealt with it, that's how we dealt with
The
it.
other
So
way
then in
we've,
that case, the HOA takes care of that CBU parking lot?
the other way we've dealt with it is, there's like parking spots, but then there's like a ramp that goes up, and then it's on the CBUs are on the other side of the sidewalk. Does that make sense? So it's not,
So the township is not taking care of the snow in front of the CBUs.
Well, we can have the HOA take care of the snow on the off-street, on the parking spaces. But explain to me again what you do in other cases. When we have so we've got the bump out with 3 spaces, and we got a ramp up, we got a handicap space. What doesn't, other than snow removal, what doesn't work about that?
So so when they get out of their car, you're having them get into the middle of the street on a handicap. So the wheelchair ramp has to go.
Handicap.
And so you got a handicap ramp
So
going
your
into the
issue is
street.
when they, because it's on the side of the street where they park here, they get out here and they gotta go back over here to get to the.
So you got the ramp of the van in the middle of the street.
what did we do, what was the one that we did over off of Pyatt with that combination of residential and commercial? Do you
Well, they
remember
pulled into the commercial, so they have a,
It's pulls into a parking lot.
that one in the parking lot there?
Yeah.
I thought there was a bump out at some point planned.
well, there was, and you said no.
That was the early talk, and then eventually
Yeah, that's, the HOA idea solves the snow removal, but it doesn't solve, they want you to come in and put a parking, off-street parking in here on both tiers. Which.
Well, do you have to have two? You could have just one.
Excuse me?
Couldn't you just have one?
One CBU?
Because if you, I mean, I love to, but for your costs, I don't see you being. able
Well,
to
the
do
problem with
that.
that is whether the postmaster will permit one.
Yeah.
Because they typically have a rule for how many houses can play off of one CBU.
Could you have them pull in deep enough that they're not getting out on the street, that somehow there's like, almost like a separate kind of pull-in area?
What about if we, Joe, if we, on the reserve deed, if we had them come in and put the CBU next to the bike path, and they parallel park in a parking lot and could come right across the
Mhm.
CBUs.
Mhm.
If we can comply with one,
You're not gonna be allowed to back onto a public road.
that's true. So you have to come all the way back. The problem with this, reserve D is so narrow up at the road, you have to have a drive all the way back in by the receiver. Now, you could do that, you could do a drive in here and have parking back in here by the gazebo with the CBU back there.
So I
That's
think,
creative.
I think we might be closer than you think, so if,
You guys on the CBUs, is the postmaster allowed to do one for 44 homes?
Well, here's, I'm not saying this is what I want, but the question,
if there's two, but if you had one that had pull-in, even if you had a handicapped person over there, they could put that person's mailbox over in the pull-off one, couldn't they?
Yeah, but I think both would have to be ADA compliant.
Well, but I'm talking about for the off,
Yeah, for the off street,
so that when
off-loading,
the ramp,
yeah.
I mean, so if somebody, because they could even, because they have an extra box for boxes, they could put an extra box on one of them.
Here, I think we,
You can't back out.
so the way the handicap space works is this is the hatching and then this is the symbol. And let's say the van parks here. The door, the driver's over here, the door's on this side, correct?
No, the driver is the handicapped person.
Correct, but the door that you're talking about, the van door, is on the passenger side. So it would open toward the curb.
Who are on a wheelchair that drive.
They
They
do.
don't really have a ramp.
No, they do typically come out the passenger side or the back.
But they're not the driver.
Can be.
Yeah, they can be the
A
driver.
friend of mine
So
does that.
they go into the middle.
They go into the middle, it's typically like a modified van, they can either pull in and stay in their chair, or there's a transition space in the middle.
I think we got it. I think we have it
Out
figured out,
on
yeah.
the passenger
That's enough
side.
room for me.
But there's,
What's that?
but it doesn't matter if you're handicapped or not, you're having residents get out in the middle of the street on the driver's side. So we would want it to be deep enough so that, you know, let's say that a mom and kid are on the driver's side and they both get out. We want them to be safe too, right? So we're not just resolving it for one, we just don't want people to get out on the driver's side unsafe.
We just, Dave Dennison, the engineer, was just saying that on another matter, of just meeting with the postmaster who's trying to push for less CBUs. So less, so we got two, go to one.
Mm.
And what we're discussing back there is in here, so get rid of the CBU over here. And over here, maybe do a kind of a situation here where the CBU sits back in here
Yeah.
and there's parking along in here, a little
So-
curvature,
Yeah, but I
so you
think-
can come in and come back out.
I think the trustees
I
were
like
also, I think trustee O'Brien was talking about, okay, if you could get them back far enough to where they can get out, that they're not getting into the traffic lane.
That-
Right,
yeah,
that's the big concern. So what if we took this thing and instead of being inside the right of way where they possibly are getting out into traffic, we take and just push it back into the open space farther to where you've got your striped spot and they've got maybe 7, 8 feet,
Mhm.
something like that, that they can get out. This curb, starting here, will get depressed and this will all be flush curb in here anyway,
Mhm.
so that they go right onto the sidewalk. There's no ramp, there's no.
So they get out on the right of way side,
get
but
out.
outside the right of way and go
They may
up
be
the
in
ramp
they
into
may
the,
be in the right of way, but they might be where
Minimally.
where normally the sidewalk location would have been,
But
but they won't be in the traveled lane.
but this will be out of the right of way?
yes. The parking
Yes,
will
the
be
main
on the,
part of the
and we'll have that
parking.
maintained.
So this is all maintained by the
Maintained by the
homeowners
HOA.
estate, and so they're taking care of the snow and all
Right.
that, and from the
Yep.
CBUs.
Right, you're gonna have some that's
So-
going to be in the right of way here.
Yeah, but
I
us
think
going
I'm
like
okay
that
with
is fine, yeah.
So, put that in a document.
So do we still do two or just one now? We
I
just
don't
do the
care.
one.
I think we do one and
Just
maybe
the
we
one
do
here.
one and we may increase this to 4 spots
I
instead of
think 2
3.
is more convenient for the residents on each side respectively. You know, like if you wanted to walk to get your mail, for example.
We have more difficulty though getting, pushing back out of the right of way on
Yeah,
that
I mean,
side.
you guys can do however you.
Well, but
Our problem is what you saw.
Right.
So
Right.
whether it's 1 or 2, it doesn't matter, it's just more of a
Right.
convenience,
think-
not a safety.
I think the other issue with trying to do it down here and maybe getting it away from there
I can't
is,
see here.
I'm sorry, where it's down on the other end, on the south end. If we try to do that down here, we're gonna run out of room with
Yeah.
these 2 lots. And I
Yeah.
think,
Yeah,
I think having that there, probably consolidating it, this is a location where kids are gonna be walking to school and stuff and everything. So
Yeah.
I think if we do
All
it
right,
here,
go for one.
Once this is phase one, you're gonna wanna build it the same.
yeah.
Correct. Good. Okay?
okay.
That's what we're talking about. We're modifying the handicap.
Do you feel comfortable with that?
I do, as long as it's all.
So figure out how to memorialize that into language.
Okay.
And perhaps even use we can even just accept that as an exhibit of the drawing of some sort.
You can put it on a clean sheet.
I've got,
There's something else to take a look at. This was, development funder. And that's the,
I know that. I did that.
you probably know where.
I know exactly. But see, that to David's point, when you have a much larger development,
I
That
understand.
makes sense.
and you have, in this case, you have other amenities there, it makes sense. We only got 4,400, so frankly, we've got pretty low amount of CBU. 16 per. We got.
I'm looking for something
So, I do prefer that when you have.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
ADA compliance to meet that. The county's working on standard, but they seem to be working slow.
Well, yeah. I think you're gonna see in the next couple of years, the Postmaster General's gonna put out standards for your question about how many is too many and things like that. They're starting to define that.
Well, let's face it, to start with, we don't want to limit a bunch of mailboxes. Now they're limiting a bunch of CBUs,
Yeah.
so we want to have less CBUs for one stop for the postmaster. Okay?
Now, the one on the north side of the development,
Which is,
the
that's the only one we have now.
people are gonna pull in and
It's gonna be a
go.
deeper pull-in off the right of way, for the community able to get handicapped, get out of their car without infringing much, if at all, on the right of way, go in the ramp, and you're gonna have the CBU boxes, and then that, all that area off of the right of way will be maintained by the HOA, because quite frankly, the HOA is gonna maintain the CBU anyway, in terms of snow removal around the ramps and sidewalks.
Okay, then on the CBU also, we need to memorialize that they will be vertical, not tilted.
The bottom.
I believe that we say plum.
We say plumb, but they aren't plumb.
Tell me what I'm trying to understand, tell me the problem.
They're straight.
Yeah?
A lot of times developers, kind of cheapen on the cement and then they look.
Are you talking about the foundation?
The foundation's not well built, so within a year, they're kind of slanting and they're not maintained well, and so we want it to be.
Plumb, but at 90 degrees to the center of the earth. I mean, that's really what plumb means.
Just
Well,
basically.
it's at grade.
No, because grade can be, you can have it tilted, and we're not wanting it tilted with the grade.
All right, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, but the homeowner is gonna have to rip it out if it tilts, and they're gonna be tick ditching. Okay, so let's go back to the homeowners associations turned over 85% when it's, we talked about sold, but we need a definition of sold. It's when it's occupied, we have a definition.
Home owner, home occupancy permit is provided.
So 85% of home occupancy. That's
Okay, so then with that,
All amenities need to be completed prior to the homeowners association taking over.
fine.
So that means the fountain's in, everything's in. Before.
So, that's fine, so that's a text issue, not a declaration issue. So that's in other words, the home, the developer must complete all of those during development. So, yeah, that's-
Well, what about the case in which they may intentionally not complete it because they don't want to turn it over
Well, but then they can't sell the rest of the lots.
though?
Because that's why it's tighter, because they have to turn it over at 85%, and they can't hit 85% without the amenities.
You must have some really bad developers up here.
Are they trying to get, yes. The
I'm
answer is
just,
yes.
I'm laughing.
Well, what happens is they go bankrupt,
Yeah.
and somebody else takes over.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, I get it. I mean, I typically deal with major home builders, you know, MIs and the Roman land uses, people like that in the world, but I've never had these kind of issues.
They're not the ones that go bankrupt, but they sometimes.
I understand, it's the little guys, yeah. I get it. I'm not contesting, I'm just kind of interested that this is an issue you've had.
We're speaking from the experience of having residents show up and say, hey,
Yeah.
let's let the guy.
No, I get it, you get the leftovers.
We're
Well,
trying to
because
help.
then homeowners have to go out and build a fountain that they didn't.
Right. Which is, by the way, why we deal with things like these setbacks now, so they're not coming into your PZHE, can I please?
Oh, they will anyway. You know that they're gonna want 1 foot for this,
So
one
we're
foot.
trying to help as much as we can.
Thank you, but it's not gonna work. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is that everything, Ken?
Yes.
Can I make a question, can I pose a question?
Well,
Can I pose a question? Sure. So I'm trying to understand it's been a many years since I've been up here, the procedure you would like to undergo now. We've just had a long discussion, you've agreed to everything. Are these items that we've discussed today such that they're all agreed to? We need to provide some documentation to support them, which we can do. The question is how we proceed today. Can we close the hearing and proceed to a vote, or do we need to submit these materials and come back and have another hearing? I'm not.
So generally what has happened is that you get language close enough that we can accept it, and then you do a clean copy that really is precise. That we can-
Before you vote.
No.
No. Yeah,
Unless you want that.
no, I'm not, what I'm suggesting is that we're,
But sometimes there's back and forth on the precise language.
and we're fine with that.
But it's gotta be, like, this has got to be pretty close. This is gonna be the harder one. But
Which one?
The
CDUs?
Yeah, we'll try to have that down today before we.
I mean, but selfishly, we'd like to have agreement today on all these. I gave you some text on the one setback issue. We've given you some new drawings. I know you want to look at those. And we've got to talk about the CDU thing. Maybe Dave could even do a drawing while we're sitting here that we all agree to. And then we simply do, hopefully we could move to a vote today if you're so inclined. And we would simply provide the final documentation to your zoning officer within X amount of days to support all this.
Well, I would want, I know you guys have agreed to it, but I still would want it could be handwritten or you guys can type it out. And I have started the list, so, I think you're right. If we all agree on the things that we agreed upon and then you guys sign it just like similarly with BZC,
Yeah.
I would not have a problem voting.
Okay.
Mainly because everything that we talked about, though some surprises with exhibits, does exist in the text.
Right.
And my questions were really actually have been all addressed because I had the CDUs as a pretty big ticket item, as well as the multi-use paths in terms of just location, final touches on that. So both of those big items that I typically address have been addressed. Did you have anything else related to this text?
No, I think
that you
we're-
wanted to-
And let me just say, I'm sorry there was miscommunication about all the other drawings.
No
Everything else, we
worries.
could have gotten them to you earlier and we'd have had them, we wouldn't have spent a lot of time today. Now, the link guy's a great guy, I'm not trying to.
Yeah.
we would have spent the time anyway.
Okay,
And our objective is to get the book, which is the plan, as
absolutely,
complete as possible.
and we agree.
And we can do it with the notes. We don't like to use the notes because that requires somebody to do some.
No, as I said, I
translation and all
think the goal for all of us, and you heard me say this to Joe earlier, is when we're done, all agree that we all have new books and we all have an electronic copy.
Yeah.
Everything final, so that 3 years from now, if there's an issue, we're all looking at the same thing. That's our goal.
That's good for us too, by the way.
Yeah. It keeps everyone on the same page, which is great.
Yeah.
If you don't have anything else, we'll open it up for public comment.
Sure.
Okay. So like I mentioned, before, we start with those who are in favor of the proposal and those who are opposed to the proposal. So we'll start with public comments of those who are in favor of the proposal. Please, make certain to state your name and address for the record before providing your comments. Okay. And,
Yanni Inks.
If you come up,
sure.
the speakers will pick it up and it all ends up on
Yanni Inks,
Mhm.
4500 Old Tucci River Road, and I'm in favor of the project. So, should I give
you can elaborate if you want,
That's right,
just
so,
avoid redundancy.
So I'm part of the group that owns the land. And so we have tried to develop a low density plan for almost 2 years. And no one can afford to put in their own on-site sanitary driveway. All of that is just too expensive. And so we had one person that was a true interested party, and they spent about 6 months with 3 different builders trying to figure out how to do it. And we ended up returning their deposit because they, gave it a good try and just couldn't do it. So this is, Alto is not the only party that approached us. There were others, and they are by far the most attractive because the others would be coming to you pushing for maximum density. And so this seems like a good medium density sort of in between. And my family plans to purchase the largest lot, lot number 4. So we have a stake in things being done the right way. And that's all, unless there's any questions.
Thank you. Any more in favor of? Okay, now we'll go to those who oppose.
Kind of yes and kind of no. Terry Jordan, 2862 Berlin Station. I do understand what you're saying, and you told me that the other day, and I get that, which is why I can see why this is necessary. But 40 houses on 28 acres of land, or 29 or whatever it is, I really think that's a little high density for that area. We have the property that's right behind up there, I guess, with the pond and everything. And Patrick says they're gonna put the fence in and the trees, and that's great. But if you think about it, you've got let's say roughly 2 cars per house, times maybe a little more than that because maybe we got kids that drive. That's a lot of traffic pulling out of Gregory that ends up on Berlin Station. We now have across the street from us that big monstrous development that's going in. It's a lot of traffic. There are times when depending on the time of the day, when it's like a parade down the street, you can't get out of your driveway. And so there's more traffic coming out of there. I question why 40 houses is necessary on 28 acres of land. You can add some more green space. You can't count Tony's because that's his private property. And, you can maybe put in a little more space I don't really like having that CBU unit right behind our property. That's a separate thing, and I guess they keep saying that they can't move it. Well, maybe they can, maybe they can't. But it's a lot of space that can be freed up if we don't put 40 houses up there. And, just make the land, make the acreage a little bit bigger per lot and just kind of load, take some of the density out of there because it really is not a very big piece of land, especially with Tony's property pushing right through that area there. So no, I get it that only a few houses, this isn't gonna work, I really do. But I question whether it's necessary. Could we take that down to maybe 25 to 30 or 30, even whatever, and just free up a little more space for actual living and not cramming everything on that small piece of land that has been in my husband's family for ever and ever and ever. It's a little, as I say, it's a yes and a no. I hate to see agricultural land get torn up and turned into houses, but on the other hand, it's our family and his parents need to be paid. And so, I get that, but I'd like to see it be a little less of another one of those high density, and for 28 acres, 40 houses is high density in my opinion. But I'd like to see it a little bit more, maybe get a community gardens in there or something that's going to make it rural, but still enough that it pays the developments to be able to put the things in that's needed. The traffic that's coming in and out of there, it's going to be heavy because you can't go down Gregory anymore. So you got to pour it all out on the Berlin Station. And they're going to be going mostly down, headed east mostly for the schools and everything. So I'd like to see this be a little bit less, just a little bit more green space, more open space in there and not cram all these houses on there. And I do want to say that I appreciate that you understand how I feel about the whole trees and, because our pond is there and who knows what kind of trouble some kid will get into, you know? And they've addressed that, and I do appreciate that because that's really important.
Sure.
So, anyway, there you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'm probably getting these looks from my husband.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Okay, anyone else have any more comments?
I just one point of clarification, Terry. I just don't, we're sort of like to compare these lots to the MI lots across the street. Definitely not the same size. It's not more of the same. They're not the same size lots. These would be much different than really anything that exists in the area. And that was what was attractive to us, that this is different than what others are developing around the school.
Okay, thank you for the addition. So our comprehensive land use plan does allow for 1.85 units per net developable acre. Is the proposed density, has that remained the same as 1.77 per net developable acre? Meaning that you are coming in under the comprehensive land use plan, and that's net developable acre, not total acreage.
Correct.
Okay,
We're under.
okay. And then can you talk a little bit about I don't think that we talked about the open space, but can you address amenities in open space a little bit more in terms of required and what you guys are providing, just for clarification purposes?
Yeah, the open space requirement, I think is 20%. And just let me double check my notes. And we're coming in, so we're at 20.5%. We got almost 6 acres of open space, which include, and then we added the amenities. Zoning Commission wanted to see more amenities in the open space, even though we met the minimum requirement, actually a little more than the minimum requirement. So that's why we added the gazebo and the benches, and we put benches along the path and such like that. So there is a requirement. Delaware County does have a memo for CBUs. It's a draft form, but we've been through this on other projects. They really want to see the CBUs on open space. They don't want to see them on people's lots, unless you absolutely have to. Sometimes you do that. So we like the open space against your property, but it's kind of a double-edged sword that we have to put the CBU next to open space. So we did provide quite a bit of buffering, and the fencing that surrounds our property. They work together to come up with that. So.
Okay.
Well,
and really where the kids and families and folks will aggregate is not the CBUs, it's really the open space where you've now added the gazebo and the picnic tables
walking path.
and walking path. So the majority of the development's activity is going to take place, I would assume, there.
We are providing quite a bit of landscape and buffer along the frontage. I think that aesthetically, as people drive by this and don't necessarily come in, and as this starts to mature, you're going to drive by this and hardly see what the homes are.
Yeah, similar to what Pines did with MI, maybe a little less discreet. We've also historically said that if the retention pond, is it retention or detention?
It's retention.
Okay. We've historically said that if the retention pond ends up being less or more or takes up space, that
it's a major.
It's considered a major deviation and we're required to come back to the trustees.
Okay.
As if we've sized it inappropriately here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's,
So that if all of a sudden the gazebo is gone, because that happened to us. We had this beautiful park that was in a plan, Oldfield Estates. And then they said, oh, but the county engineer said we had to turn that into.
We're not getting out of it. It's committed to, it's in the document.
That's just
They
a
don't
rule we have. Is that something you're looking for us to put in text?
Well, what I want to make sure is your green space is really your green.
This is a final plan, so we got to build to this final plan.
Yeah, what I mean to say is that, because green space doesn't include water, but what I'm trying to say is the area that the people could use, if that turns into water, then that's a major, and it's the gazebo, because they didn't come back when they got rid of all their benches and things like that. Because I tried to get a stop work order on it and it didn't happen. And so that's why we added that it's a major, because if all of a sudden all that turns into water.
And so typically what we said is, and I don't foresee this happening, but just to be sure that the amenities are not the first thing to be cut out. It's that if amenities need to be replaced for any reason, that that similar, comparable, in value amenities will be replaced. That makes sense? So if, let's just say the pond has to take all of it, you guys may have to lose a lot to add that amenity in. Because you promised that amenity, you can't get rid of the amenity just because it didn't work out for engineering purposes.
What it is the lot is more valuable to you and the amenities are more valuable to the residents.
And this gives us a little bit of the assurance that the amenities are gonna be what you said. Yeah, seems so simple on paper, right?
I do have one more question I should ask. The detention pond that you got there, it doesn't get close to the property lots, to the lots, is that correct? Because we want to make sure that you're able to walk all the way around. Because one of the things residents want to do is they want to be able to walk around.
Absolutely.
And we've had cases where the pond ends up on the lot, and the homeowner says, nah, I don't want anybody walking across my yard. And so that's not what we want. We want somebody to be able to walk all the way around. And the amenities are important to us. That's why we did the development or go on with the development to say.
Are they gonna fence off that big, the big pond there and the big water pond, the detention? Are they gonna fence that off? There have been articles I've been reading a lot in the paper about how people and kids never, get in trouble with those things. And there's some stuff I think they're talking about in the legislature now about signage and.
But they're also, you're right about that. There's been some really good articles in the newspaper. Typically older ponds, usually around multifamily developments. Current pond design, the Delaware County engineer required to do this, is you've got, say, the ground level, here's the pond over here, you've got a ledge. This is a very minor grade change. So if a child would go into the pond, they're in a very minor ledge before the pond goes down. That's all required engineering.
I'm not sure anyone is doing that, but, so I had a question triggered. So all the green space is mowed by the homeowners?
By the HOA.
Okay,
And that path is not maintained by the HOA.
okay. So it's important that it's mowed and not left to grow. And the reason is because this area is bounded by the railroad, or railroad to Satleys pretty close. And giant hogweed gets on the railroad property and then it spreads.
What's on?
Giant hogweed, it's very dangerous.
Dangerous plant.
It's, if you do the wrong thing, it can kill you. So it needs to be mowed.
That's the plan.
Do you have that stated in the text? I think it says maintained by the HOA.
We have a noxious weed ordinance to review. I mean, I don't think,
Yeah.
unless we specifically state we want to do some natural kind of thing, we have to abide by your noxious weed ordinance.
Yeah,
Well, but that takes time, and it's just,
State it if you want.
let's just say that.
We can add that as a condition.
Say, I'm sorry, Mr. O'Brien, say what?
all green spaces will be mowed by
Bring
the
everything
HOA.
maintained as one.
Yeah.
Right. But sometimes you get people who get ideas and say, oh, we should do a natural. And natural back when would have been great, but along the rail, I've seen it as far as I know what it looks like now. I have seen it in the middle of Berkshire Township. So it's really gravitated from the railroads really very far.
And there's two weeds, there's giant hogweed and poison hemlock. And both of those will put you in the hospital, can't kill you. And they're very, very dangerous. The health department does have information on it. You go to some of the universities, you'll find write-ups on it. The thing is, the railroad transmitters that are gets transmitted on the railroad cars blows off, and it grows all along the railroad tracks. The farmers all spray their fields with herbicides to get rid of the weeds, so the farm fields are clear. The roadsides aren't sprayed, and the road along the railroad track isn't sprayed. So that's where you see it, is along the roads and along the roadsides, for the areas that aren't taken care of. And if you're not aware of it, you really ought to get aware of it, because it's plants that were brought here as a good idea because they look good from Europe, and they're not.
Good for us.
They're really a problem.
Okay, so any other questions, comments? Okay, public comments closed, trustee comments and questions are closed here. So we have here a list, and it sounded like you wanted to potentially request a vote for today. So I think what we could do is we could recess this and let you guys work on it for half an hour, get the language, get what you need squared away, and then we could reconvene the hearing at that time and go through the list to make certain that we're all in agreement. There might be a little bit more wordsmithing, but I think we're close and nearly there on everything. And if at that time the applicant would like to request a vote, I think the board would be prepared for it. Yes. Good luck. Let me just review to make certain that I got everything from my colleagues here before we go, because I don't want to have you guys have to address anything else. I have 12 items. Trees around center house, 3 per lot, gazebo minimum of 20 feet, rear setback changed to 50 feet, perimeter language that was already approved, garages that are side loading if the door faces the street doesn't count to the 20%. HOA turned over at 85% of homeowner occupancy permit provided. CBUs, no-till and foundation to make plums. The 20 feet, well, we're gonna have that adjusted. So the CBUs, design adjustment, I'll just call it. Pond with head walls, and I did add this language from the other one. Pond and head walls pond with head walls and end walls that are exposed to view shall be treated with real or synthetic stone to resemble stone walls. All stones shall extend 2 or below grade so that any low water conditions only reveal stone. All amenities to be complete prior to turnover. Ponds will have an aerator fountains to maintain water quality. Fountains shall have a spray of 10 feet or height minimum. Green spaces and amenities that must be altered constitute a major deviation. Mowed green spaces, mowed and maintained by the HOA. I think that was all.
I agree with that list. My question is,
Yeah.
we were willing to sign that, as we agree to all that. Some of these things are gonna be in drawings, some are gonna be on text. We've shown you the text drawings. I think we have a modification of the CBU to present to you.
Right.
If we sign that and we agree in a number of.
Well, there's language that you have to write as the applicant. This is my personal notes.
Right.
So you guys write your request as an applicant to us. So this has to be written in your language and underscored by you. It's your request, not ours.
So we just put it in a request. We don't have to modify all our documents.
No, yeah, just basically rewrite this sheet in your language that we had agreed upon. So you'll have to flesh out a couple of these things.
Okay.
Just a little
You
bit
can make us
more.
a copy of that, and you can also get a copy of the language I gave you on the setback, that one perimeter setback, so a copy of that, and we'll write ours out.
And so when she said the 85, you need to talk about the occupancy as well.
I had home occupant, yeah, but you guys need to put it in a sentence. How to phrase it. There's that for you. Oh wait, Mr. Dorn, could you make a copy so that we can have? And then on the other side is the
Oh, okay, it's all here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should make a copy of that really quick so that we can have our own. Can I see that back for?
Who's gonna work?
Both sides?
Yeah, both sides.
So,
Ch-
can
Thank you.
that schedule?
Oh. Can we have this here as well?
We can come. Who's got the best hand? It's not me.
Whoever wrote the one, it was legible.
I had to work till we wrote that.
Okay.
I'm just being honest.
It was legible. Well, when you see my handwriting, you're
Believe me, the
gonna,
people that work for me come in like, what does that say?
when you see mine, it's not much better, so.
Probably better than Jeff's.
He has horrible writing, but he's got
I like that was
the
okay.
language skills. I was like, who's gonna write on that?
That's true.
It doesn't work. There, these
I-
are,
I know.
three and only one works.
You got some paper?
Well, I got it. So you're gonna write on a legal pad, can I? I can write on a legal pad. I got it. I'm just writing on a legal pad. That's fine.
Okay, let's knock it out.
Yeah, she's bringing me to a list. I'll take this. She wrote them all down and my language on the one, so just put all. You're anxious, are you? It's not like Christmas or anything. By the way, I was kind of teasing you earlier about some of your comments. I mean, they're good comments, but I mean, man, you guys have must have had some really bad experiences up here. But I gotta tell you, I'm pretty selfish about who I represent. I only represent guys like Romeo and Hughes and people like that,
Yeah, the Roman Allen Hughes has a history of flipping.
oh, really?
Well, they sell them. They get the zoning in and then they
Romeo
sell
and
it.
Hughes doesn't, and Romeo does. So there's a difference.
Well, they will represent.
No, I understand.
Yeah, I mean, we just, these guys have been around for long enough that they've seen quite a few things. Just cross the Ts and dot the Is, so that's your copy.
Okay, here's the thing. Make sure we get. There's
Well, that's
there's
ours.
power, there's a couple of these. Oh, this is the. That's the original.
That's good. All right, so you guys can take those two copies with you. I have the original. And then, you guys want
Yeah, we had a table or something. we
to,
could-
yeah,
Yeah, you can set one up back there.
you can sit back here if you want,
All right,
or you can set
okay.
one up back there.
Okay.
Do you want to have it set up back there?
Either one's fine.
Was there a table back there?
There's a table, there's chairs.
A few years.
Yeah.
You were the commissioner, I think, it's the first time.
Yeah, let's do
We
it.
started rubbing elbows, I think.
Yeah, I've only got 9 more months left.
Uh-oh. Yeah, did you,
To what?
I understand you got elected to a position in Delaware County. Congratulations. Treasurer, congratulations.
But they don't take office until the first Monday in September.
That's different. Instead of the first one. It's definitely different. Yeah, you've been through quite a few different positions in the county and the townships. So, still up on Curve Road? Yeah, because we figured that out when we were working on a sewer job that we saw your name. We were working on this back to the sewer district.
So the farm's only been in the family since 1850. Been in for all since 1850.
Oh, wow. Long time.
So do we want to recess?
Well, so, we can either take a quick break, but, so I can move to recess and continue in 30 minutes, but I am not comfortable going into the things on the special meeting that should be intended for the regular meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, so, but you're fine with
what you said, 30 minutes and then come back
Yeah.
and then finish this
Second.
special meeting and then go into
Yeah, but the year-end meeting was posted for 4:30.
yeah, but we can always start late.
We can start early.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize it was 4:11. Okay, yes, we can always start late, we can't start early.
Right.
Yes,
We
okay.
can start early.
But I don't want to start the year-end meeting until we're done.
Correct, okay.
So let's,
So we'll say 30 minutes?
Yeah, I think we'll be ready for sure, we're hustling.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so, say, move to recess and continue, the hearing for BZC case 24-008 to, 4:45 PM, located at 3271 Cheshire Road.
second.
Call roll, please.
Randall,
Yes,
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien. Yes.
we'll reconvene it.
And with that, make a motion that we recess and continue the meeting of the
Okay,
Second.
I can't hear you.
We seconded, Jeff. We seconded adjourn. Did you hear?
Well, not adjournment, recess.
Recess and continue.
We had the
The
public
meeting.
hearing and then we had the meeting.
So the first one was the hearing, the second one is for the meeting itself.
So we have to do another roll call. Sorry.
That we recess and continue the meeting at 4:45. So moved.
Second.
Call roll, please.
O'Brien? Yes. Randall?
Yes.
Fuller?
Yes. Okay, we're now recessed.
Yes.
I got something I wanted to tell you.
Hang on.
then mix it
What do you guys think?
This is maybe your copy.
I made a couple of them out there. There's
Yeah.
I'm happy to read each one of them.
Yeah.
Just trying to make out the wording, that's all.
As I told trustee Fuller, there's a couple of things you can have on your list. I have my notes, so I added, just so you know I'm an honest man.
I think I'm gonna make it.
Really?
I did.
Let me see.
Hopefully read precise. Please what? A reader's list? Yeah. Real message. Everyone sees this in keep them fridge just in case. You want to ask them pH. I think the commercial is say tractor people, but that's the preserved or homemade. This is cheap. Try to close.
Is that?
Technically, they should be shelf stable, pH.
That's a double negative.
So it should be.
I only got one, an HOA shall maintain CBU parking and CBU.
There's one of them. By the way, there wasn't much, I'm just.
No.
With some things we just clarified, like the open space turf type grass.
Sure, yeah,
We
yeah,
said we're maintaining those.
yeah, sure, type grass, that's good, that's a nice adjustment.
I'm happy to read them all over, if you can read them.
I think we'll go over a couple.
All right, we're ready. I brought a little snack too, because I figured this is gonna be a long one.
I figured if we got two more, I'd make a wrong assessor market.
We still have two other meetings today outside of this one, just so you guys know.
Not zoning hearing.
No, regular and a year-end meeting, I mean, but they're gonna be about as long, so. We're not even a third of the way through.
You're welcome to stay, but it's kind of like watching paint dry.
You can also get online if you're looking for something to sleep tonight.
Oh, I know what I changed.
Prior to HOA term.
Trustee Rail, the other I changed, you said the stone walls at or below grade, I just put below grade.
There you go. You ready, Ken? Whenever you're ready, Paul.
I'm gonna stand up here so I can write on something.
I need a couple of documents.
To resume the special meeting for EZC case 24-008. pick it back up. I don't know if we need a motion for that.
No, not to start.
Okay. So with that, the applicant has provided us with a list of revisions to the original plan, and I'd like to just go over those and discuss after next. With that, I'll turn it over to trustee Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I see that there's been 13 changes at the applicant's request. I believe that these are currently handwritten, so just want to ensure that we're on the same page with the language and that any clarification is needed. Trustee O'Brien, did you have anything that you wanted further clarified?
Yes, could you read to us number 4, please?
Number 4, to qualify as a side-load garage, a home must have at least one garage that does not face a road.
I read must as not, and
Excuse me?
I read must as not, so
Okay.
that changed the meaning totally, so. Okay.
But didn't I have, was this maybe addressed below? Didn't I have any garage facing a road shall not qualify as part of the 20% total?
Yeah,
But isn't that the same thing?
no,
No,
but,
because it still qualifies as, what, sorry.
but we had agreed in previous meetings, and my understanding was that as long as one of the, and this was actually me giving it to you two, because you both liked the ones that had,
One facing, the garages were facing each other.
no, well, that too, but where, a house had one that faced the road and one that did not.
Yeah,
You liked that.
when they were two back, one faced the road. I don't like any houses that face out to like Pyatt Road, for example.
Right. No, that's not what's happening.
But then the next one over from there, they could face the road.
That's fine too.
Okay.
But this is, if you have a house and, so it's side load here, but then there's one that faces, it's an ancillary small one that faces the road, and then, I can't really draw it. Can you draw it? You know what I'm talking about.
You have the lot, and the house sits like this, and this is your garage, this is my driveway. They put one here. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
So you see that one, and it usually is a standalone, so you'll have 1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
It looks,
Yeah.
So
Can
this,
look
I
fair
still
enough.
like it.
their language allows that.
Yeah,
What your language would not.
it's right here. Right here.
He's saying the language we have.
Yeah,
this is a side load.
I'm still okay with it.
Okay. So the language is okay.
I have one more clarification that I added to my notes that you didn't have.
For
And
the
it was
side
in number 11.
Oh, well, let's let him go through the other clarifications.
Okay, on 7, could you read, I couldn't read the
Yeah.
handwriting.
CBU foundations must be plumb with no grade.
Okay, all these musts look like not to me.
Okay.
You're sounding like my staff at my office.
That's like very not.
9,
9, all amenities for the development must be completed prior to HOA turnover.
all the musts look like nots to me. Okay, now this one I have a little bit of a concern about.
Which one?
So,
Which one?
10, I apologize. I think you all can read my mind. So on 10, it's just any retention pond. So if it moves out of Reserve D.
That's fine, I mean, that's where it is right now, but you want to say any retention pond? That's fine. Okay,
Could you read 12, please?
HOA to maintain CBU parking and CBU area.
Okay, so I want that to be clearer, so that they know that they're going to have to take care of snow.
So they have to-
So that they know that they're going to have to take care of the snow. So this is accurate, but I want it more.
How about including but not limited to snow?
Yes, I like that.
Perfect.
Hold on a minute.
And if you could read 13 to me, please, open spaces.
Open space must be maintained in turf-type grasses mowed on a regular basis.
I like that better than what I wrote.
Yeah, I like, it's just I couldn't read it.
Yeah.
So the only other change only other thing I have in my notes, you didn't have is in number 11.
Yeah.
The second sentence, any change in open space amenities will require similar value replacement. Just a further, you still have to come in for the major modification, but
Yeah,
that was something that I think trustee O'Brien.
yeah, that's good.
And then the attachment was that drawing that shows how the parking's gonna work on one CBU. And I had the developer sign this as committee to it all, including the modifications.
Yeah, so you have a little modification, sign it, and that will be the final draft. We'll accept that as
So what
the,
you going to the initial, what I just changed?
yeah, what you just changed.
Remind me what we just changed, it was,
It was in
open space, it was the any retention pond, come on for a minute. It was number 10, any retention pond, not just preserving, so initial over here. And then, this, that's fine, yeah, and then, including not limited to snow removal down here on the wall. Then you want, how do you want to do this? Do you want us to have him make new copies of this, with these changes? Okay.
We are typing it as we speak.
Yep, great. And then we'll accept the original as the
Okay,
exhibit.
perfect. And if you'll give us a copy.
How to make a copy and,
Two?
Make us 4, would you please?
Total 4 copies.
Yeah, total 4. We need 4. How many do you need? Just have one
we just
original?
need that.
Okay. Good. You guys gonna get home for Christmas? You're gonna, we're gonna get home on me. Huh? What we got your Christmas shopping?
Our normal meetings start at 5:30 and end at midnight usually.
What's that?
We usually start about 5:30 and
Oh, you
then
do?
and end at midnight.
No. Your regular trustee meetings in at midnight?
Sometimes.
You know, sometimes they go a little longer.
Wow. You know, I'm not trying to give you any ideas, but some places I work now, it's like, when it's 9 o'clock and we're done. So. But they do that primarily on zoning hearings, not on township business.
Yeah. The business is the business.
Yep.
It expands to what needs done.
Well, we appreciate you working with us, on this hearing and working with these changes. And, we'll get the final books up here in good order.
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate that.
Because there's nothing worse than us not having the same agreed upon terms in the final books we all end up with. When 2 or 3 years from now, somebody calls me and says, well, we agreed to with that.
Yeah, and just for clarification, the BZC requests, what we're requesting is additive to their conditions. It's not
In substitution.
in substitution of, yeah.
Yeah.
So we probably need to make that in the motion.
Yeah, we can, just to ensure clarity.
Yes. Not that we really should have to, but.
Well, in some cases, we do,
I mean,
Parents will
modify-
say that they don't know how to
Modify
make the
their-
copy or collate, so I stand there and make
one
copy,
but-
4 done.
All right, so here's the official that we proposed and the developer signed and noted all
right,
changes.
and we're at exhibit 18.
I believe that's correct, let me double check.
Can you
We
date the
are-
original?
Excuse me?
Can you date that real quick?
Yeah.
That's funny. Just have a spot date. And we're on to exhibit 18, you said?
That's correct.
Move to approve the applicant conditions to Berlin Township trustees on 12/23, along with the estates at Berlin CBU parking at Reserve C amendment dated 12/23/2024 as Exhibit 18, with the former exhibits taking precedence over the latter,
Did you say as,
as requested by the applicant.
Later taken precedent.
Yeah, I did that one.
Later taken precedent over earlier.
Second.
And make sure that, include that friendly amendment at the applicant's request.
Call roll, please.
Rail.
Yes,
Bullard.
Yes.
O'Brien. Yes.
okay.
And there it is.
Okay, is there anything further?
We need a vote on
Do the motion on the whole thing.
Yeah.
the.
But, I mean, there's nothing further about the changes, so yeah. Anything further on the changes? Anything further on the changes?
Fine.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I believe we're ready for a motion to vote. Oh, I can do it.
Yeah,
Why don't you do it?
no.
Okay.
You can do it also.
Okay, move to approve BZC case 24-008, preliminary and final development one-step process for the estates at Berlin, with the acceptance of all exhibits 1 through 18, with the latter taking precedence over the former, and with the noted conditions provided in Exhibit 18 intended to serve as a complement to and not a substitute for the conditions made by the BZC upon approval.
Second.
Discussion?
Yes, I do appreciate the public's comment. There are some things discussed about density. I do believe it meets the requirements of the zoning text and the comprehensive land use plan. So although we would all like, I believe we all would like it to be less dense, it's in compliance, and thus I would recommend approval.
I'd like to add to that comment, echoing that our comprehensive land use plan, that is the document that is a vision for our township, does call for a density of 1.85. The applicant is coming in at 1.77, which is underneath the density of our comprehensive land use plan. And I think that the trails, the multi-use paths provided, will provide a key safety amenity for this area, attaching it to the schools and providing connectivity that's necessary for our township. So appreciate you listening to the residents and incorporating that.
I agree with all that. Anything else? Call roll, please.
Rail.
Yes.
O'Brien. Yes. Bullard.
Yes.
And we likewise want to compliment you and your zoning commission, and your staff. I mean, this has been a very pleasant experience. I think I speak for our whole team. It's been a very pleasant experience for all of us. We appreciate you working with us as the zoning commission did to continue to proceed things along. Sometimes it gets very difficult to come back month after month after month when we all know what the changes are. So I want to compliment you for that. I want to thank you. I want to say I'm sorry you had to stay till midnight tonight if you do this meeting. I want to wish you all Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Welcome, thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again.
Very much.
Take care.
Thank you. You taught me something today.
Harder.
The weed, I didn't know about that. That's it.
Good brother. With that, I would like to have a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Okay, call roll, please.
O'Brien. Yes. Rail.
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes. And with that, the special meeting is adjourned. I call meeting of the
Hang on, I gotta change tape. I'm very sorry about that.
Somebody forgot the program.
I'm sure they'll be back to about everything.
Looks very excited.
Left the book too.
Yeah. Yeah, changing tapes electronically takes longer than it did when it was mechanical.
It might be interesting. If not, we've got a ghost.
Well, we're not in session. Do you
We
remember,
are on
that's fine. Do you recall the name of the TIF that the greenery is in?
the. Chris Reinhardt did that, right? So maybe he would recall it. Do we want to add that as a late item?
Well,
I think it's on.
Ready? And we're back on.
Okay, we're ready. Let's call the meeting of Berlin Township Trustees year-end 2024 meeting to order. All please rise to join me in pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Trustee Bullard.
Here.
Trustee O'Brien.
here,
Trustee Rail.
Here.
Okay. Got the agenda, and next item is public comment. Hearing none, we'll move on. Approval of minutes.
Mr. Chair, I've had a chance to go through the meeting minutes and I've provided comments. I think that we are just going to need to potentially find another solution for the meeting minutes and capturing them to make certain that the nuances of the individual positions of the board, just the clarity that's necessary are being represented. So I provided my feedback for all the way through to the 12/9 meeting. But I'd encourage you all to review them as well, because I don't know that it's capturing, I felt for myself it's not capturing my positions very well, and I'm not sure that it's capturing your all positions well, and sometimes it's conflating our positions, which we might have agreement, but we might come to it from very, very different places. And so I think we're gonna need to do that, but I can't, in good conscience, bring anything forward because of those different discrepancies, misspelling, name confusions, and representation of positions. I am gonna work with the fiscal officer to get those meetings clarified, but I also think that we need to have a different system in place sooner than later. Unless you all want to commit to doing waywards of a couple hours of review of the written minutes. I think part of it's being because the transcription is also partially, if I'm understanding this right, Mr. Fiscal Officer, it's partially AI generated, and then you go through and you supplement later, right?
Yes, there's apparently, I presume it is AI that transcribes the sound recording, the digital sound recording. I use that. I also keep kind of a bare bones,
Yeah,
an outline of how it went, and between the two of them, I
reconcile, yeah.
reconcile.
And overall, it's not, it's things like, like it's talking about the siding, for example, and it says, in one portion it says, the materials that should be used include fruit, cement, and other natural stone-looking material. And you're just like, I know that you didn't put fruit in there.
No, I believe fruit is actually what was said in the meeting.
No, we were talking later on in the meeting, we talked about the color.
Right.
But this wasn't the color, this was the nature of the building materials. So it was saying brick, it's the actual materials that's being used, like vinyl siding, cementous
Okay.
material. So above, we talk about the material, then below, we talk about the colors, and then actually we did use fruit and flower
Okay.
colors because we said that those were natural. But fruit's not the building material, right? So we can't have public
Right.
meeting minutes say that the part of material that you can use is fruit. And I don't expect you to find every single flaw of that in the transcription is where I'm going with this. So I also think that truncating so much text makes it almost, makes it very challenging to follow the whole flow because you're going from a long text and then you're consolidating it. And I don't think it's capturing our positions appropriately. My recommendation is to seek to have an audio serve as the official record of minutes, and to have a journal that is kept clearly by the fiscal officer that has the resolutions and all of the documents that we go through in the meeting. So all that we have for the meeting minutes are the resolutions and documents, and then the official meeting minutes is the audio file. And I think that would serve to resolve a host of things. One, it would allow you to be freed up from having to do that reconciliation. Two, it would accurately represent our position in our own words, which I think is important to the preservation of the meeting minutes. And then three, we could turn it around in a timely manner without requiring the revision of all the board members.
I hate to bring it up, but we need to run that all by the prosecutor. And the reason is to make sure that we're being correct in the way that they want us to do the minutes.
I completely agree.
You know,
So we actually did that once.
Mhm.
And we were close to adopting that position.
And the reason why, if I recall correctly, was because at the time, the fiscal officer at the time could not assure that what was needed, which is we need a clear, accurate audio file of that meeting, and that needs to be preserved. And that probably will require some additional research of finding a mechanism that, because for example, using our microphones, some meetings you can't pick up the wording as well as other meetings. And that was one of the board's concern at the time, was that it would get fuzzy and then the official meeting minutes are fuzzy. And we can't have that. So I think part of that process for our comfort level will be potentially to find some mechanism. Like even your device on this, it will cash out after how many minutes? Like
3 hours.
3 hours, which unfortunately we go over quite frequently. So we need to make certain that we have a backup mechanism or something in place that we're preserving an audio file clearly. That was the major concern. The prosecutor had approved it before, but I'd be willing to work with Jeff as well as Tony on this to get us to a point. I know Orange does, or Genoa does audio file.
So, but there are two things. There's audio and then there's video. So audio, I think I'd be more inclined to than the video.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Yeah. Because audio, we could have
A
the
backup.
mechanism that we have now, but then we could also have a secondary
Because
backup.
sometimes the video doesn't work and
Yeah.
we could have a different audio that, so if we have two recordings and
Yeah.
then we officially adopt one of them, we know that we've got the clearest one.
Exactly.
If we go with the video and it crashes out, we're in a world of hurt.
Yeah, because we only have one.
Yeah.
So what do you think about that, Mr. Fiscal Officer, as far as resolving some of the nuances of the?
I often say I couldn't be happier in a sarcastic way. No, I seriously couldn't be happier. I agree that that's the way to do it, is to have the audio, have an audio tape as the minutes, with the stipulation that we have to speak up and speak clearly and speak one at a time. What I've noticed about this transcription is it phases out when we turn into the normal voice. which we do sometimes. It turns in, when you turn into a mumble voice, it loses that. And when you speak over each other, it has problems sorting through.
So that might have been in the material of conversation. I think you were bringing up fruit and flowers as natural, and I was talking about materials, and it might have just blurred our words together in the transcript oddly.
Yeah, no, I remember dealing with that when I was writing those minutes, and no, I thought that fruit was what we were actually talking about.
Yeah,
That's why I
we do
left it in
below.
there,
We
yeah.
definitely do below. That's why, I thought it's just a very oddly placed.
Yes, it was.
So anyway, it sounds like there's consensus.
Mhm.
And so, Jeff, let's me and you, if you guys are amenable to that, coordinate on the backup mechanism for the audio. And I will reach out to Tony to keep you copied on this. And we will, make certain that we're good on all that front to get that updated for moving forward.
Now,
With that, we'll still keep a journal.
yes,
Right.
And so you still have the resolution wording and any documents. And then we'll call that the trustee journal of record for the meeting minutes.
so this is where we really need Tony, because at some point we need to transition from our minutes book to a journal. And I know the county commissioners have a journal. They don't have a minutes book.
Mhm.
So the journal is like you prepared for our organizational meeting. That's what the commissioner's office has before they start the meeting. And then that's what's approved and signed off on by the commissioners after it's been completed, much like our minutes.
Like a consent agenda?
No, you have to still approve.
Oh, okay. Okay, but they approved.
But, so instead of, what the clerk does there, where is the organizational one?
Right here.
The clerk will say, in the matter of establishing the 2025 schedule as listed. And there's a motion to approve and a second, and then if there's discussion, there's discussion. If not, you just vote on it. Okay? You don't read the whole, unless somebody wants it read for a reason, and there's different reasons why you might want it read, but it doesn't need to be read. And then that is approved by the commissioners. But that's not what you approve when you approve the minutes, you're approving the audio.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But the signature goes on the journal, not the minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But we need to have clear from the prosecutor's office what the transition is between the minutes and the journal. Because there's something peculiar about a journal. And I don't know what it is.
Okay.
It's a technicality, but it's important.
It's gotta be right.
Yeah. But there are a number of townships around here that use audio for minutes and have a journal.
And maybe the technicality is just having a resolution that says what is what.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And a records retention part that goes into it.
Yeah.
But there's something peculiar. We can't just do it without.
Yeah, I agree. Well, the records retention says that the meeting minutes right now are paper, so that will have to be updated anyway. But we do have that out. I do have that outstanding because I have a question out to Tony for the records retention related to zoning, so that we could store the electronic version of the
Yes,
files.
and it would be nice to get it consolidated so that they're not all different years. And I know that you can't shorten something that legally has to be longer, but we can make something a little bit longer than is required so that we have some continuity, because what I've said in the past is if you've got
20 different deadlines for everything, the reality is nobody ever destroys anything because they're
If
afraid.
that is the reality, then we're no better off. But my contrasting point to that is you don't want to have something that you could get rid of end up being a liability because you arbitrarily made it 5 years when you can destroy it in 3.
Well, I think the problem is is not really that. It's that it is 3 and you destroyed it at 5, as opposed to saying it will be kept until 5. So if you say it's going to be destroyed at 3 and then you arbitrarily keep some to 5 and sometimes you don't, then that could get you kind of in a mess. But if you had it at 5, that's not really a mess because you said you were going to keep it for 5.
Yeah, but if legally we only have to keep it for 3, but then there's a gap year where then we introduce a whole 2 years of liability where we would have to produce documents that we didn't have to produce had we stayed by the requirement.
I get that. But what I want to do is actually follow the retention schedule.
And in absence of following it, which is what you're saying, the reality is that we aren't following it, so everything ends up being 5, 6, 7 anyway. Yeah. That would be a good task for an administrator to implement.
Yes.
Yes.
Writing that as a priority. Okay, so apologies for that discussion, digression, Mr. Chair, but I'm working with the fiscal officer to get all those other meeting minutes and we'll have them ready for next meeting.
Okay, so that'll be next year.
Yeah.
Okay, next item, discuss, consider, take action regarding damage to township hall resulting from our court. We need to do anything?
No.
As-
I need to finish compiling the documents that, I haven't sent the roof and the siding to Mr. C yet. So I'll get those to him.
Should we keep that on the agenda until that's confirmed or?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
That way I'll remember.
Okay, next item is fire department.
So there are, as you may notice, quite a few requisitions for the fire department. But I would recommend that we do that at the organizational meeting because otherwise
Okay,
he's going to have to open the books and close the books and
no
open them
problem.
and close them again. And that's not,
And the one thing I wanted to say is that notice that SOGs and SOPs that were being reviewed, and I thought that was great, and it looked like it was moving along.
yes, now you need to look, he sent to you a copy, so you need to, if you don't mind, look at that and so that we can adopt them if you.
I did have the opportunity to look at both copies and appreciated comments being called out as well as the clean version. The only one that I had a question about actually was the organizational chart that was listed.
Mhm.
It showed the assistant chief going to the fire chief directly and then all the staff under the assistant chief. My understanding was the assistant chief only is over all of the staff in the absence of the fire chief. But it looks like there's a direct connection. And then it goes off from the assistant chief to the community risk. And there's like a bubble above it that doesn't have anything identified. So just the org structure. If you have a line to it, that to me means a direct report. And so I just was a little confused on it. Everything else I thought looked great. I thought the ethics looked great. I thought the recommendations were overall good. I mean, as far as from my standpoint, but there might be some technical items to address, but I was impressed.
So I had anticipated it being much easier than this may sound amazing, but I thought it'd be easier than it is.
That is amazing.
Because it's taken a lot. But Mr. Stocker came up with a lot of good concerns, and I didn't appreciate all that would need to go into it. He actually took time. I appreciate his work. It's just that it then requires a new cycle of doing things again. So
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. This is where we wanted it to be at this time, so I think we're right on track with things. I mean, slower, but progress, not perfection, right?
Yes.
Anything else on fire department?
We will have at the organizational meeting, we're going to have to address an additional, item in that 393 needed an emergency repair, and it's being repaired at this moment.
And the comment about the fan situation, is that organizational meeting or here?
We can do it here.
Okay. I was just curious on that because what it says is we're kind of locked out of doing anything grant-wise next year.
Well, for the deadline for next year, but not to apply next year for the following.
Yes,
Sure.
yes.
Yes, that's accurate. Now, the question will come, because the fire hose that would likely be granted for a grant. The fire chief would like to go ahead and purchase that because it has some, obvious advantages. For one thing, it's lighter and is able to be carried by the firemen much quicker. It's easier maintained, doesn't have to be dried like the other cotton and things like that. So he wants to go ahead and purchase it, but if we purchase it, then we're not going to get a grant for it next year.
That's correct.
So, and the other functions, but it's not, perhaps it's safe to use because it's heavy.
But we've been using it, right?
Yes. So you might want to consider having him address that and then decide that one when he's here. Because I know that in the past, we've always had long discussions about fire hose. It just is an item that seems to be an item that we have to talk about. So I didn't want to say to him, yeah, go ahead with the fire hose, without the board saying,
How much money are we talking?
do you have that?
Is it, that is on town, this doesn't matter, is it $2,000 or $10,000?
Oh, that's over 10.
That's what?
It's well over 10.
If we made the purchase, my question would be if we made purchase of the hose this year, could we identify something else as a necessity for the fall?
So that would be a question for the chief that I don't know the answer to. I would really like the chief to discuss grants with the board.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely knowledgeable on them, so I think it'd be good. January. Yeah.
Anything else on
The organizational analysis has begun, if you got that comment from him. He met with them on Friday, and there was a date identified in January.
27th, I believe.
Was that what it was? And I don't know if the board.
When we were all gonna meet with them.
So,
I can be available on the 27th at 4 p.m.
Yeah, I believe that's the date he was talking about.
so other than that, that's all I have.
And so
For
do you
this
want,
meeting, now
Yeah.
organizational meeting, there will be.
do you want to do the purchase order for the organizational meeting? or
Yes,
this one?
yes,
And then all the other ones as well.
yes, please.
Okay, anything else on fire? Okay, moving on to roads. I missed the meeting, but you were there, flashing crosswalks, feeling the signs and so forth. You want to comment on that?
So, sure, I talked about it at the last meeting a little, and, so the, school board is going to, pay for the items. The county is going to,
Install?
well, they're going to contract to have them installed. So the school board will either pay them directly or may pay the county instead. Now, what the school wanted us to agree to, which of course I was silent on anything that required a commitment. The county said they would do it if it was a county road. And someday it may become a county road, but
we left it there. But what they wanted was, if it requires a hawk, that, HAWK, that, the township would then be responsible for it. And of course, I was silent. Well, actually, I wasn't quite silent, because I did say that if, Pyatt Road was so busy, we would anticipate that the county would take over Pyatt and Rolison Road.
Sure.
I said, because otherwise we wouldn't really commit to it actually attaching Rolison to Pyatt, but, if it attached, county can commit to it all they want. But I really don't see a need for a hawk by the township, unless it does connect, because that's for a really busy road. They wanted us to commit as well to maintaining them, which I didn't, but if they're paying for it, because we had talked about the fact that if we might pay for one if they paid for the other. Well, if they're paying for both and one gets wiped out, we could pay for that to replace it, without committing to doing it in the future as well. Because I mean, the county said that generally you only need to replace them if somebody runs into them. And I said, well, people do that and they're uninsured, because they said the insurance picks it up. And when I said, yeah, but they're oftentimes uninsured, they were silent on that. But that's how the conversation, it was actually a very positive conversation. I liked the county's perspective. They were,
Amenable?
yes, they were very positive. I thought, didn't you? Jesse was there as well.
I think we've right now got a pretty good, I mean, I'm not saying in the past we didn't, but I've got a pretty good relationship with the upper management and Doug, of course, and everything. We seem to work together quite well and getting whatever we need.
And since the meeting was going positive, there were a couple of negative things. I thought I'll just keep my mouth shut, because I don't need to get into a problem that isn't now. You know, if it's a problem later, we'll address it later, but there's no reason to be a stick in the mud when things are going beautifully.
Because it may or may not be a problem.
Exactly. And the whole board may not be here in, 20 years. And when the problem happens, we're not really going to make the decision then anyway.
Well, good. Thank you for going. Appreciate it.
And we did mark where they're going. There's white stakes, there's survey stakes with white paint. The ones at Glen Mead will be on the north side of the intersection. And the ones at Hyatt and Preston Field will be where the crosswalk already is. So when they put it in, I've already got planned for our program, we will remove the curb ramp on the one that will not be used, because there's 2 curb ramps at Glen Mead. So we'll take that out, put regular type 6 curb and gutter in, and take that little stretch of sidewalk out and reseed it so that they have to go. That curb ramp won't be there anymore to cross Hyatt. So, but it will be there until they put in the flashlight.
One other, just an aside, the school asked and the county said that Pyatt Road, the housing development, will be required to put in the crosswalk for that to
The middle school.
So there will be 3 at
Three,
least.
right.
I don't think that's in our development text.
No, but it's
It's in their county.
It's in our county text. Got
the county engineer has a lot of power.
it. Nice. Wonderful.
Well,
So,
when we-
I mean, well, yeah.
you can't control that from county can.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else on that? The 2025 road improvement estimate.
So you guys have got that in front of you. I don't know if you had time to look it over.
Was that an email to me?
This is the list of roads. And
It should have been an email a while back. I can go back and resend it to the deal. I got it.
yeah, it was a long time ago.
So from,
I forwarded it from John Huffman.
What this is what they will use to go off of this. We
If you didn't get like
add
that.
to it, but we can't delete from it.
So,
the one from Matt Clint, Matt.
No, it should have been from Huffman, unless,
The final,
the final was for this year. There should have been another one right around that same time for what you got on the paper right now. I can go resend it. I'm not going to do it with my phone.
It would have to be after 12 too, because it's 12.
Did you get an email?
I just resent it from my phone.
Okay, thank you.
Now, what you're going to get online is a lot more than the 2 pieces of paper I printed. I had him put with each road what it's going to cost, like the traffic control and like the incidentals that go with it, so you can see how the breakdown is for each road. But what's on that 2 pieces of paper is just basically the summary.
This is the list we're gonna start with, and then moves to a page per road, where it defines what gets done and what's involved. My suggestion is that we sign this and send it back for getting this.
The big expense is the 2 roads in Sherman Lakes. They're pretty bad shape. Luckily, it's in the open ditch part of Sherman Lakes. And we're just going to mill a little bit out to get some bad asphalt out, and then we're going to pave them. That was we ran through a couple scenarios, and they did check the base in it, and the base is good, so we don't have to literally redo the whole road. We're going to just do a little thicker pavement than we usually do, 1.25 inches. We're going to do 1.5 inches to try and help firm these up. And we're doing the one thing we need to think about going forward as a board is concrete driveways. Because as it sits right now, they just wing out over the driveways and then there's people that complain because there's concrete or asphalt on the concrete. But we still require by law to make a as smooth as possible approach. So if we're raising the road, you have to raise the wing out over their driveways. The one way around doing that is to take a grinder on a skid loader or a mill and grind a joint in their concrete and then have it go flush.
No, I don't think so.
To their driveway. Then because the other issue is if you pave over top, there's always going to be that bump.
Mhm.
So, or we got to start having them not put concrete clear to the road.
I thought we had a resolution that they couldn't. Didn't we pass that or did we not pass that?
If we couldn't do concrete to the road.
Yes.
We did. It's just that, it happens, and then especially in the curb and gutter places, but it does happen other places where new driveway gets put in and it's already.
Because that whole subdivision is that way, paved to the
Which subdivision?
Sherman Lakes.
So I'm not sure that the resolution existed when that happened. I don't know. But Pyatt Road, there were some new driveways just put in, and those are inspected. So did we say they could pave,
The one,
concrete that far?
so there's one they put in without an inspection. I'm working on that one.
Well, they should rip it out.
I haven't got the builder to call me back. The one for the Romanelli and Hughes on this end, there is a 2-foot gap between the pavement and, because I caught it when they was forming. The other one they did when I wasn't here, and I couldn't do nothing until after it was all said.
So they came in and got a permit and?
Both of them got permits, but the one forgot to call me, because if you look, the one on the south end, the culvert's about that far in the ditch. So it's only that much, the culvert is about all twerking, because either A, they want us to clean the ditch out, or B, they put the culvert in too deep. So that's the one I'm working, they're a builder out of Granville, and I'm playing phone tag with the person.
Yeah, but I'm worried about the snowplow coming and hitting that, cement and tearing the.
Well, they're gonna put it like the one up here, I just haven't got into, we haven't connected yet.
So, do you recall if the resolution said 2 feet from the road or what it said?
I don't remember the distance.
So what I would recommend, if you can't find that resolution, is write a new one that has what language that you want. And then I would also recommend that you write an article for the next newsletter, so people know when they do a cement driveway, what is actually gonna happen. Now, I've said what I want, now I don't know if the board agrees with me.
So,
Where my part comes from is people think that getting the water going on the road is the right thing to do, which is absolutely is the wrong thing to do.
Right, because it ices up and.
For all the reasons, it's a bad thing to do. Besides catching the snowplow and doing all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, we need to spend a little time educating people on what needs to be done
I definitely agree with the resolution. For the informing of residents, it's almost like that's too far down the road in the newsletter. I almost think it should go in the zoning resolution or something like that, so that as they're planning the building.
Oh, I'm okay
Right?
with both, yes.
So maybe language for the zoning resolution is the right place to put that, and then newsletter, I would envision it being more nuanced in terms of, as we do road improvements, please understand that if your driveway is not in compliance with this zoning resolution, then that may cause issues for our trucks, that may.
Well, or you may have to rip out your driveway.
Well,
because the other,
it would be cut it back.
Well, yeah, that's.
It's pretty dramatic to rip out
The part right there, not compliant.
Yeah.
But
But can we hold them to that if we didn't pass the resolution before?
well, no. It would only go back to when
When
it
the
was done.
resolution.
And I don't really want to penalize people before that because,
But really, it's the builder initially, right?
Well, yes, but there's homeowners that come.
Oh, yeah, they'll do that.
Well, they're usually the worst because the builder kind of knows what trustee Buller is saying, it's going to cause water on the road. You can't have that. It's the individual homeowner that comes and says, I've had this stone driveway for 10 years. I'm tired of it. I want a nice concrete.
Yeah,
And they build it up. And sometimes it's that much higher than the road.
yeah.
And a snowplow comes and you've lost your blade. Well, now we've got no snowplow for however long it takes to repair it.
Yeah, a nice smaller article would be nice, especially for that situation, the repairing of, and just to inform folks as we're asphalting, what to expect.
Yeah.
so 2 points if I can on that. One thing that we don't do at the zoning right now is we only inspect culverts and approaches. We do culverts in non-curb and gutter, and we do approaches in curb and gutter. Curb and gutter is not a problem because curb and gutter's there. But we don't have anything for if someone, like you said, has a gravel driveway, there's no permit or no inspection process. Anybody can put anything they want on the driveway. So you can have a gravel, like your driveway could be gravel now, and you decide in 5 years you want to concrete it. They call it here, but we have no permit or inspection for that.
So do you want to ask, can you please ask Tony if there's a way that we can require?
Yeah. And then
And work with Levi on that too.
The one thing I've been
Because then we
doing,
can update, we're gonna have the updates to the
Right.
zoning resolution here for mid-January, so if we want to do this language, get it in
Now's the
there.
time.
Yeah,
and then on the other issue is, because we talked about in the past doing a true access management plan, and this would fall into that when we get that completed. But in the interim, what I've been using is the county specifications for the driveways, because they're the ones that show, and I just hand every builder that I talk to that says they're going to do concrete, it shows the 2 foot between the edge of road.
So that's what the county requires. Yeah. So it's good to say, this county does it, we do it too.
Right, and then I hand them the engineer's drawing, because it's the engineer's stamp drawing, I say, here's because it'll also help with the fire department, because some of these drives they're putting in on Hyatt, I question if they're really wide enough at the road for a fire truck to turn in on this, like, to make a right-hand turn. And so if the flare's not wide enough, then the fire truck has to get in oncoming traffic's lane to make the turn to swing in their driveway.
So, but don't we have that in our permit, plan, the width of the flare?
It doesn't call it, it's always after the fact what they put, it doesn't give a minimum of what we want. That's where we need to, part of our wording when we do this, we need to start putting in what we.
Okay, so can we get that changed immediately though? So, because, yeah, I don't want a fire truck to flip because they went into the ditch. Because some of the ditches like on Sharon.
The next item is to spend quite a bit of time on driveway paperwork, permits, design, the whole thing.
Yeah.
We need to spend some time.
between Levi and you, I'm sure that you guys can come up with something quicker than later.
So we don't stay here all night. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the estimate from the county engineer to use the construction cost estimate dated 12/2/24 to be used for bidding for the road improvement project for 2025. So moved.
Second.
Just so you guys know on that, anything on that we decide later on, we can take off, we just cannot add to.
Okay.
So if something comes back wacky priced or inflated, we can take it off, we just can't add any more to.
And so no chip and seal plan for this next year?
Not next year.
So I'll be glad when you guys have that discussion in the future.
Okay,
I'll be ready.
just gonna call the roll.
Brian,
Yes.
Randall,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes. The thing to look at on that,
And that doesn't even sign off.
if you look at McClellan Drive, it's got, grind and,
Mill and fill.
pipe. For essential one. So for that curb and gutter street, you're looking at 2.5, or not, 250,000 to do, a mile of curb and gutter street similarly.
Yeah, I see what you're
So,
saying.
so it just gives you the,
Comparable savings, yeah.
the, how much it is now just to do the road work. And the road work isn't gonna go down, at least I don't think it is. So we need to be careful of it. The other thing is, there's no onyx coating in here because the onyx is no longer available. So you see a lot of the rejuve and that sort of thing, which is a little more expensive. Another option, which is more expensive, is the micro sealing.
Yeah.
And you can microsurface it to get it there.
So why did the onyx go away?
The onyx went away because it requires a temperature, room temperature of 70 degrees to be able to put it on and have it cure. And it makes such a short season that they can use it, that they couldn't make enough money to keep their crew. And they have a crew dedicated to do that, but they got too much off time at the end of the year.
So is this the one, the asphalt rejuvenation that kind of blackens the striping for a period of time?
Yes.
And so we're okay on that for this year, but are we okay on that when the new reflectivity law goes into effect?
Yes, because the only road we have that is close is Shanahan, that meets the traffic requirements. And unless they're just a little over a week, it's not ours. So it's a traffic count thing.
Do I give it to him or?
And the next road we
That gets turned
have,
over in the week.
January 1st,
This one's signed.
Oh.
as long as everyone follows what was talked about, agreed upon. And Mike Love's already got it planned. He's taking it over for snow and ice back in November. Him and I already worked that out.
Splendid.
That might have played.
But the next road we have that will be close traffic count is going to be high, but it ain't there yet.
I really think that Glen Road is up there.
And it may be, and
And it depends on when they do the counter. But if they do the counter at the right time, I think it's already over. Because it's just constant. Coming from Delaware Township onto Glen Road is just constant.
Oh, okay.
Here's a road inventory. We've got a road inventory now. We've got a potential cost and potential ways that it could be repaired and how much it would cost.
What's this email?
I just have got it ready to email in the morning.
Thank you.
I wanted to talk about it just a little bit because this is what Ken's been wanting to talk about, to put some money in the capital improvements program, so you have like a four. That is not it's a road inventory, but it's not by condition. It's by roughly a 25-year life cycle. So if the roads are, I just did an average road, hopefully will last us 25 years. And that gives you an idea of mainly what can be done to it at the end of its life. So a lot of these roads, we can do microsurfacing in the subdivision. And mainly all this is to give you what it's going to cost us for the next 25 years to pave. And I did it inflated and non-inflated at the end.
So this is the non-inflated and this is.
And that's using
This is what it would cost today's dollars and what it will probably cost when it actually is done.
Mm-hmm.
And that is mainly just to give you guys a reference point to start the capital improvements fund, because there's some years we're not going to have a high dollar amount, but like the way they're turning these subdivisions over in 10, 15 years, we could have, it potentially could all be graded at the same rate. We could have all of Burnley Manor. We could have all, and that's going to be some serious outlay of cash that we need to start projecting for now.
So the way I view this is the minimum.
And let's talk about the 25 years for a second. If you talk to the engineers will say, and ask, what is the life expectancy of a road? They'll say 7, 8 years. But that's in terms of like 23 and 71 and places like that. When you get the lower volume, that's how we've kind of taken a window and said 25 years is probably what we'll get out of a road. 7 years, we're never going to get that kind of traffic volume or that sort of stuff. So we're doing some guessing as far as picking the 25 years. There isn't any data that says low volume, low usage roads is going to last 25 years. So it could be 20 years, could be 30 years.
Well, and it could be
That's what we can do.
it could be much less because if you get a lot of winters that are hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold, they start to crack. If you have all cold, that's not a problem. If you have all warm, that's not a problem, but it's the freezing, thawing, that ruins a road. And so there's no way to know actually how long it will really last.
It's like we used to get more life expectancy out of the road when we used coal tar versus petroleum tar. Because coal tar dries to a flexible membrane. The petroleum tar cures to a hard surface and it's cracked and gets brittle. So you end up with more cracking with the petroleum tar than what you would get with coal tar that used to be used years ago. So it's all just, and who knows what's going to happen in the future.
Well, right. So,
But this is a start.
well, and I think it's an excellent start because we know this is going to be the minimum cost in 25 years. Now, this does not include the $1,050,000 that we have to pay for Shanahan.
And that also doesn't include any new roads that we get, because I really can't budget for that, because if you look on their YouTube, I think it's like $2,500, $3,500 per quarter mile to have done. So that's not including any of that or any striping. That is literally bones right there. That is that.
And
Well,
striping,
Shanahan is a one-time payment as opposed to like a
well,
continuous
7
thing.
years, but yes.
Yeah.
But, so when I asked for conservatively $2 million to be put into the capital budget, $1,050,000 of that is going to be
Yeah.
spent on
Shanahan,
Shanahan.
yeah, great.
But in the end, I think it's a great deal for us.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But it's still $1,050,000.
It's pretty cutting up front, yeah.
And, the greenery may or may not be able to pay for that. The TIF.
What do you mean?
So, as you recall, when we signed the agreement with the county,
Yeah,
they said TIF money could be used for that.
yes,
So, money that comes from the greenery.
Yeah.
TIF could pay for that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. But we
Oh.
don't know, because I have a call into, Sherry Lewis, used to be Sherry Baker, and she's not seen, that TIF money, and so I asked, because we have 31 houses, I believe, completed in the greenery, and we have 73 that are from permit to almost completed.
so.
And it's dated on January 1, what the houses are on January 1. So I asked, and if they don't appraise it, I don't know how we'll get in there.
But the greenery will pay into the TIF.
That's my understanding.
Okay, and there's no, because they committed to that when we were here.
Well, the greenery doesn't have to, we've already.
But the greenery already said they would when they were here. We had a conversation with them.
Yeah, but they couldn't fight it even if they wanted to.
Right. But so there's not been any
No,
Question.
but if they don't go appraise it, then it's the value based on January 1, and I don't know how they're.
yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. I thought for some reason they were not gonna pay it, but it sounds like it's just a little bit different than that.
But if you don't also mind following up, so they know it's not just me that's been picky about it.
I mean,
Because you already asked about it once.
yeah, I've already, and the TIF is on file.
Mhm. And then, Commerce Department, isn't it, who approved it?
Yeah.
If you're asking Sherry, that's who I would ask to find out. The other question could be, where are they with appraisals? And I can find that out too.
Okay. Once you follow up on appraisals, I'll follow up on the
Find out.
recording of the TIF.
And I will actually give her the parcel number. She wanted the parcel number, so I'll do that as well.
Okay.
Do that too.
That sounds good.
Okay. Next item is snow plowing. We got a contract from Pony Landscape, similar to what we did last year. $95 an hour for a plow truck or $95 an hour for a salt truck. My suggestion is that we approve this and we did it on an as-needed basis. Last year, we didn't need it. So it was just something that we had on the shelf that we could use if we needed to use it. With that, I make a motion that we approve the requisition to Pony Landscape for $95 an hour for snow plowing and or salt truck, dated 12/23, purchase requisition dated 12/23. So moved.
I'll second, but I have a question. Jeff, would you prefer that actually to be in the organizational meeting, or is it going to, are you going to have to open the requisition and then close the PO, or?
I think it would probably be smarter, yes, to do the PO for 2025 rather than 2020, do it in 2024.
So do you mind if we,
So I withdraw the motion.
Doesn't look like it's gonna snow the next week.
I
well,
would say
no,
that.
but we can do it in the organizational meeting, and then we'll be all set. So,
Put it in there. Got it.
but can I ask another question? Who is it that calls it? Is it you call them or Jesse calls them in order to get them
here.
The answer is yes.
Both of you can.
Easy.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, next item, and this would be a late item, is,
Well, it's in there, it's on the, it should be on the agenda I had. Yeah, well, that's for that Cheshire review.
yes, this is the Cheshire thing.
Yeah.
And the Cheshire thing is, we paved the street in Cheshire to raise the surface so the water wouldn't get on the street.
Correct.
And the landowner, complained about it, and then went back and filled in up to the street level with gravel and stuff, and so now we're getting water on the street. And the question is what we do, and we went to Melissa to ask a question, and it gets to be, what do we want to do, because we can clean the ditch out, we can do a bunch of things to, get the water where it will flow.
So what do you recommend?
Well, this, you need to read this whole thing, but, what I would recommend doing is us talking to the landowner and saying, look, we're either gonna come take out the gravel or take out enough of the gravel where it's gonna run around here and it's still gonna be here because the street isn't the ditch is on the property. So we need to do that. If that doesn't work, then we go to the next step and go with it and figure it out.
Okay.
I don't see any other way around it at this point. Now, the county is working toward putting in the roundabout over there. When they put the roundabout in over there, that'll improve the drainage in the whole.
Yeah, but you can't,
But that's not there now.
right, and I'm sure this is where you're really headed.
Sure.
We can't have water on the road that turns into ice this winter, so we gotta take care of it before the roundabout.
I completely agree with this.
So
Now, you said that where did you say this was? Is this on the agenda for today?
it should have, I thought I gave it to put on the agenda for, did you put it on, because it was Cheshire, I forget what I called it to,
Isn't that East Street?
Winter Street.
I don't see anything like that on the agenda.
I thought I sent it.
Part of what we were,
When you send agenda items to Jeff, could you just send it to trustees?
Yep.
Well,
That
not
way.
just, oh, you mean the title trustees? which
Was it
is-
road superintendent authority for right-of-way obstructions?
Yes.
That's,
Okay.
So the other part of
Because
what,
the reason is, just to clarify here, I want to be able to read these things in advance of our meeting. So if it only goes to Jeff, I can't prepare effectively for it. So I can't really speak to this, but as the conversation is going, I'm very familiar with this because of the zoning violations. So in this case, I'd be totally comfortable supporting you guys' recommendations, but just
Okay.
forward everything to trustees because then all four of us get it.
Okay.
And then it's not on Jeff to have to produce copies that then we don't get because we don't show up to the meeting, you know?
what I gave you is what our recommendation is, but that's taking it without looking at the big picture, because we got the big picture, which is to try to fix things with buildings and all the other stuff that's going on. And so that's why we got the.
But this is a pressing safety issue that water is getting on the street, which it did last year, turns the ice, and then it's a big safety hazard for residents. So, you know, that to me is, all the other stuff has been, we're working through with the landowner, but that to me is an urgent issue. Would you agree?
so what the paper is you have there, just kind of a summary is, when Ken and I was at the county meeting on the end of November, or no, it was December 13th, we was at the county engineers meeting. They brought up a thing in the higher revised code that as the road superintendent, I have authority to have stuff removed out of the right of way and stuff, but it has to be, that authority has to be delegated by the board in order for me to do that. So Ron and I talked about the other day, and there's two options. You can delegate me the authority, and that kind of puts some liability on me because it brings up that I have to be on that bonded or on that.
Yeah.
the other. Or you guys can direct me, and then I'm left out of the whole. I can still go do it, but I'm doing as directed. It's not me going off on my own.
Well,
I like the former because timing. Because if it was raining and freezing tonight, I'd want it dealt with tonight, and we can't. I totally understand what you're saying, but I would go with form.
I would say the same thing on my end because of the timing issue.
The other thing is it would be in general for anything that's on the right of way. And one of the things, if you remember, we were talking about people dumping truckloads of mulch in the street. And we asked the prosecutor to help us with a resolution regarding dumping the stuff in the street. We haven't got that back, so we don't have a resolution where, Jesse can call the sheriff's department and say, hey, they put this stuff on the street, go take care of it. So we gotta work our way through that, but that's another action item for the prosecutor's office to help us get that.
Jesse, is there apprehension on your part for the former?
I just want everyone to be clear so that way there's no surprises. Like if I go do something and someone comes complaining to you guys, I want you I didn't want to do it without everybody being on the same page.
So I want you to be able to go ahead and do it, but I would like you to inform us what you did so that because they will call us, because if their mulch is missing, they're gonna complain. Well, I'm gonna say, I know about it and it shouldn't have been there. As opposed to, I don't know, you know.
Right.
I'll look into it, I'll get back to you, because I trust you, it's just that we just need to know the facts to be able to respond accordingly. And really, I don't even mind generally if you just update us in the update for the next trustee meeting, unless a landowner or somebody is complaining to you, then just giving us the heads up so that if we get a call before then, for me, it'd be more like episodic, if standardly updated at the roads update for the regular trustee meeting, but then any other time, unless there's some situation that you think
Is volatile
or could come up before that 2-week mark, give us a heads up.
And so my suggestion is what we do is we direct Jesse to work with the landowner to get the gravel out of putting water on the street.
But I want Jesse to be able to remove it.
Well, I understand that, and we can say that, but in the long run, we want to designate Jesse as the road superintendent, and if we're gonna do that, that's a little bit more involved. But in this particular case, I think we can resolve it just like we normally would, which is to make a resolution that says, do whatever you gotta do to get the water off the street with the landowner. And if the landowner doesn't want to move it, then we'll hire someone to come in with a backhoe and take it out.
Now, the question I have, because I think this gets important, what do you do with it when it's taken out? Do you take it to the landfill, or what do you do with it?
Just gravel. You can pick it up and just move it back. You can do that sort of, there's several things that can be done.
See, that's one thing I want to get addressed in the resolution, especially for the mulch and stuff in the subdivisions, because if we take it, like here, we can move it back because it's all parking lot around your building. But like when you get to the mulch and stuff in the subdivisions, do we put it on the backside of the sidewalk, or literally scoop it up, or do we bring it here and make them pay to come? I mean, that's what I need Tony to.
Yeah, I think you need Tony, but I think the answer is you get rid of it, because if we bring it here, we've got a liability.
Right.
If you put it in your own house, you're gonna get sued and fired and everything like that. But if we have a resolution that anything in the road gets taken to the landfill, they can't come and ask us. And that's something that also should be in the newsletter, because we don't really want to penalize somebody.
No.
We want them to know ahead so they don't do it.
And I've been trying, every time Kathy says there's an HOA meeting here, I've been trying to get her to let the HOA president get a hold of me, because I've been trying to voice that until we do get a resolution that that's not good to dump. I mean, dump it in their driveway, dump it anywhere on their property, don't dump it on the sidewalk, don't dump it in the road. But it's one of those things, it's not really a zoning thing, but I've been trying to.
It's not a zoning thing at all. It's a road thing. And that's why we need to empower you to take care of it, right?
Now, sidewalk might be, well, because it's not in the road, right?
Sidewalks are.
But only the construction of, not the obstruction of.
But the sidewalk is not in the right.
Right, But I'm saying
So he doesn't have
zoning,
authority.
there's nothing in the zoning resolution that would enforce any obstruction on a sidewalk, only the construction of the sidewalk.
On maintenance.
Yeah, we have maintenance needs.
Don't they have to maintain the sidewalks?
I don't, yes, the answer is yes, but I don't know what's actually in the resolution about that.
I don't know either.
That makes
But I'm just
sense.
saying that he doesn't have authority to do something outside the road right away, so he wouldn't have authority on the sidewalk.
Yeah, I agree with
That's
that.
really all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I was taking it a little further, but I don't want
I
to.
agree with that. We understand. So we have the resolution, we have two resolutions then, one to fix this current issue, and then another one to empower Jesse as the road superintendent to do that.
So what I'm gonna say is, I make a motion that we, allow the road superintendent to, road supervisor to do what's necessary to get the water off the street in, the area of Cheshire where we paved the street specifically to make it higher so the water wouldn't be on the street. So,
Winter Street and Ford would be the.
May I make a friendly amendment suggestion? Instead of the word allow,
Authorize?
direct. So we're telling him to do it, not allowing him to do it, we're directing him to do it.
I think for this situation, that's probably the best with legality stuff going on the other end, because I know I've tried to meet with them 4 times and they keep pushing me off.
Okay, so are you okay
I
with
was
the word
thinking, I
direct?
was thinking the allow was being, that the board was allowing him to do what we.
Yeah, but I want, allowing him isn't authorizing him. I mean, it's like, oh, you can. I would like to use the word direct.
Okay. I'm happy to do that.
Okay, so then I'll say,
So, make a motion that we recommend that, the road supervisor, do what's necessary to get the water off of or keep the water out of the street where the street was paved in Cheshire specifically to, keep the water from being on the street and creating an unsafe situation.
I don't like the word recommend. I don't think that gives him authority. I don't think that gives him authority. I like either word direct or another word might be,
Well,
Authorize.
let me do this. You make a motion.
I see the email reverse.
There you go.
I direct, no, I move to direct, I can't direct. I move to direct, road superintendent, Peden to, take the necessary steps to have water removed out of the right of way of
Ford and Winter
Ford and Winter streets.
Street.
Second.
Should I do it? What we need? I'm happy to second it. That's not a problem. I just want to make sure we had everything covered. Call the roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Okay. Does that cover everything?
So then who's gonna come up with the language to do it in the general, in the future? Are you going to?
I've already been in touch. It's one of my 5 projects of Tony.
Okay, so he's working on the language.
Well, and the thing is, when we get the next motion in place, you don't have the authority based on state law. So it's not something that we gotta delegate or do anything.
Okay, good. So in your quest with Tony, make clear that you're asking for a resolution, not a question. You're asking for a resolution. That gives you authority to do this in the road right away.
Okay. Anything else on road department? Requisitions, Doug Riedel, Linda Lane, superintendent?
Did my update from Linda Lane come through after last?
Yes, that's great.
Thank you.
I think we can remove that from the list at this time. Linda Lane. Do you agree, Mr. Chair?
Move it to where?
remove Linda Lane from the list moving
Yeah.
forward.
Okay.
I think it's all been resolved, and I appreciate your work on that.
I mean, I'm not sure we're ever gonna make people totally happy there, but
So before we go on to cemetery, do you mind if we go to the health department?
no, that's fine. Health department.
Thank you, and I'm so
I'm
sorry.
sure you like watching our paint drawing.
I'm enjoying this so much, though. I'm learning so much. And again, I'm Susan Road, for the record. There you are, and I will be brief. I apologize if I did not know you were moving.
That's okay, yeah, this is a special time.
Apologize for that. So the first one is, just the recycle right. It goes on to explain the different places you can go to take any likes that, instead of throwing them in the trash, you can take them and they can recycle them. It's, at the health department, it's at libraries, all those places listed. Well, I can tell the one at the health department's been full, so that's good. Any questions about that one? The next one is about first aid and CPR training. We are still offering that. It can be either someone brings a group to our health department. We can also provide those services where they are needed in terms of offering different classes, in person and hands-on. And then finally, we have a new, it's called a care coordination program, and her name is Krista with Community Health. And she has been a fantastic already liaison to providing people within our community with extra support, linking them to services that are already in existence, and maximizing people's time and energy and streamlining that and really getting people what it is that they need. That really need help, even with transportation to different appointments and things like that. So it's been a gem at our health department and to work with her.
Okay.
So, do you have any questions for me?
I have an unrelated question.
Yes.
So the general public can go to the health department to get vaccinations for
Absolutely.
flu, COVID, RSV?
Uh-huh.
And how do they make an appointment?
You can, if I am not mistaken, you can go online to our Delaware Public Health District website.
Okay,
You can also call our main number.
I called and nobody called me back.
Very good. I can take that feedback back for sure.
Yeah, it was like 2 months ago, but,
Is it at no cost, the vaccination?
well, you give them your insurance card, right? And
Exactly.
And if you don't have insurance, not that I'm saying I don't, but.
Absolutely. They go through a process to determine, and it takes approval more or less from someone like our director of nursing. I've heard be called up if someone qualifies based on income and their situation, that they cannot provide payment, that there's ways to provide that for them.
But the health insurance, all you have to do is give the health insurance and they don't have to pay additional. It's just.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, so you called the general line and then they transferred me to somebody and I got a voicemail and I left a message.
Okay.
Now, is it the clinic that you go to? I forget who they transferred me to. Who is it that?
It would be the clinic.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You're right. And yes, I will definitely take that feedback back. And that was about 2 months ago. Okay.
I'll call them again.
Yes, please do. Now I'm on vacation. I'll be back on Monday. And who I report to might be on vacation on Monday. But definitely duly noted. And it's still a busy time of year with that, even in January and February. So it's fantastic feedback. So I'll definitely let them know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
And thank you for
Well,
stepping
may I
in.
ask, you answered those, but are there other vaccinations they also do besides these?
Absolutely. I know one of the things that people come in a lot for right now, travel vaccines. So they are very unique with some of the different travel vaccines.
That's good to know.
Yes, it is.
Okay,
Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, take care.
and with that, I want to take a short break.
Okay, so 5-minute recess?
What?
5 minutes.
Oh, we'll do that.
Question, ma'am.
Yeah.
Do you know of any places, either online or somewhere, I'll say local, that does, I want to learn how to do Excel better.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, online, there's this product of some sort called Coursera, and they offer these courses on Excel. And a couple of folks I know have taken them. Some have been more useful than others, but Microsoft does have some great just general tutorials. It kind of depends on how deep you want to go with Excel.
Because I've been away from it long enough from the state, but we used to be able to do, like where I did that spreadsheet there,
Yeah.
but I could also do it in a workbook and put everything in and let it transfer it. But I want to try and do the ratings and the inventory all on one, and print it out as I need it. That way it carries stuff around. I know it can be done, but
Yeah,
it's been so long
macros.
since I've done
Yeah,
it.
yeah, that's like going from Excel to Word doc. Yeah, those macros you can learn. Well, we always use Coursera, but depending on kind of the specification, it might be just as well as Google.
Because I tried, because ODOT had courses on it when I worked there, and I got us signed up for LTAP, which is the township course line through ODOT.
Yeah,
And I'm waiting to see if they will allow some of the, I know ODOT specific courses to be released, because it's a good course, it's just been, I've been away from it long enough.
yeah. Well, and yeah, if you see something good, let us know, so we can pay for that training.
Okay, recess is over. Coming back, cemetery. Evergreen fence renewal repair, is something we'll get to. But one of the things that occurred in the phone call I had, I don't know if you saw the message or not, but the lady that I talked with, she was interested in making a donation for repairing that fence for the sign, so probably we'll get something for some part of it.
What about the trees? I thought those were gonna be going in before the first snow this fall. The trees? I thought the trees were gonna be, once they stopped growing, they were gonna be installed before the winter, just before the winter started.
If we do trees, it will be March, that's when the best time. I haven't thought about it anymore since last fall, but March is when Acorn Acres told us for the trees you guys want.
Oh, I thought they had said when they go dormant in November.
That's the earliest you can start to,
Yeah,
it's better to wait and make sure everything is completely, then he said nothing before November. They want
Then
to,
don't we have to be responsible? Isn't it a little bit more challenging because we'll have to water them and do all that?
that's gonna be the matter.
But if we do March, we'll get more rain
Yes.
during months
Yes.
of March than July.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, so we'll plan on that for March.
Okay, and then that's gonna be, I don't have anything more on that, we'll pick all those up.
I would like to discuss that in, executive session, Mr. Chair, because, as you may recall, we were going to have Tim come to have a conversation about his understanding of the duties versus what the duties are versus what's actually in the handbook.
Mhm.
I have had the chance to review that, and I think we probably want to do that before the organizational meeting, so that we're on the same page with what pay is associated with what duties are being done now. I know that there's been some realignment and that the roads department does some things. I know that there's tools that get used. I want to make sure we are set up to align correctly with our operation today. That makes sense.
Okay. Fiscal officer items.
Payment lists.
Payment list with checks dated December 10th. Need more?
Actually, that's, it's gonna be December 23rd. Sorry about that.
I have some of the 22nd, is there one for the 23rd?
No, I think it's through the 22nd, right?
I think they're all dated, well, wait.
There's one that's the 12th. We already did that,
Okay,
didn't we?
those, I don't think we did that one. No, those, that's right. Those are the 12 ones are the deposit refunds.
Yes.
And then there are two lists that are the 23rd. The second list is only one.
Was that to Robinson?
No, that last one was, the Evergreen, it's to Bruce Miley and, excavating. It's the Evergreen, open and closes.
So it's separate from the other ones. I noticed that you said there were ones for Evergreen and one for.
Right, what happened was, I didn't get the numbers from Evergreen, I didn't get the numbers from Evergreen, and finally said, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and draft the checks, and of course, 5 minutes later, I get the number. 5 minutes is an exaggeration, but yeah, shortly after I
Okay,
went ahead and printed.
so I move that we approve positive pay file dated 12/23/2024, payment number 32647 for an amount of $7,500.
Second.
Call roll, please.
Ryan,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
and that's the Evergreen open and closes.
So it's interesting. This one does say a date range of 12/23, but the title is dated 12/22. So I'll go with that date. So I move that we approve positive pay file report, file date 12/22/2024, for warrants 32630 through 32646 for an amount of $115,389.66.
Second. Call roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay.
And then the other one will be the, I think it's 12th,
12.
and those will be the,
That's right, I'm gonna need this one.
refund, deposit.
So we didn't do that at the last.
No, we did not. The last meeting was the 9th.
Okay, so I move that we approve positive pay file report dated 12/12/2024 for warrants 32610 through 32629 for an amount of $1,535.
Second. Call roll, please.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Rail.
Yes. Should we, in the the future, no, should we do it in the order of dates? You don't think it matters?
No, just as long as they're approved.
Okay, so I got that taken care of?
Yes.
The legislation is done, and that payment is allocated under that account.
Permanent improvement funds? Is that
We have the ability to do that,
To do what?
to
create the account?
open the account and do that.
Already did.
It's already.
It's already done, yes. I called UAN and got the account added to UAN and allocated the payment. That's
We
done.
don't need to do anything.
Don't need to do anything else.
Okay.
So spend the 6644.
And we can probably do that when we do the parking lot because of the taking out of the drive. And are we going to replace those? I know we have two large blocks that are for the front, but is that what you want to keep there?
That's up to you. The way the parking's set up now, unless people back in, really are going in this way and having, I don't know, we can kind of look at if we want to change parking or what we want to do.
With the striping.
Yeah.
So we've got to get that approved of who we're going to have do our parking lot and then what we're actually doing with the parking lot and then the striping of it.
Yeah.
And then, but before we do the striping, we need to know, do we want the blocks to match the other ones or stick with those two large ones? The problem with the two large ones is if you bump up against that, you're really bumping up against something. And you could damage your,
Or your underneath.
The only reason we because we put them when we took the driveway on this, we actually had those.
Well, we need something there,
Right.
so I totally,
Mhm.
am pleased that they're there. I just don't know if that's what we want to keep there.
Right, which is fine, whatever you guys decide, we can make.
And the reason is because I kind of like it to match with however many parking spaces
Right.
we have. We might still use those, but I think we need at least one more.
Yeah, we did, yeah.
But that's, and I think not what I want. I mean,
Yeah. Oh, I'm fine with that. I just agree that it needs to be updated eventually and that's a good use. The only question would be, I thought we were waiting on the paving until the storage building got put in and
Yeah.
but it's a vicious cycle because I do think that we need it out there pretty badly. And I'm not sure we're gonna get the storage building in before the need overlaps what we have, you know? It really just kind of depends on,
We'll do what makes sense,
yeah.
because we won't do anything there until, well,
Well, right, and then, even then, I mean, once you go down the road, we were pretty far down the road before, and it's been 2.5 years working with Tony and other entities to get to where we need to be, and I don't wanna wait 2 years for the
I
paving.
don't think we can.
Yeah.
yeah, because we're gonna lose what we got.
okay, RFP for financial.
Last I heard, I believe Mr. Stocko is working with Mr. Valentine on finishing the contract that Payrock uses. It was like a 57-page deal that Mr. Stocko was going to need to look over and maybe change some. That's the last I knew.
Yeah, and just to update you, we did approve it last meeting, pending the prosecutor's approval of the contract. So I have signed it, I was authorized to sign it, and I have signed it. So as soon as we get the approval from Mr. Stocko, they're ready to implement, the staff is eager to get moving on
We'll leave it on here.
Yeah.
So we're staffing it. 2025.
it. Let's maybe move that underneath the, we can leave it there. It's not an RFP anymore, it's now a Payrock update.
2025 budget, including discussion of significant potential expenditures.
Actually, we did that at the last meeting, and I've gone ahead and Claudia and I have incorporated that into the requested appropriations. And 2020, OTARMA 2025 policy renewal, I contacted Oterma and they're a little bit behind right now. So the renewal information will be coming out soon.
Okay, let me make a comment on it, that I think there's a number in there, but it has to do with the truck for the road department. We're thinking that, we need another snowplow in the near future because of the amount of roads we have and that sort of thing. The other thing we're looking at is the Ford is getting close to 100,000 miles.
It's over 100, it's almost 140.
You know, on the dump truck, and we use the chickens out of it. And maybe what we do is replace it with a little bit bigger one that still is, anybody can drive it, that sort of thing. But we're looking to potentially replace that truck, come up with something else.
So the beauty of the, my idea.
Take a minute to.
You can just say so yourself.
Go ahead and take a minute.
Can you reach around?
I like that.
Of the capital improvements is that if we need to pay for a truck immediately, we can do that because we've got it set aside in capital
Right.
improvements. That's not the intent, in my view. The intent is really for the roads. But if there's a need, it can be used for a huge expense for a truck, because if the truck goes down, we need a truck.
And we're still working on, and that truck gets a lot of use in the cemetery. I mean, it's a heavy, and it gets an awful lot of running use. Where we run to pick something up, or run to get something, or go put up signs, or get rid of a deer, or do all kinds of things. And it's much less expensive from our standpoint than run one of the big trucks. To say pick up a deer,
Yeah.
to say pick up a deer and take it to the transfer station.
And another reason, I'm kind of jumping, with the board's indulgence, I will, that when we allocate this into the capital improvements, the auditor, especially with the treasurer and the county prosecutor, the budget commission, knows that we're not just sitting on money that's just not needed. It's money that shall be needed, because we will need a new truck as well as possible replacement of a truck. And we have these roads that need to be done. So it's not just, and it's not just pulled out of the hat, the number, because we've got the 4 million plus we've got the 5 million, which is, will actually cost some inflated, term that will actually get spent. Plus we have the $1,050,000 for Shanahan. So there are a variety of things, but we're not in a world of hurt because we've got the money to do this. So that's why.
I wholeheartedly agree. I think it's a great idea. Also, I do think a truck is necessary. My only concern is the storage. I mean, just the spacing, the storage.
So we're getting to where we are going to have to start running a fifth route. I kind of brought it up to each of you in passing. But my thought was, since we don't have storage for another full-size snowplow truck, and we use the money that we'll say kick the snowplow truck down the road and let's replace this truck, because we will take this one out of service and either trade in or sell. And then, so we will still have storage for this truck. Being that since we don't have storage for another snowplow, let's replace what needs replaced until we have room for another truck.
Well, and then I think that we've had this conversation too, but is there any way that you could attach a plow to?
Yes, it had the little plow will still.
Yeah, as long as that,
Yeah.
because I wanted that, I think this discussion came up a couple of years ago, and we ended up not moving forward at the time, but multi-use, multi-function, definitely, not just driving around, but to be able to do all the things that you guys need to do, including perhaps snow plowing if necessary.
Yes, it will still be. I don't think I want to get one with the salt package on it, mainly because we have 4 big trucks for that, and the gate that you use for salt. You have to keep changing the gates. If you go have a cemetery burial, you can't dump dirt out of the salt gate. And they haven't used the salt gate since Jeff's been here, and that's 7 years. So I don't see spending the $30,000 for something they haven't used in 7 years. They still have the plow. I mean, plowing takes a lot more time than spreading going down and back with a lap of salt. So, and it'll be 30,000. I mean, they said that truck fully equipped as a snow and ice truck is around 120. But if you take the salt package off and just make it a dump truck where you put a pile in front, is about 30 grand cheaper.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah, it seems a little high still for, depending on, I guess I would just need to see the truck and see what features.
It's the same, it'd be the same
Exact same.
truck, just no salt distribution. And then I talked to Orange, if we ever got to where we thought we may want to go back to using it again, for their little trucks, they've been putting little hoppers in them, like you see the landscapers use. Then all you gotta do is just put the hopper, you lay the tailgate down, put the hopper in, and it just stays, then you can quickly take the loader and pull the hopper out.
What about brine?
Brine is a good thing, but we don't have the infrastructure for it, is our problem. We've only, the tanks only hold 70 gallons, and that only will run maybe a load of salt. Then you have to go to 42 to get more. And we don't have no way to pre-treat with brine, because we don't have any big enough tanks. I mean, it'd take thousands of gallons to pre-treat all the roads with brine. I'm not saying brine is a bad thing. It may be something we definitely look into in the future, but we'd have to set up infrastructure to handle it.
Okay,
Excuse me.
I know you've told that, but we need that reminder occasionally.
Well, and if we want to try brine, we can get brine from the county engineer and pay them, and they'll come out and put it wherever we tell them to put it. So they'll do that for us ahead of the snowfall. But that's a, you know, and we tried that several years ago. And what we found was that we didn't have enough traffic on the road to get this all. And what it did was the snow was blowing across, the snow would catch on the salt and stick to the road. And we ended up with more snow on the road than if we didn't have the brine out. But then once you get to where you're using it, it made it a little bit easier to start getting the ice off the road, because the ice wasn't this attached to the road.
Okay.
It's like everything, you gotta get into it and figure out what's really going on.
Okay.
But I just wanted to mention about the truck, because that was something we were looking at, and the Ford is a four-wheel drive truck, and it's, we use it in the cemetery and that sort of thing.
Oh, yeah, it's heavily used, no question about that. The need, function, everything there, just want to try to
Sure.
incorporate as much as we can to solving different issues that we have that come up.
Okay, well, term of 2025 policy renewal.
That's what we just did. And.
Still waiting on that.
Yes, we're still waiting for Otarma to send out the renewal information.
Do we need to do anything on
No,
it? Okay.
sit and wait.
Vision and dental care.
That was, open enrollment, I sent out to trustees and to all the departments, the open enrollment forms. You don't need to do anything if you don't want to change anything. If you're keeping your same policy for vision and dental, don't do anything at all. If you need to add or change or skip or whatever, there's a open enrollment form. The form you need to use is in the brochure portion of what I emailed out.
So has this been communicated to all the employees,
To all the department heads.
department heads? Okay.
Yeah, I sent it to you, I sent it to the trustees, I sent it to
I'll talk to
Levi, I
Kathy and
sent.
Jenna since Levi's off with his grandma, so we know. 'Cause I
Okay.
gotta wait until we get back tomorrow.
I don't think Jenna qualifies. as
So be Kathy,
Kathy and Jerry.
Jerry.
Mhm.
Kathy and Jerry.
Is Jerry going back to part-time in January, so, or is he gonna stay?
I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, I'll tell him about it, but
Yeah.
I'll take care of everybody here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I know that Jeff Evans is adding, or maybe adding, he added a wife to the health. I don't know if he's gonna add to the vision and dental and the firefighters. Mike Swanson is gonna add too, so I made sure, I sent directly to him.
Okay, you sent to the fire chief.
Yeah, and to the fire chief, but also to Mike himself.
And can we make sure the fire chief knows to send it to the employees?
He's not here.
And the deadline is Thursday, Friday.
So,
I think that's probably a little.
So again, if they want to do changes, they have to do something, but if not, it just continues.
It will automatically, if you do nothing, it will automatically renew as before. Same plan.
yeah, I'll just send an email to Kathy and Jerry, and then I could also send it to Moser and Chief.
If you're just carbon copying it. that's
Yeah.
great. Yeah.
I can just do that. I'll just do that.
And I think if you get it to Moser, that's probably more important since he's here.
Mhm. That's why I'm gonna copy it to him.
But Chief should know that we're sending it to him.
Okay.
Okay? Does that cover that for fiscal officer items? Anything else?
I believe I sent the email, make sure all
Trustee
the
items.
employees get these.
Trustee items, natural disaster mutual aid for townships. I believe that was discussed at the DCTA meeting that I missed, a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
It was, and they did ask us to consider doing that fairly rapidly so that it could all be done.
I have a follow-up for the prosecutor's office before.
Well, I was disappointed in the presentation because I thought the presentation was fine, but there was no time for questions and he was out like,
Mm-hmm.
and I was not happy about that because he did not address what I thought needed to be addressed, which was who has the liability. So for instance, if we ask,
Yeah, exactly, yeah, I'm sorry, continue, I'm right there with you.
yeah, well, that was the whole point of
That's-
why we were waiting, because if we have, Orange come up, you know, I mean, we won't now because we have a chipper, but come with the chipper, who's responsible for the chipper? Who's responsible for the man? Who is responsible if we do snow plowing and we take out, Berkshire Township's mailboxes, okay? And not so much Berkshire because we have an agreement with them, but let's say we went to Kingston. And, you know, if they need us, and we went to mutual aid, you know, who's got the liability of fixing the mailbox? Because we are there under mutual agreement. And I'm okay just knowing the answer. If it's us, it's us. If it's them, it's them. But then we need to let Otarma know that we're a part of this.
Yeah, I mean, they said something about, he spoke to the insurance and resolved that. When I read it, I wasn't super satisfied with what was written. And the other thing was if you got grant money, you could pay them. But I was under the understanding that we couldn't even rent a dumpster from our general fund in the emergency. That was my understanding.
Right.
So I go to the state, we take that to DCTA, go before the president of OTA, and I say, we couldn't even get a dumpster from the general fund to take care of this emergency. And then she says, that's not right.
There's some other things like that, not to interrupt, but so another one that's been talked about, some of these subdivisions, leaf pickup, and Tony's been adamantly against, because I kind of asked in passing about leaf. Every county up in Cleveland does every township up in Cleveland does leaf pickup.
Well, that's an interesting
Because that was brought up.
concept because, so then basically I'm out there, we need to be able, and Heidi's like, you can. And if your prosecutor's office advised that, then we'd sure like to see it because it's our interpretation that the townships do have that ability. Yeah, so, I mean, we need to be clear because it feeds into this mutual aid because there's no payment that townships are making for these services unless they get provided the FEMA or some emergency funding. Well, why is that written like that?
Well, and another question that I wanted to ask him was, is it allowed for us to spend money in Kingston Township? And I'm okay with the answer if the answer is yes, because I want to be part of this mutual aid. I do want to help Kingston Township, and I want Kingston Township to be able to help us in an emergency. But I want to
But if we're
also.
using our resources, our manpower, our hours to pay our employees to do that, I mean,
I just want to make sure it's legal.
yeah.
Because, the idea is, we do it with the fire department.
But with fire department, it's in the statute, we can do that.
Mhm.
So not we can, we must provide mutual aid. We don't have a choice. And so we're spending money to go to Kingston Township. Same thing, they're spending money to come to us. So,
So that was brought up, they had a road superintendent, and I think there was some trustees there, the one from, Renee was there from Genoa. And that, what you guys are talking, I'm not saying use this as the answer, but this was brought up also there. And what the guy said that was presenting it at Brown Township was, if we did not have a mutual aid agreement, then legally, no, we could not go, like, as friends, I couldn't go up and help Brown Township because we don't have a mutual, if we have a mutual aid agreement, that's what they said made it legal for us to be able to go in other places. That's why they was doing this. So, I mean, of course, talk to Tony, but that was what was said at the meeting.
it makes sense. I just want Tony to say it so, because Chris Betts did not say that.
Yeah.
It was implied, but I don't want an implication. I want,
Mhm.
and I want to do this, but I want to make sure we know what
Oh,
we're doing.
yeah. I mean, we've helped out our friends and been helped out by our friends, but there's something that it's not all coming together for me. When I read that contract, when I read, what our limitations were when we had an emergency situation, there's a disconnect that I really think that we need to try to resolve. And maybe it's that we have the prosecutor's office opine an opinion regarding the use of specific items in cases of emergency to be clear on where we're at.
And do we need a declaration of emergency? So
Right.
what constitutes this? If our chipper quits working, is that an emergency?
Right.
Because a city can declare an emergency just by declaring it. I don't know that a township can do that.
No, yeah, okay. So we have some questions, I'll follow up on that. I'll follow up on that with, prosecutor's office and come back and feel free to send any direct questions as well.
I've addressed all of them that I had, because
Okay, Delaware County 2024 multi-hazard mitigation plan. Is there anything going on there?
Is this the one that I followed up with? Is this the spreadsheet that I followed up with and said Berlin Township had no action to take on this?
oh
Yeah, so that one I replied, we got sent a spreadsheet to address and make certain that any items that we had to address were. Berlin Township doesn't appear in this, so I said, we don't have any items, let me know if there's anything that you'd like us to address. And she wrote, thanks for the update. So
Okay,
we can remove that from the agenda.
okay, TIF hours and hours.
No news on that.
Okay. Next one is, all three of those go away. Either, we don't need to worry about it. The recycling contract, joint waste recycling contract, we probably need to put something in writing to give to the residents. Maybe it goes on the website to say that we've got a new contract, this is the price for it. And oh, by the way, you can get bigger recycling cans and some of that sort of stuff. Some of the good things that go along with it.
Okay, and did you see that resident's voicemail? Okay, I forwarded it along to you. She had questions about the trash contract. I'll resend it so that you have it in front of your email.
Okay.
I wasn't sure what the nature of her questions were, so I sent it forward to you, and I think that was a couple weeks ago. So, let me know if you would prefer I respond. I think she said she was calling all the trustees, so I just wanted to funnel the contract for you since you had been handling it at that time.
Okay. Jet options,
No news on that.
Parks and Trails Committee.
We had one interested, applicant, and one
I've got one too, but I need to. sign.
resident interested, but I have not received it, so there's no action to take on that tonight.
Okay. Fee schedule for Pete Griggs.
Actually, I stuck that in organizational meeting.
That's good.
Do we need to do anything?
Not to the organization meeting.
Okay. Zoning department. Transfer employee pay.
So we did approve the update to, to the policy for holiday pay.
Mhm.
And we have the language that was approved by Regenhoff. It included going back to January 1st of 2021, any employee that started on or after that date, after they successfully completed 6 months of continuous full-time employment, they could submit to the supervisor to get compensated for pay of those holidays, regular pay at the amount that they were making at the time of the holiday. So that does include a number of employees throughout the township, and they need to figure out what their pay was during that holiday pay, submit it to the supervisor. Supervisor will send it on to Jeff, and then we'll get that process.
We'll get that done.
And that's for,
Okay.
that's for non-collective bargaining.
And that's for non-collective bargaining employees. And the language will end up in the handbook, which we won't get approved tonight, but the handbook will bring to the 1/9 meeting for approval. But the policy has already been approved and is in effect.
Okay. Okay, then that's just a status off or something.
Yeah, and you can actually remove that from the,
Okay. Highway commercial, any update?
no update on that.
Gotcha.
Tony said he has not heard from, the representation for that group.
Building structural damage, including potential remediation and nuisances.
I'd like to remand that to the January 9th agenda,
Okay,
take that to the 9th next year.
okay. Sycamore Trail,
That one will also need to go to the 9th.
okay.
I think it's the 13th.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right.
Thank you. The next regularly scheduled meeting.
Right.
Next one we've taken care of. Tower Co. litigation, possible executive session.
No, I think we're good on that, and that can be removed at this time.
Okay,
I would like to add, the note that we did receive correspondence from our counsel related to the Temple litigation. So just as a friendly reminder that each one of us should reply to Mr. Stocco individually on that
I have,
regarding our position. Then we'll be up to date on that as well.
okay. Old business, evergreen trees, we've talked about sign donations, haven't really talked about our rules updates. I don't have anything more than what we have talked about though. Township administrator updates,
That's for executive session.
okay. Access management plan,
I don't have anything on that. I think that might have been your item. I'm not sure. Or your, yeah, I think that was your item, trustee Bullard. I'm not sure what that.
okay. And collective bargaining agreement postal website,
I still have not heard from
Hmm.
Mr. Riepenhoff on getting the actual copy.
okay, so it's not there yet?
Do you want to keep the access management plan on the agenda, Mr. Bullard?
Yes.
Okay. And trustee O'Brien?
Yeah, I want to keep that on there,
Okay,
because we're not done with that.
okay.
We're still working with we haven't had an update, but we're still working on it. Future meetings. In about 5 minutes, and then we'll take care of it from there. Late items?
We do have to go into executive session
Oh, okay.
for,
Well, okay, I'm just trying
yeah.
to get through the whole.
So for a late item, I would like to, okay, let me start with, we are not getting our mail timestamped. We're not getting the documents timestamped because the timestamp doesn't work. So I have asked Jenna to look at that. So I would like authority to direct her to actually have it fixed, but it's in excess of $200. And I don't think that should come out of zoning because not only is zoning uses the timestamp, or at least it shouldn't be, it should be for all the mail that comes in. And there are documents that I believe should be timestamped. Maybe not legally required, but I think it's in good form. Now, if we are ever referendum, that should be timestamped, and we don't have a timestamp. So I would like authority to
direct her to do
Move
that.
to authorize trustee O'Brien to direct, employee Jenna Gosha to fix the timestamp.
Why don't you just buy a new one?
So the one that we have is a very high quality. But I could take that into consideration if it makes sense to get
It's
a new
gonna
one.
cost $300 to fix it, probably.
Yeah, but if it costs $500 to get the same quality, I want to go with the fixing of it, because, but
Do you want appropriation of up to?
no, because I just want you guys to be aware of it, because we don't know how much exactly, but I do know it's gonna be in excess of $200. And I don't want him to have to write a PO, but we could do that at the organizational meeting if you want to do it then.
Yeah, I just assume have one resolution that authorizes and appropriates.
Okay, so let's do that.
Okay.
That wasn't trying to.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, no
You're
problem.
saying,
And I asked her to actually look at the cost of a new one, but I also want to make sure, because sometimes new is better than the old, but sometimes old is better than new.
I mean, I just want the options to be able to.
Yeah.
Go do the right thing.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you.
I will have late items, but I'd like to, have them following our executive session, essentially.
So that's a late item.
Okay, move to recess into executive session from regular session pursuant to RRC 121.22, G1, to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, or compensation of public employee or official.
Second. Oh, who?
All members of the board and the fiscal officer present.
Okay, call roll, please.
O'Brien.
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 O'Brien. Yes. Brown.
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna head out unless there's something you guys need me to stay for.
No, thank you for all the great updates and all the great work.
How is our camera not? Oh, okay, okay. Oh, okay, there we go.
Move to return to regular session from executive session.
Second?
Call the roll, please.
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay, we had a executive session, no decisions were made and no actions were taken. Is there any follow-up or anything that needs to be done after that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that some of these items will come out in the organizational meeting. That said, I did have the chance to work with a number of the zoning staff recently on some of their goals and priorities and established timelines. So I'd like to get the board's endorsement and support for assuring that these goals and priorities take place. So move to approve goals, priorities, and timeline established by trustee Rail for zoning staff, and to move the performance reviews for the zoning staff to January of 2025.
Second?
Discussion? Call the roll, please.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes,
Fuller.
Yes.
and that was all I had, Mr. Chair.
Okay, do we have any other items for the end of the year meeting?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Well, it's with a little bit of, what can I call it? Regret or whatever, that I accept the motion and all that sort of stuff, because this is my last meeting here, okay, for a while. With that,
And and thank you for your duties, especially during this difficult season and year with the tornado. And you were the guy for the job, and you've done a fantastic job. So thank you.
okay,
I concur.
call the roll, please.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes,
O'Brien.
Yes.
and with that, I give this to
I couldn't be happier. Which means I would like to call the 2025 organizational meeting of the Berlin Township Board of Trustees to order at 8:14, December 23, 2024. Please join me in saying pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, trustee Bullard,
here.
trustee O'Brien, trustee Rail,
Here.
and that, I believe, takes us to public comment. Is there any public comment? There's nobody in the room, so I guess there's probably not any public comment. At this time, we will move to our first order of business, which would be to name a 2025 Board of Trustee Chairman.
I would like to nominate trustee O'Brien for chairman of the 2025 Berlin Township Trustees. So moved.
Second.
I guess I still gotta do a roll call here, don't I? Trustee O'Brien,
Yes.
trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee Bullard,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to naming of a vice chairman.
Point of order, I thought the fiscal officer did all three and then turned it over to the chairman.
It's optional either way.
Okay.
I would like to nominate trustee Rail for the vice chairman position for 2025 Berlin Township Trustees.
I second.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Please call the roll.
Bullard,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes. I move that we name trustee Bullard as executive member for the 2025 year.
Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion, please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes. That takes us to establishing the 2025 meeting schedule. Are we all good with the second and fourth Monday, with the exception of June and August?
Mr. Chair, I wondered if July might be warranted as well.
I'm quite satisfied with that, but realize that oftentimes we call special meetings when it's not there.
Yeah, if we need a special meeting, we can certainly meet again, but I think previously June, July, and August were in there, and we thought we might have as much business to meet in July, and I think we can make it work for one meeting in July.
Are you okay with that as well?
For adding, or
June, July, and August will only meet on the second Monday, not on the second and fourth.
for all three?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going back to the old schedule?
Yeah.
That's fine, we can call special meetings. I was going to propose we go the other way, make it 2 meetings all 3 months, but that's fine. No problem.
I think if we
Special meetings are fine.
if we were to have an administrator by this time, that would also, a lot of that work could be completed during those times in between.
I was just looking also that we got a big event coming up, August 31st. And that would give us
So do
2
you,
meetings a month for each of those months leading up to that big event.
do you want to go ahead and schedule a September 1st, that's a Labor Day, but, or September 2nd so that you can vote on the next trustee?
Well, no, the process will be that we'll have 30 days to interview and vote on the
And we
next
gotta
trustee
declare the position vacant.
before we can take action.
But you're right on, you can't take action, but you could go ahead and schedule interviews ahead of that.
Well, my understanding is that we can't interview or post until,
You can't post,
yeah,
but you could interview. You don't have to post. It's the will of the board at that time. So I won't have to decide any of that, but if you want to schedule it, we can schedule it. If you don't want to schedule it, we'll just.
I don't want to lose any time in that 30-day window for interviewing.
I agree.
So maybe what we do, we'll figure it out.
Okay.
We'll figure it out.
Make a special meeting.
We'll make a special-
I won't have to come.
And the reason for saying what I was saying for those 3 months is didn't know whether we had enough time to get all the things in that we're gonna need to get in. It's gonna lead up to that point.
Could we maybe then, say June, July, the second Monday, and August, the 2 meetings? Is that,
We'll go with
That makes sense.
that makes a lot of
That makes
sense, yeah.
Okay, so June, July. will be
June
the
and
second
July,
only.
yeah. June and July will be the second.
Okay, road inventory meeting,
I had Friday, the October 20, I think it was October 24th. So it's still on the 24th, and then that's a Friday.
are you good with that, trustee Bullard?
Friday, October 24th, 2025, at 9 a.m.
October 24th, yeah, that's the Friday.
For the road inventory meeting?
Yeah. Instead of Thursday, make it Friday, October 24th.
That was more like when I talked to Jesse, we were talking the 6th.
Oh, the 6th of,
6th of October.
okay, that works for me too.
I think that a little earlier is better because you gotta have the road inventory, what it is that you want into the county sooner.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
That's
year-end-
Monday, the 6th.
Monday, October
Yeah.
6th.
And then, the year-end meeting, when do you guys want to have
Shouldn't
that?
we have it on the 1st?
Well, you're gonna have a board
by then, so and they, yes, actually you will, because,
It will be a new member. Well, this is kind of the tricky part, because if we end up appointing the same person who then is elected, then we'll have the same board makeup.
Right.
So we wouldn't have to have it on the first. But
if they're not.
we don't, then we will have to have it on the first. So I would say let's put it for the first.
I always wanted it on the first, and it's the first year I won't be here.
Are you okay with that? Because for the organizational meeting, because it will have the new board makeup, whoever that is. That new person will take office the first.
And if
So-
you can't have it earlier if it's a new
Well, I was
person.
gonna say, why don't we schedule it for the 29th, and if we do end up with a new board, we change it. Because this would be the time to do the year-end meeting and the new organizational meeting of December.
I don't want to do the organizational meeting without the new trustee.
Well, I agree completely,
Okay,
but we're gonna know that we got 3 months ahead of this, or 2 months with October, or November and December, and we can change that to over here to the 3rd or 2nd or whatever day we want to change it to. But if we do it the 29th, that's just meets the regular schedule.
Well, except
If
for then
if everything stays the same.
but then you're gonna meet 3 times, because you'll meet on the 8th, the 22nd, and the 29th.
You don't have to do the 22nd.
I'm okay with the 22nd.
Or whatever.
I'm okay with the 22nd for the year-end organizational meeting as long as it's not a different person. And so we definitely would have to change it. We can still do the year-end meeting, obviously, but we cannot do the organizational meeting without a new person, in my view.
Well,
I
in other
agree.
words, statutorily, you have to wait.
Yeah.
For them,
Yeah, we
at the
can't,
year, okay.
we can't do it, that's not, but I was just thinking that if it was the same people.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Well, and here's another thing, another reason why you have to wait is not only because of that, but you can't appoint the zoning people that expire on the 31st with a different board.
Right, for the organizational, yeah. Yeah, so if it's the same, we can meet on the 22nd, if it's not the same.
So do you want to do that to 22nd, so you're only meeting twice?
Yeah.
8th and 22nd, okay.
Okay.
And then and the 22nd would be our year-end meeting?
22nd will be year-end meeting and potentially organizational meeting.
Okay,
So we said Monday, December 22,
Yes.
4 PM?
yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I can do 2 PM if you want.
Trustee Board, did you hear? Would you prefer to?
4 PM on the 22nd, makes sense.
Okay, 4. Okay,
And we recognize that we may not be able to keep that, they have to change it.
any other changes before I make a motion? I move to establish the 2025 meeting schedule as listed.
Second?
Moved by the chair, second.
Do we need to, the June, July, August, we took care of that. Do we need to do something with the Veterans Day? The one that's in October? Just go ahead and recognize that now. Or Columbus Day? Is that it?
Do we even recognize Columbus Day anymore?
So I got to do this one.
No, that's it.
Well, Veterans Day is the 11th, so that's on Tuesday, so that's,
Yeah, seriously.
what is the 10th, the holiday, or is it the 11th?
No, the 11th is a holiday. But so the township traded, Columbus Day, didn't they, for,
Yeah, Columbus Day,
Christmas?
Columbus Day is the 13th,
Yeah, but wasn't that traded for,
half for Christmas Eve and half for New Year's Eve.
yeah, so I don't think we have to worry about that.
Okay, and then the Veterans Day is on Tuesday, the 11th, so that doesn't matter. So, okay, we're good.
Okay, so moved by the
That's fine.
chair, that's fine, and seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion, please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes,
Okay, now I did notice in the organizational, post, that there is somewhat of a duplicate.
I saw that. It's an executive.
So which one do you want to go?
Did you see that one, Jeff?
What's that?
Okay, the other thing, so, sorry, real quick. So we passed the meeting schedule,
Yes.
and then in the resolution 24-01-05, now we need to update the days and dates in that resolution to say, with the following exceptions of June and July, under days and dates. Right here.
Yes, so instead
Okay,
of,
down here in the resolution text.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
so you
text.
said October 6th. Is that right? Monday, October 6th.
Monday, October 6th, 2025 for that. But then right above that, the following exceptions, it should say June and July meetings will be on the second Monday.
Oh, where is that?
start at days and dates.
Oh, June and, yep,
June and July, yeah.
got it, June, July.
And you've got the year-end meeting is the 22nd and the organizational on the 22nd as well. And I would add the 2026 organizational meeting immediately following for the time,
It does say that, doesn't it?
not here.
It did above, I'll add it here.
Okay, I did it on the original draft.
Okay, so just give me a second here. So we need to sign this actually, so when the minutes come, we need to actually sign this.
no, we can't sign until we vote.
Right.
Yep.
But I mean, we'll actually have to sign twice, not only on the minutes page,
Right.
but
Yep.
also on,
Mhm.
okay. So I move in the matter of establishing a reasonable method whereby the public may determine the time and place of all regularly scheduled meetings of the board and the time, place, and purpose of all special and emergency meetings of the board.
Do you need to do anything with those red dates?
We did.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Do I have a second?
Second,
Sorry.
So moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Boyd. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
yes,
O'Brien.
Yes. Okay, so now, the next item is the Robert's rules, and I'd like to have the board consider changing this just so the, so, as you know, I like following Resolution 050744 as it's written, with the exception of public comments not to exceed 60 minutes at any one meeting. That's the only thing I would change from Resolution 050744. So the way I would propose reading it is approve using Robert's Rules of Order and allow the chairman at his or her discretion to modify those rules as he or she sees fit in the conduct of an official meeting, and that we continue to observe Resolution 050744 and public comment not to exceed 60 minutes at any one meeting. So,
Go directly from 050744 to regarding, well,
so it's easier for me to show you. Well, but first let me see if I have a second. I so move. Is there a second?
okay.
Okay.
lose everything from there to,
So,
lose everything from here.
and then public comments, take out of quotation marks. And then continue not to exceed 60 minutes at any one meeting.
So we continue to observe resolution 050744, comma, public speaking time, comma, for public comments within the meeting agenda as,
So that we continue to observe resolution 050744, not to exceed 60 minutes at any one meeting.
okay, public speaking time not to exceed, go straight from public speaking time not to exceed. So I'm striking out 2 whole lines and half another line. Right. Yeah, let me see what you're doing.
So you cross this
Yeah,
out,
yeah,
and you cross all that out.
yeah. And then cross out.
Public comments, not to exceed.
Okay, so it goes from 050744 to public speaking time to public comments to not to exceed.
I wouldn't have that, I would just say public comments, not to exceed.
Okay, what's the public speaking time? Got it.
Okay, moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. Now, resolution 250107 and 250108 seems to be the same thing to me.
It is.
So I would go with the second one because there might, well, that's just what I did. So I move in the matter to approve all trustee meetings may be posted on the Berlin Township website at www.berlintwp.us and the LED sign, and must be posted on the exterior bulletin board at the southwest corner of the Township Hall, with that being the official location for meeting postings.
The one before, okay,
Mhm.
this reads just a little bit different, which is township website at berlintwp.us, LEDs, comma, the LED sign, and must be posted. The one down below has 2 ands in it. And I think the one above probably gets it a little closer than grammatically.
Okay, so just give me a second to read it again.
You understand what I mean?
I will in a minute. Okay, so I don't have a problem with that. So,
I didn't figure you would, but it was.
yeah. Okay, so then let's, I withdraw the motion and I move to approve all trustee meetings may be posted on the Berlin Township website at www.berlintwp.us, comma, the LED sign and must be posted on the exterior bulletin board at the Township House, with the Berlin Township bulletin board at the southwest corner of the Township House being the official location for the meeting postings.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion? Okay, so it's important that the public realize that the first 2 conditions are may. So it may be posted on the LED sign. It may be on the township website, but it must be
Absolutely right.
on the
Right.
bulletin board.
Mhm.
Further discussion? Please call the roll.
Bullard,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. I move that we approve meeting agenda policies as stated below as listed.
Second.
Moved by chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion? Please call the roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes.
Okay, that takes us to department liaisons. I'm happy with the way things are now. Okay, trustee Bullard, are you as well?
Mhm.
Okay, so I move that in the matter of naming the department liaisons and duties as listed below. Trustee Rail, Zoning, Parks and Trails, Building and Technology, Media. Trustee O'Brien, Fire and Fire Station. Trustee Bullard, Roads and Cemetery, with the extended information as listed.
Second, one quick item here is under meetings for number 3 of the liaison role. It says the liaison shall have quarterly meetings at minimum with department supervisors. I'd like to adjust that to say and or individual personnel. So maybe you're not meeting with every, like, having a staff meeting.
Doesn't that say that? Or
I just added the word individual personnel. So it's like, it says department supervisors and or personnel,
okay,
just individual.
or individual person. Okay. Also, if we could talk about number 4, is this, it's a little bit new, purchases managed, the implementation of trustee purchases and policies. The liaison is authorized to increase spending by up to $2,000 for each purchase on an emergency basis. The additional spending should be brought to the next regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for informational purposes by the department head.
That's fine.
Put by the department head at the end of that paragraph.
Yes.
I put this in there because I remember we talked about this at the last meeting.
Yeah.
So I recall. To make sure I've got this one correct, we put trustee Rail, Zoning, Parks, Trails, Buildings and Technology / Media, or trustee O'Brien, Fire and Fire Station, trustee Bullard, Roads and Cemetery, same as it was this year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we've thrown the word individual in paragraph 3 before the word personnel.
Yeah.
And we've thrown by the department head at the end of 4.
Yes.
Got it?
So I don't know, did I move that? If I did, I want to withdraw it and then start over and move it as revised.
Okay,
Do I have a second?
need a second.
Yeah, second.
Okay, moved by the chair, second by trustee Real. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes,
I move that the board specifically authorize the cemetery liaison to have authority to execute all matters regarding Evergreen Cemetery, and that expires December 31, 2025.
Second.
Moved by the chair, second by trustee Real. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Bullard,
yes,
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
Next one is appoint and or name positions and board. I'll turn this over to trustee Real.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Resolution 25 I think we're at 01-11 now, or are we still at 1-2?
We're 1, 2.
Because we
We got rid of the 1.
Oh, okay, we got rid of 08.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is, the meetings was 08. The liaisons was 09. Alright, so this is now 10, got it.
No, what we just did with the cemetery liaison should be 1-0.
Yeah, this is
Okay,
1.
this should be, okay, so just, yeah, good.
Got it.
Resolution 25-01-11, motion to reappoint Quinn Hoffman to ARB with term limit set to expire December 31st, 2028.
I'll second that.
moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion? Please call the roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes,
Resolution 25-01-12, move to reappoint Zach Brown to Parks and Trails Advisory Committee with term limit set to expire December 31st, 2026.
second,
Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Bullard,
yes,
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Resolution 25-01-13, move to reappoint Hillary Cerny to Parks and Trails with term set to expire December 31st, 2026.
Second.
Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion, please call the roll.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes.
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to change the next one a little bit if I have the board's indulgence. I would like to attend the county health board meeting. Trustee Bullard, are you okay with that?
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay, and then on number 5, instead of Jacob Bond, I would put down Levi Kohler.
And that is a suggested change.
I don't have anybody for the audit committee other than Pat, if anybody else.
So, and they haven't met in so long that it's not a problem.
And then I'll leave trustee Rail. Are you good with number 7 and 8?
Yeah, now that we have the resolutions, just as a point of note for the meeting minutes, Quinn Hoffman's term should now be reset to 2028. Zach Brown and Hillary Cerny's term should now be reset to 2026.
Duly noted and marked.
Thank you.
Okay, so I move in the matter of naming appointments and positions, 250114 as revised.
Second,
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion?
do we want to actually have trustee Bullard on the railroad task force committee, or I'm happy to serve, but there hasn't been much activity, I'm not sure.
It's sort of unless there's something that comes up, it's not gonna
Okay.
happen.
Yeah.
So,
That's not a big deal.
Okay, that's
And
fine.
if you can't, you know,
Okay.
yep. And unless there's a major accident, death usually, and then they want to change the railroad crossing, they won't meet.
and all of our crossings have crossing bars now and that sort of stuff, so that isn't even in the conversation like it used to be.
Okay, very good.
Okay. Further discussion? Please call the roll.
Rail.
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. Trustee Rail, do you want to address the next one?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So for number 3, I have revised this language just a little bit here, and it's to engage Reinhardt Legal Services and Brocious Johnson and Griggs for general zoning, and then the rest of it remains the same.
Okay, so, and of course you get rid of the question marks.
Yeah, and then Brocious Johnson and Griggs up below, there's no longer there.
Okay, a quick question. We did have engaged dealing with an appeal to our zoning appeals, and that law firm seemed to be doing very well. Do we want to consider them in the future?
Yes, I think that would be good to consider in the future, and but maybe we can include that as separate if we decide that we want to utilize them. And Reinhardt would be used for BZA, Brocious Johnson and Griggs for BZC, and then potentially Lafayette's firm for representation of the board.
And because I think there are times that the board needs to be represented at BZA, but I don't think it's appropriate for the board to go to the BZA.
Yeah, agreed.
And that point 3, I would put some verbiage in there that allows the chairman to, if Reinhardt's the right one for general zoning, great, but if he's not the right one and it should be Griggs, then the chairman ought to be able to choose. Because this kind of defines exactly who's going to do what, which is good, but the chairman should have unless he wants, if he wants to change their mind or for some reason.
The chairman or authorized representative from the board or liaison?
Either one, it doesn't matter to me. I just hate to have a meeting to be able to choose a different lawyer.
I'm open, but I agree that somebody should. But I don't have a strong opinion about who that somebody should be.
Well, okay, so can you provide an example? Like, we have a situation that comes up and the situation is under, let's say the situation is under a personnel item. And the personnel happens to be in whichever, so would you want it to be, let's say it was in roads, would you want trustee Bowler to be the one that chooses?
Yeah, I think it should be the trustee that decides that. Or it could be the liaison or the chairman, I don't care. I'm just like to have the board be able to, because I hate to get to the wrong lawyer, because that's what the book says we gotta do.
Right.
So, okay, so then let's add, engage Reinhardt Legal Services, Brocious Johnson and Griggs. And I'll just add the company that Mr. Lafayette works for at this time. And, Freeman, Mathis, and Gary LLP. For general zoning, Fishel, Downey, etc. for employee relations, and Albers for economic development. To be determined by the respective department liaison or otherwise authorized by the board of trustees.
Correct.
Okay, I'm mostly okay with that. But before I second, so economic development isn't under a liaison.
Well, that's why, if I wanted that, I would need to be authorized by the board to do that.
Understood. Second, moved by trustee Rail, seconded by the chair. Further discussion?
And just to clarify that, it would be things that fall within the department the trustee liaison can handle, things that don't, such as economic development. The board would need to authorize a specific individual to engage.
Thank you.
Let me make sure I've got paragraph 3 right. Engage Reinhardt Legal Services, Brocious Johnson and Griggs LLC, and Freeman, Mathis, and Gary for general zoning.
Yep.
Semicolon.
Okay, so for the record and discussion, when it was moved and seconded, it's for the entire approving retaining legal counsel as follows. It's not just paragraph 3, so it's the entire
Yes.
resolution 250115. Further discussion? Please call the roll.
Well, I want to make sure I've got paragraph 3 correct here.
Yeah.
So it was that for general zoning, Fishel, Downey, Albrecht, and Riepenhoff for employee relations, semicolon, and Albers for economic development. Another semicolon, to be determined by the liaison.
I don't think that that's completely right, because you had listed the other law firm as well.
You said it. You said Brocious, Johnson, and Griggs, and then you said Freeman, Mathis, and Gary.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't hear it. I apologize.
But then there was a point at the end, there was addition at the end.
To be determined by the department liaison or authorization of the board.
Got it, thank you.
Okay, so further discussion on that. The point being that if there's not a liaison, it has to be approved by the board.
That's okay.
Vis-a-vis economic development.
Think that fits.
Okay, please call the roll.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
Rail.
Yes. So then the next one is who can reach out, right?
Yes.
And we're on resolution 25-01-16, correct? Correct.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so I had, oh wait, this is not. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, sorry, proceed, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so do I have a motion for 250116?
Move that township employees to reach out to the prosecutor's office with respect to information, inform all members of the board should be copied, and the fiscal officer to trustees at berlin.twp.us. There's some wording changes in that one.
Move that township employees to reach out to the prosecutor's office with respect to information.
All inform the board, comma, and should copy the fiscal officer and trustees at berlin.twp.us.
Second. Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion?
Just cleaning up that language.
Move that township employees to reach out to the prosecutor's office with respect to information. All inform the board should.
All inform the board and should copy the fiscal officer and trustees at Berlin Township.
So is there a punctuation
So
around all?
No, it's just,
Okay.
yeah, it's just all members.
Please call the roll.
Who seconded?
I did.
Thank you, sir. Bullard,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Make a motion that we authorize the fiscal officer to perform the following acts.
No, skipped one. We skipped one.
Uh-oh. Move that any additional counsel sought by the cemetery sextons, fiscal officer, zoning inspector, road superintendent, fire chief shall require approval from the liaison not to exceed $500 per month. Any additional expenses shall require board approval. So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes. Authorize the fiscal officer to make a motion that we authorize the fiscal officer to perform the following acts, 1 through 10. So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion? Please call the roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Make a motion that no money will be held in escrow by the fiscal officer or any other township employee or office for payment of any township fees. So
Second.
moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Holiday observance policy for full-time non-bargaining unit employees. Wednesday, you got the list.
And this list has been confirmed as the 2025 days and dates, Mr. Fiscal Officer.
yes, ma'am.
All right.
So do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes. Oh, somebody else do the next one.
Okay, move to adopt resolution 25-01-21, the miscellaneous township payment policies for non-bargaining union employees, numbers 1 through 6.
Second. I hate acronyms. Okay, so it's been moved by trustee Rail, seconded by the chair. Discussion?
Would you like to propose a friendly amendment to?
No, I'm okay, because I had to reread it. So it's okay. I just,
I'm not a fan of that.
Okay. Please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes,
Okay, I do have some ideas to offer the board to consider in the next one. So after each per month, I added, instead of per month, it's per calendar month. So it's clear what kind of month it is. The second, after the zoning limit, I would like to include all items over $500 requires a follow-up requisition. Items approved mid-month raises the limit to the original limits. And then,
I'm sorry, can you read that last one? As approved,
okay, all items over $500 requires a follow-up requisition.
that's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Items approved mid-month raises the limit to the original limits. So for discussion on that, so if zoning's limit is $2,000, but they come in mid-month and say, I spent $500, I would like this approved, we approve it, it goes back up to 2,000 because they've had it approved.
Okay, I got it.
But
But if it's not approved, the 2,000 stays instead until it is approved.
exactly.
Got it. So you could reset your payment, your amount if you get it approved by the board.
Right, and if you need to have a special meeting, we have a special meeting, it's taken care of, and it resets back to the amount. Now, before the last sentence, department liaison should be notified at the earliest availability. I added, so before the period, with a follow-up email with said information. That way, if they call the fiscal officer and they give all this information, but they don't follow up, he may be able to understand what's going on, and he knows that there's enough fund in, let's say, for the fire department, but he's not going to be able to remember the vendor name, the address, etc. They need to follow up with an email giving that to the fiscal officer.
That's fine.
Okay. So with those revisions, I move in the matter of department spending authorization.
Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion?
make sure I've got these corrections. You can put calendar before each month. You've got after zoning, you've got all items over $500 require a follow-up approval.
Not just after zoning, after, like, it's a need, it's for all.
Yeah, the need.
Okay, so, requires a follow-up requisition.
Requisition. And then after that, it says items spent mid-month.
No, items approved.
Okay, items approved mid-month.
Raises the limit back to the original limits.
Raises the limit back to the original limit. Okay,
And then before the last sentence and before the period, it's with a follow-up email with said information.
got it.
Okay, moved by trustee O'Brien, second by trustee Rail. Further discussion, please call roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Mhm.
O'Brien,
Yes. Okay, I move that we approve.
Hold on.
Okay.
I'll have it changed to
Okay.
this.
Yes,
Okay.
trustee Rail, if you'll take the next item.
Thank you. So, as far as the township hall rental rules, we have had a number of folks that, have unfortunately caused damage to the township hall that has not been reported. And so I would like to, adjust at the end of this, policy application, where it says pictures. You see where it says pictures?
yes,
I'd like to have that say instead, evidence of leaving space in original condition, parentheses, then say pictures, then end parentheses, then colon. And I'd like to say, in the second sentence, where it says, failure to take pictures with any noted damage, then this is where you'll insert, prior to rental that is observed following the rental, then you'll pick up at where we're at, may result in loss of deposit and or additional charges if there's any equipment damage. Equipment or room damage.
It was prior to rental, does that make sense?
Yeah, because,
You had done it 2 weeks ago.
okay, thank you, prior to use instead of rental. So prior to use that is observed following the rental. Thank you, Trustee Bullard.
So would you like to read that back?
All right. I missed part of the first, evidence of having.
Of leaving.
Of leaving spaces.
Leaving space
Space
in the original condition.
in the original condition,
Parentheses, pictures, on all caps still, and parentheses, colon.
oh, you're naming the title of that.
Yeah, I'm renaming the title.
Well, it's gonna be nitpicky a little bit too. Let's go back to the other page for a second.
Well, wait, let's finish this part because
Okay.
it's in the middle.
Just put the period at building. We don't care when they do
Okay. All right. So the title is now evidence of leaving space in the original condition, parentheses, pictures.
Mhm.
All right. Then we're gonna make the second sentence say failure to take pictures with any noted damage
Prior to use,
prior to use, comma, that is observed following the rental, comma, may result in loss of deposit and or
exactly.
any equipment or room damage.
Yes, thank you.
So is there a motion to approve as amended?
Yeah.
Or revise this?
Move to approve resolution 25-01-23, approve and adopt township hall rental rules as revised.
Second, moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Ryan,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yeah.
Rail.
Yes.
That takes us to cemetery fees. Trustee Bullard, do you want to leave us on that?
Yeah, as we go down, I wanted to change the opening and closing to the 750 and the 1300, which makes sense.
750 and 1300.
So this note will not be included. It's just the,
Right.
okay.
And then on the next page, I wanted to change the charge for marker foundation to $1.10 and $1.60. $1.10, $1.60. To the three there. And this keeps going, and then the next page, and where it says interment and inurement, I was gonna put including remains. Just to make sure that,
After inurement,
just make sure that people don't think it's free for remains.
and put those in parentheses right behind inurement.
Do you want to say, do you want to make that including cremains? Trustee Bullard?
Yeah, it was, or what I meant, it's either a body or remains. Okay, one or the other, and I don't know whether including is the right word, is there a different word?
I don't know, that's why I was asking.
Including seems okay to me.
That's fine.
Well, I mean, that was how I got there.
Okay.
And then on the next page, it says, driving on grass is, it's the last sentence, driving on grass is prohibited, any damage will be assessed at actual cost. And then the asterisk increase in 2023, which I would put comma, minimum price, and may increase to actual cost. Because for those excavations to remove remains, it may be, instead of $1,100, it may be $5,000 or some such number.
Okay, I apologize, where are we? Where are we?
It's on page 15, right in the middle of the page.
Okay,
There's an asterisk that says increased in 2023, you want to put a comma there.
Yep.
Minimum price period may increase to actual cost period.
Correct.
Got it?
Which is, and that was it. So moved.
okay, well, wait, before we do that.
Mhm.
So that asterisk increase to 2023 will be gone.
Well, I just left it there because it was increased in 2023.
Okay, so the next question I have is, why is driving on grass in here twice?
Why what?
Why is driving on grass in here twice?
Because the funeral directors and those people will drive their cars out to the grave space.
Mhm.
And in June, July, and August, or July, August, and September is probably not a problem. Try that in April, you're gonna make ruts.
Okay,
And so what we're saying is driving on the grass is prohibited. Any damage will be assessed at actual cost.
okay. It's just written twice, but maybe because it's under a different title.
Guys,
It's all, I just read that sentence because it was handy to read.
Okay.
But I wasn't trying to change that.
Okay, because it's on page 13 and it's on page 15. But
Well-
that's okay.
What we were
It's
trying
real
to do
clear.
is to just make sure that everybody understands, it's not for driving on, it's not a place to drive.
Okay. Okay,
And see, the first one I think is for Cheshire Cemetery, and the second one is for Evergreen Cemetery.
okay.
And that brings me back to.
he's doing that, give me 2 minutes to change the tape.
If something doesn't make sense, be sure to say it, but try to make it make sense.
Well, I understand it now. I didn't at first.
And we're back.
Okay, so, again, trustee Bullard, did you move cemetery fees as revised 250124?
I thought I did, so moved.
Okay, I second. Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by the chair. Discussion. Please call the roll.
Fuller,
Yeah,
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes. Next.
I got a question on the previous motion, the 250123.
Yes.
Let me just, once more. That's it. That should be everything.
I imagine it should.
Not a big deal.
Okay, so that takes us to zoning permit fees. Trustee Real, do you want to lead that discussion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I did actually send forward today the adjusted 2025 zoning permit fees. So, let me just confirm the time that you received that. So, move to approve and adopt 2025 zoning fees as listed in Exhibit 14, which was provided via email at 1:07 p.m. today. And what you'll see in what I sent forward was the new effective date when it was adopted by the trustees, and the adjustment to the fees is only in one place, which is the preliminary and final development plan one-step process has now been altered to include the adjustment that we approved in October of this year.
Okay, I second. Moved by Trustee Rail, seconded by the chair. Discussion. Please call roll.
Rail,
Yes,
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. That takes us to driveway permits. I move that we approve the drive in the matter of all residential, farm, and commercial and industrial driveway pipe permits shall be $50 each.
I second.
Okay, moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Rail. Discussion.
Of note, this is in the zoning fees as well, and it does say driveway permit or residential, farm, commercial, industrial pipe permits are $50 each.
Yes. And it's by statute, so this is
Yes.
one that we can't really change unless they change the statute.
As we get more into it, we may want to change that, but that right now makes sense.
Okay, moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Rail. Discussion. Please call the roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Rail.
Yes,
Okay, 25-128, approve $5,000 for contract services for the zoning department to be provided by Delaware County Regional Planning, not to extend beyond December 31, 2025, to be managed by the zoning liaison. So moved.
I second, although I think it's resolution 250127
yeah,
is the new number.
Yeah.
Correct.
So moved by Trustee Ford, seconded by the chair. Discussion. Please call the roll.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail.
yes.
Next takes us to wage schedule. Do I have a motion?
In the form, move to approve resolution 25-01-28, approve and adopt a 3% wage increase for all township personnel and pay rates with the exception of all bargaining unit employees, non-CDL drivers, and any new hires after November 15th, 2024. All wages increases rounded up to the nearest penny with the effective date of January 1st, 2025 for the calendar year 2025.
Second. Discussion.
Of note, we do have the 2023 and 2024 pay rates, percentages, and the corresponding new adjusted pay rate. Mr. Jordan, I anticipate that in the final meeting minutes, we would have the 2024 and 2025 pay rates adjusted for that 3% increase in it.
Got a question.
Correct, ma'am.
Thank you.
Why do we have non-CDL drivers accepted?
Oh, those are I believe that those are the part-timers that you have in front of them.
Well, but they're CDL drivers, and then there's a pay rate in there that covers them and all that stuff. But non-CDL driver, that would be like the zoning people and all of those folks.
No, that wouldn't be the zoning folks. That would be the snow plowers.
You're talking about the road department, but I'm talking about what this says, it's all township personnel.
It's not non-CDL drivers, it's not drivers who don't have CDL, it's the drivers who are who are driving for roads that are not CDL certified.
It doesn't say that.
Okay, well then we can, what do you guys want to adjust this to
I
then?
mean, I didn't, what this says, I don't think we need.
I think it's the truck driver dash no CDL.
Okay, so I think that's the intent, but I don't really know why we have that intent. I think there
Because
was
we don't have it.
I think it was, there was a purpose at a time that no longer exists. So what I would suggest is just redacting non-CDL drivers.
Friendly amendment to
And-
redact non-CDL drivers.
I would just cross those three words out.
That's fine.
And then it is.
That works. In the resolution itself, just cross out non-CDL drivers.
Because technically what it says is everybody that's not CDL. driver.
Well, but the title would be still driver, which is under the road. But that's okay. I think that you're absolutely right. It clarifies.
Press out the comment, the CDL drivers.
Non-CDL and drivers, and so it would be all bargaining unit members and any new hire after November 15th, 2024.
Okay, so, can you withdraw the motion and then we'll start over with the
Sure.
revision?
Withdraw the motion, move to approve resolution 25-01-28, approve and adopt a 3% wage increase for all township personnel and pay rates with the exception of all bargaining unit members and any new hires after November 15, 2024. All wage increases rounded up to the nearest penny with the effective date of January 1st, 2025, the calendar year of 2025.
A second discussion?
And so the fiscal officer will provide the 2025 pay rate information as part of this meeting minutes as well. And you can get rid of the 2023 pay rate.
Correct, thank you.
Further discussion? Please call the roll.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes,
Okay.
Trustee Bullard, do you want to address the next one? I think.
Well, hold on, I'm sorry. We did have somebody identified by person in this that I wanted to have removed from the pay rate.
Okay.
So, Mr. Jordan, as a revision to
It takes
the,
a motion
okay, can it be a motion?
to revise.
Because we have, somebody had put in Teresa Cannon and Taylor to help in zoning office. Really, it's just zoning office support.
So change.
Teresa Cannon and Taylor to help in zoning office to zoning office support.
Got it?
Okay, so.
How do you want to do that?
I'm trying to think of what is the, I move to repeal and replace, 250128 with the revised language.
Second.
Moved by the chair, second by trustee Rail. Discussion, please call the roll.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Rail. Bullard.
yes.
So then that puts us at resolution,
As it is.
As it is.
130. Okay,
All right, so that's actually something that's gotta be, okay. All right.
so the resolution 25-01-29 is to repeal and replace 25-01-28 with the revision of removing Teresa Cannon and Taylor to help in zoning office to zoning office support.
so that takes us to 250130. I move to approve essential part-time personnel who are called to work on a holiday will be paid the regular rate of pay in addition to 1.5 times their pay rate for each hour worked as noted in the township holiday observance policy. Hours worked will be based on the 0000 to 2400 hour schedule effective January 1, 2025. 5, with the exception of bargaining union employees. If this differs from the current handbook, the handbook takes precedence.
So, second,
Moved by the chair, second by trustee Rail, discussion.
so the handbook does not have anything related to this.
But the handbook could get revised too.
Okay, well, so I just want to make certain that either this or something gets to the handbook, because we had Jenna, she actually didn't end up working on that Friday of Thanksgiving, but could have. And I was unaware, because it's not in the handbook anywhere, of the 1.5 for her. I almost think that we need to have essential qualified as something maybe more, like, for example, emergency snow plowing or something like that. Because it's not intended to have any part-time employee who wants to work on a holiday get 1.5.
I understand that. I think that you need to, if you want to do that, it would be great and to include that in the handbook. However, essential is a legal term. And
It's
so,
gonna be a road employee or something like that.
so that needs to go through Riepenhoff if you do that.
Okay, so we can do this as is, and then I plan on bringing the handbook on the 13th anyway, and so I'll try to work with Riebenhoff. And I don't disagree with the language, I just want it to be in the handbook because that's what we reference.
No disagree.
What we were trying to cover is if you had snow on a holiday, or if you had a tree fall down or something like that, this would cover you.
And I agree with that.
But what I think you're headed to, and I would agree with, if somebody's authorized to do work at home, let's say input cemetery stuff, and they choose to do it on the holiday, they aren't getting paid for that because they're not being requested to do it
Right.
at that time.
Yeah.
But if they want to do it, I don't mind paying regular pay. They're just choosing to do that.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
I didn't mind Jenna working, I didn't want her to get 1.5. She ended up not working, so it was moot, but it will probably come up again.
Right.
And if she wants to, or a part-time employee wants to, that's fine with regular pay, assuming that it fits with everyone's schedule and is workable, you know.
So are you going to call Riepenhoff on that to get the term essential so that we don't get ourselves into a legal?
Yeah, and it needs to go in their handbook.
And so if you don't mind, while you're talking to him, ask him if you can get the timestamped, CBA, yes.
Something's up with that, but yeah, okay, we're good.
Okay. So, moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail, discussion, please call the roll.
Bill,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes,
Brian.
Yes, that will take us to 250131. Trustee Rail, do you want to take us to that?
I didn't know these dates were gonna be in here.
We've got a whole slew of them.
I know. What are the term limits? Is it the next one? It's 5 years.
Maybe we need to go into executive session.
No, but right now it's 5 years, right?
yes, 5 years.
Do you want to go into executive session?
A concern that I have is that these dates don't necessarily mesh with our zoning resolution.
In what way?
I thought December 31st was the ending date of some of them. Now, it could have been that the zoning resolution was changed, but when I read it before the change, there were BZA or BZC, one of them ended on this date and one of them ended December 31st. And somebody tried to simplify, but I'm not sure that it really was able to be simplified.
Well, that's a little bit of a kink for us, isn't it?
Yes.
So what you're saying is that the expiration of March 1st might be December 31st of the respective year.
Well, of the year prior. And where that really gets sticky is not for this year, but for next year.
So alternates. Five years for his BZA. One member will expire each year. It doesn't say the start date.
No, that's it. Can you put in March 1st or December 31 and see if something comes up?
Yeah. Very good.
Maybe they use numbers.
Well, that's not gonna get us.
12/31. Try a hyphen. It wouldn't be 12/1. 12/31. Well, maybe we can go ahead with it as it is and then you can check, because like I said, I think it's really important next year.
In the sense of if one expires in March, but we have it as 12/31/2025.
Well, if it's 12/31, the old trustee can vote on it. If it's March 31, they can't vote on it.
Okay.
So next year, you can't do that for one of these at least in the organizational, because the appointment has to happen after you have a new board. Unless it's the same board member is elected. But they can vote on it if it expires 12/31. That's why it gets sticky.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we got Jenny Sluice, 29. We have Darcy Kaplan, 30.
Those would stay the same. Well, those would
But Tara Shields was moved from alternate to,
No, I just, oh. To which office?
she is a standing member.
But who did she replace?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Keith, right? Yeah. So that would be 31.
No.
Yeah.
No, it expires in 26. You can't appoint her for before the expiration.
I don't understand what this is that I got here. I don't.
Okay, so really, it's reiterating what was, except for the one that expires. And that one we're appointing for the.
Oh, so everything else stays the same?
I don't know why they're all question marks. But you'll want to get the new person listed here.
Yeah.
And whoever expired in 24 would now be 25. Would be, well, that would be 25, but
This was,
for a one-year term.
and so this is 25. And then this is now Ray, and he's 25 now.
Yes. And then the one that expired in,
But if I'm doing that 3/1/24,
so 3/1/25.
What was in the book last year?
So what,
So the only one that needs to be changed is that one, and that one.
no, because Tara took Keith's position, Keith took Tara's position, then Ray got added. And Ray, Keith, and Tara all need adjust, or Ray, Keith, and Jenny all need adjust.
Okay.
okay, so these two need 25s as well.
Yeah.
But let's go back to, so if this is what was adopted last year, this is true,
But wouldn't we want to make
But
it
in
for
26?
26?
but no, it would be 5 years from now, it'd be 29.
But alternates are you renewing each year?
I'm sorry, you're right. Which one is the one that expired?
That's 29.
Okay, that's 29. But this one would be,
Yeah, this one's next year.
so it is,
20, it's
We
20,
can do it now, or it's the 30th of 30.
25th, 25. This one's 26. This one's 25.
something's not right.
No, this is an alternate.
Okay. So you should have one, are we appointing the one in 25? I thought that's what,
Yeah. This one expires March 1st, 2024. So she goes to 29.
so wasn't she already appointed? Because that means from March till now, she wasn't in office.
She is in office.
But if it expired in she wouldn't have been in office.
Unless we had a motion sometime during the year, like in March, to put her in. She technically wasn't there.
This is last year's.
That's just,
What is going on here,
that's
guys?
virtually everybody in this.
Yeah.
And I can't remember last year whether we said,
I think actually we did do something in February.
So do you want to make this one 30? So it doesn't expire?
Yeah. And then the other ones we're okay with. But we would have to, these would expire then 3 months in.
Right,
Do we make them for 26?
but
The
the
new
zoning
board.
text says for only a year, so you can't do that in advance, I don't think.
Well, but we have to be able to, because if we come back in February and then we make it for another year, we're still doing it a year in
Since
advance.
it's the same board, I think we could get away with it.
For now,
Yeah, but next year you can't do that.
yeah.
Okay, so why don't you change it, and then where are we on BZA?
And then BZA, Brad Cook,
who's placed at Terratech?
Keith Boschus. So
Okay.
she's 26.
And then you said Ray was in there?
Ray is, yeah. So Ray will be 26 and Keith will be 26 because they're the alternates now.
So Keith's an alternate?
Keith's alt 1, yeah, and Ray's alt 2.
And so here is,
Brad.
Cook, 29, and then, Michelle Cook is 30. Okay.
And
We're on the same page now.
Yeah, okay. And then the alternates go to 26 for Quinn and Jessica.
Yeah, but I would look for next year, so you're not in this, to make sure that they all actually expire March
Yeah.
1st. And not going based on past resolutions, but going past.
Zoning text.
Resolution, yeah.
Well, if the zoning text doesn't say anything, do we want to put something in there?
That's a Tony question.
Okay. Why is that a Tony question?
Well, because you can't reduce anybody. If they've been appointed and it's in error, you can't take it away from them.
Mhm.
But as they expire, you go back to the original.
Yeah.
That's why.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm prepared to move forward. Resolution, I think we're at 25-01-31.
Yes.
Okay, motion to reappoint Jenny Sloas to BZC with term to expire March 1st, 2029.
Second, moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion, please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Resolution 25-01-32, motion to reappoint Darcy Catlin to BZC with term set to expire March 1st, 2030.
Second, moved by trustee Rail, seconded by the chair. Discussion, please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Resolution 25-01-33, motion to reappoint Tara Shields to BZC with term to expire March 1st, 2026.
Second, moved by trustee Rail, seconded by the chair. Discussion, please call the roll.
Bullard. Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Motion to reappoint Ray Armstrong as BZC alternate with term set to expire March 1st, 2026.
Second, moved by trustee Rail, seconded by the chair. Discussion, please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
Resolution 25-01-35, motion to reappoint Keith Boscia to BZC alternate with terms to expire March 1st, 2026.
Second, moved by trustee Rail, seconded by the chair. Discussion, please call the roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes. Motion 25-01-36, motion to reappoint Brad Cook to BZA with term to expire March 1st, 2029.
Second, moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion, please call the roll. Poll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
This resolution, this next one has Michelle Cook as the name. And has it listed as BZA alternate. But I have Quinn Machen and Jessica Conksey as the alternates, and I have Michelle Cook as a BZA board member. So I believe that it's Quinn Machen as the alternate here for resolution 25-01-37. And I believe that it's Michelle Cook that expires in her regular position as a BZA board member in 2025. So Brad Cook goes to 2029, Michelle Cook goes to 2030. I'm going to have, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to add a resolution here, but I'm going to start with Michelle Cook then. Resolution 25-01-37, motion to reappoint Michelle Cook to BZA with term set to expire March 1st, 2030.
Second, moved by trustee Rail, seconded by the chair. Discussion, please call the roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes. Resolution 25-01-38, motion to reappoint Jessica Consley as BZA alternate with term set to expire March 1st, 2026.
Second, moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion, please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
And now I am adding a resolution, so the numbering is going to go off. Resolution 25-01-39, motion to reappoint Quinn Machen as BZA alternate with term set to expire March 1st, 2026.
Second, moved by trustee,
Who was that?
Quinn Machen, BZA alternate.
Quinn Malkin?
Mockin, yeah.
okay, so moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion, please call the roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes. So, when we get to the next one, we need to change, RPC alternate 1 to,
Levi.
yes, Levi Kohler.
Yes, so we need that change, and then we now, based on what we've just approved, Mr. Jordan, Jenny Slose is now 2029. Darcy Kaplan is now 2030. Keith Gosha at the top of the next page changes to Tara Shields, set to expire still 2026. Jasper to Christopher, set for 2027. Angela Brown, 2028. BZA alternate, replace the name Tara Shields with Keith Gosha, set to expire 3/1/2026. Replace vacant with Ray Armstrong, set to expire 3/1/2026. BZA board, Brad Cook, change the term to expire 2029. Michelle Cook, change the term to expire 2030. Quinn Machen, change the term set to expire to 2026. Jessica Kunsley, set the term to expire 2026. BZA alternate 1, Jacob Bond to Levi Kohler. Move to adopt resolution 25-01-40, exhibit 17, zoning commission, board of appeals, BZC and BZA alternates, regional planning representative with alternate changes as listed and revisions requested.
As revised.
As revised.
Second, moved by trustee Rail, seconded by, the chair. Discussion, please call the roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
I move that we approve the certified list of firefighters submitted by Fire Chief Brian Taylor dated December 9, 2024, as listed.
Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion, please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard, O'Brien,
Yes. Trustee Bullard, do you want to take the discussion on the next item?
The work department hours,
Safety clothing,
I'm trying to,
page 22.
page 20,
2.
22. Oh,
It should be right there.
this, some way or another.
Yeah.
Okay. Make a motion that we approve township or employee purchase of township safety clothing and gear for the road department employees with cost up to $200 for steel toe work boots and $150 for jacket, bib overalls, duck hood as needed and certified by trustee prior to purchase. Road employee must provide approved original receipt to fiscal officer for reimbursement of purchased apparel. No sales tax will be reimbursed. All items paid for by township remain property of the township.
Second. Second.
Okay.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by the chair. Discussion, please call the roll.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
Okay, and then the next item is make a motion to approve the work hours as stated below. I don't think there's any change this year.
There is for, not for roads, but for zoning. It looks like they're both together, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, so if there's no changes to roads, I'll talk about the zoning.
Or,
Resolution, the approved work hours as stated below, has roads and zoning together. So you're good with this, right?
yep,
But mine underneath here.
okay, gotcha.
So, the required office hours of 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. are in place with other hours open to public as posted on the website. I would like to have those, hours, be 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Currently, it's 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. And I'd like to have time for our staff to prep for the day and close out the day.
So regular hours start at 9 a.m.
Yeah,
And then, instead of saying for 8 hours, you want it to say until 4 p.m.?
well, no, that's actually the zone office secretary's hours. So I want to say over here, zoning department, required office hours, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Monday through Friday. Other hours open to the public as posted on the website. Regular office hours are Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m.
I have a little bit of a issue with that because it makes it sound like they can turn something in, not they may turn something in. So I'd say office hour, instead of using the word regular, I would turn to office hours may be 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Because we shall be here from 10 until 12. So anything that must be turned in can be turned in. So if something is referendum, we have to be open from 10 to 12.
Yeah.
But we may be open.
So what we should say though is we should say required office hours, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Monday through Friday, except holidays.
Okay.
Jeff, in that first sentence, can you get that?
Which first sentence?
Of the zoning department, it says required office hours.
10 a.m. to 12.
Yep, Monday through Friday, and then say except holidays after that.
Except holidays.
Then the line below that, kind of scratch all that line below and say other officers.
Mhm.
Other zoning office hours may be Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. as posted on the website, and then merlincwp.us. Is that okay?
So let's have a discussion about it. I may be okay with it. So when it comes to a referendum, they come in here and they turn it into the zoning office, but it's really to the fiscal officer. So if you say zoning, it doesn't include.
So remove zoning from other office hours. Okay, did you get that, Jeff?
No.
Okay. Okay. Other office hours may be Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Yeah.
p.m. as posted on the Berlin Township website.
Got it.
Then zoning office secretary, those regular hours should stay in place. She will continue the hours starting at 8 a.m. for 8 hours a day, unless the evenings, all of that. The zoning inspector hours, regular hours may start at 8 a.m. for 8 hours, Monday through Friday. He works Monday through Friday. Hours subject to change based on zoning commission meetings, appeals, or other township requirements. Then we have assistant zoning inspector, which is a full-time job as well. And that should say the same hours as the zoning inspector hours. Then we have part-time township operations specialist, which is other hours by appointment or assigned, for a maximum of 45 hours every 2 weeks, which includes meetings, no lunch breaks or workplace plus time as approved by the liaison.
Okay, so this is totally not on. Where's the operations?
There is none, I'm putting it on there.
Okay, so do you want to just confirm with the fiscal officer on that?
Yeah. So Jeff, the zoning inspector is on here, but it should be the same as the zoning secretary and say 8 a.m. for 8 hours, Monday through Friday. You got that?
Got it.
Okay. Then the next one, we need to add the assistant zoning inspector, and that will say the same thing as the zoning inspector as far as hours.
I just wrote down same hours as zoning inspector.
Perfect. No, that's fine.
And it's not a part-time?
It's not part-time.
Actually, that part.
So assistant zoning inspector, maybe you want to say full-time, it's fine. Then we have the township operations specialist, which should say the same thing that part-time assistant zoning inspector says. Maximum of 45 hours every 2 weeks, which includes meetings, no lunch breaks or work breaks plus time as approved by the liaison. Offices will be closed on holidays and or other designated days. Is that good?
What was that?
All right.
Second.
Well, we need a motion.
With that, move to approve resolution 25-01-43, approve work hours as stated below, and revised.
Second.
Okay, moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Buller. Discussion, please call the roll.
Ryan,
Yes.
Buller,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
Special event calendar. Did somebody check those dates?
Yes.
Yes. I move that, well, and you're still trustee Bullard, so Beggars Night will be October 31st.
I saw that.
Shall we?
Okay, so I move that we establish 2025 special event calendar as written.
Second.
Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion, please call.
I changed the Beggars Night to 25.
No.
That's funny.
Please call roll.
I second it.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes,
O'Brien.
Yes. I move that we adopt resolution directing non-discriminatory hiring by tax exemption recipients.
Second.
Moved by trustee O'Brien, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion, please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller,
yes,
Next one, I'll give to trustee Rail if you lead us on that.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not have any proposed revisions for the social media policy. However, I do think that embedded within this resolution, we should also define who has access on an annual basis. So I may suggest that we add that into the resolution of who is able each year to access the social or provide the social media content. With that said, move to approve resolution 25-01-46, the approval of the social media policy with those authorized to post to social media to include technically the fiscal officer, because he has to StreamYard this, the zoning secretary, the township operations specialist, and the trustee as authorized by the board of trustees.
Second. So moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion?
And currently, I am authorized in this case for social media posts, particularly coming out of an emergency situation where no one else was available.
If there was something that I was supposed to add there, I don't know what I was adding, I don't know where I was adding.
On the resolution to approve social media policy,
Yeah, I'm there.
it just says approve social media policy. And then I added a sentence there, so you may have to go back to the meeting minutes on that, but it's and approve the fiscal officer, zoning secretary, township operations specialist, and trustee as designated by the board to post content to social media.
and I think we either gotta go back and change the liaisons or do something to appoint you.
No, we already authorized me in a separate one when we had the emergency services, but we don't have to be, because technology media is me.
Well, but that's not social media. That's all, I'm just trying to make sure we're clear.
Yeah, but I actually don't want whoever's in that role to be the one that has access to social media generally. I want it to be a separately approved person that gets the approval for social media, because like right now it's fine, but let's say somebody wanted to use social media in a different way, I would want our board to authorize or not authorize that person. So I want it to be separate from standard media liaison.
Let's vote on this and then
Okay.
we'll finish the discussion.
Okay.
Okay, so moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Further discussion?
What we did was we changed the title to include approve social media policy and approve fiscal officer, zoning secretary, township operations specialist, and trustees as authorized
Content managers.
content
It's
managers.
defined within the policy too as what a content manager.
Got it. Thank you.
Further discussion?
I agree with you, it's just that we usually dead end those things for a particular date, those motions. Do we need to,
Friendly amendment set to expire December 31st of 2025. Thank you.
you know,
And I accept that friendly amendment.
and what I meant was to authorize you through December.
But I want to be authorized in the sense of I'm authorized through the social media policy, not in the sense that I'm a media liaison, not the other one.
Okay,
I want to be authorized. I want every year for us to look at the social media policy, potentially change the platform and potentially change the people who are authorized.
So what I just did was for it to expire 12/31/25 after managers. Content management.
You can just end it at 12:31.
Got it.
Perfect.
Further discussion, please call a roll.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes,
That takes us to fiscal officer items.
general fund.
Do you want me to just go ahead and read it?
Yes.
Okay, so I move that we approve 2025 permanent appropriations not to exceed 1,000 general fund, $4,388,080. 2011 motor vehicle license tax fund, 45,000. 2021 gasoline tax fund, 410,000. 2041 cemetery fund, 175,000. 2111 fire fund, 3,593,000. 2181 zoning fund, 442,700. 2231 motor vehicle permissive license tax fund, 195,000. Total permanent appropriations, $9,248,780.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Board. Discussion. This is probably one of the most important of all of our resolutions. Please call roll.
Rail.
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes,
O'Brien.
Yes. Move to transfer $500,000 from account number 2111-910-910-000 to account number 4901 Fire Department Capital Projects. Moved by chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call the roll.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
Fuller.
yes,
Move to transfer $2 million from account number 1000-910-910-000 to account number 4301-891-000.
second,
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call the roll.
Rail.
Yes.
Fuller.
yes,
O'Brien.
Yes. Next one takes us a motion to appoint Brochus and Johnson Griggs.
Do we want to simultaneously allocate the same amount for the other respective zoning engagements, or?
This is up to you.
Okay, move to appoint Brochus, Johnson and Griggs LLC for general zoning and approve $5,000.
second,
Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion.
Friendly amendment, appropriate $5,000.
Yes. Is that accepted? Friendly amendment?
Instead of approve, appropriate.
yes,
Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? Please call the roll.
Fuller.
yes,
Rail. O'Brien.
So, you got it, you beat me to it, and I would want to do this now for the other.
Okay.
Move to appoint Reinhardt Legal Services for general and zoning purposes and appropriate $5,000.
Second. Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by the chair. Discussion. Please call the roll.
Fuller.
yes,
Rail.
Yes,
O'Brien.
Yes.
and then finally, move to appoint, what is he called? No, Freeman, Mathis, and Gary, for general zoning purposes and approved by $5,000.
Second. Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by chair. Discussion. Please call the roll.
Rail.
Yes,
O'Brien.
Yes.
Fuller.
yes,
Have we adopted their new fee schedule?
No.
we,
Brochus.
yeah,
Adopt our new fee schedule? No, that was why I put that there. So we would do that.
so we've allocated the money, but we haven't
Right.
adopted, so,
Or did you?
I don't recall. I remember the discussion, but I don't remember if we actually did it.
are we ready?
No, not before. Not in a
but I don't
previous
think that we
meeting.
need to adopt their schedule, we just need to accept the additional payment. And accept the increased payment. When we engage with their services contract, services agreement, that's when we will have approved the payment and the amount. Because Reinhardt, Brochus,
Maybe
and,
we should just recognize.
yeah,
So,
well, we don't know if the other people will have fee increases as well.
I know.
So I think that right now we've appropriated the amount, and then on the 13th, we need to bring back the service agreements. And then when we accept those service agreements, we can
I'm
acknowledge.
okay with that, but we need to be sure to, can you put that on the agenda?
Yeah. The 13th agenda, adoption of, acceptance of additional fees for, zoning legal services.
Okay, so that takes us to, other items, for requisitions.
I make a motion that we authorize trustee Bullard to enter into a snow plowing contract and salt spreading contract with Pony Landscaping in the amount of not to exceed $10,000 per requisition dated 12/23 of 2024.
Is that, I second, but for discussion, is that for 2025 or effective immediately?
I didn't put a date on it. I should have put,
Let's start at the new year.
through 12/31 of 2025.
And it starts when?
That should, this contract would go through the end of the year.
So starting today until then?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a friendly amendment. So
Mhm.
it's from today, sunsets on 12/31/25.
Correct.
Okay, moved by trustee Board, seconded by, the chair, discussion. Please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes. And I make a motion that we authorize $1,500 for the Evergreen Cemetery ditch petition to be paid to the county commissioners. And along with the appropriate paperwork, and authorize trustee Board to execute all paperwork necessary.
Second.
Okay, so moved by trustee Board, seconded by trustee Rail. I'm in agreement, but I think we should have a little discussion because that's an open checkbook. Because if it's found to be necessary, we and whoever is in the territory must pay the cost.
This is just the cost to get it through the commissioners.
To the commissioners.
To
But,
the commissioners.
right, but if they find in our favor that it's actually necessary and there's a good sufficient outlet, then it is assessed to the benefactors of the ditch petition.
A lot of the engineering work has been done. What this does is cover the engineering work, gets it to the point that it comes back to the commissioners, and the commissioners then authorize moving forward with it. That's when we would have to pay this payment.
Well,
So I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But this is necessary to get it to that point.
and I'm not
Yeah.
trying to throw a fly in the ointment, I'm just trying to say that
You're saying that the property owners
This
will
doesn't
get
get
taxed
the
on
job.
this?
it's an assessment on the
Yeah.
tax. It shows up on the tax bill,
Yeah.
but we don't pay taxes, but we do pay assessments, so
Yeah.
we will have to pay. The advantage to it is it can get done even if it has to go through somebody else's property.
And this doesn't get anything done other than create a bunch of paper.
I know, and one thing commissioners love is a ditch petition.
They gotta like that.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee Rail. Further discussion? Please call the roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
And when spending comes off, I need a check for $1,500. When we can spend again.
Okay.
Okay. Any other requisitions?
Trying to remember, was there anything else?
There, I thought
I
there was
have-
one other.
I have a lot.
Oh, yeah, move to approve, 100 hours additional for Claudia Smith to support fiscal office at the current rate, at her current rate of pay.
Second. So is that current rate plus 3%? Okay, it's just current rate, okay. Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Further discussion? Please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
I feel like there was one other thing for you. It was on the roads, and I think you're,
I was thinking there was, I haven't known.
okay, well, trustee O'Brien.
I know that this was, one thing. That was. The roof panel, that's not it.
Oh, well, okay, maybe we'll come back.
Whatever it is, I lost it.
I seem to remember it too, so. Okay, trustee O'Brien.
Okay, so, the fire chief, sent you requisitions, so I'll try to go through these fairly quickly.
And the supplemental reasoning, so we should all be informed as to why we're approving.
Yes. So I move that we approve requisition 2025-001 to Ohio Health for an amount of $43,200 with an expected cost of $36,000 for the purpose of employee physicals.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion, please call the roll.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
I move that we approve requisition 2025-002 to ESO Solutions for an amount of $18,000 with an expected cost of $15,000 for the ESO software 2025 emergency reporting, which is the cost of current or anticipated software.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion, please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
I move that we approve appropriate, requisition number 2025-003 to Phoenix Safety Outfitters for an amount of $23,040 with the expected cost being $19,200 for the purpose of turnout gear rental. And that purpose is because turnout gear rental for 15 firefighters for 2025. Price per cost is 15 sets of gear times 12 months. The set includes coat and pants.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion, please call the roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Yes.
Bullard,
I move that we approve requisition 2025-004 to Wall Beds Manufacturing for an amount of $44,656, with the anticipated cost being $37,380 for office and installation for office. It's not furniture and equipment and the installation of said improvements, which will finalize the chief and assistant chief office remodel and the training room remodel.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion, please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes, I move that we approve requisition 2025-005 for an amount of $8,340 to FireCat for annual hose testing and annual NFPA ground ladder testing, which is required because of annual NFPA testing for fire hose and ground ladders.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion, please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
I move that we approve appropriate, a requisition 2025-006 to MES, which is Municipal Emergency Services, for an amount of $35,520, with expected cost being $29,600 for SCBA face pieces and a complete SCBA. 6 of the former and 2 of the latter.
Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion, please call the roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
I move that we approve approve requisition number 2025-008 for an amount of $7,200 to Firehouse Vigilance for Culture Forge class and travel expenses with an amount of $7,200 with the expected cost of $6,000. The purpose being Culture Forge class on March 3rd, 2024. Class focusing on building new culture, creation of department core values, vision, and mission statement through the participation of all members.
Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion, please call the roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller, Rail,
Yes.
I move that we approve requisition number 2025-009, to Ohio Fire Chiefs Association for an amount of $3,360 with an expected cost of $2,800. And the purpose of that is 3-day foundational leadership course for up to 7 members of the department.
Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion.
7 members, if you're okay with that, typically I would think that you would want to identify the names associated with it.
So 6 of them are known for sure, and 1 of them is.
Oh, okay.
Further discussion, please call the roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes. Next item is requisition number 2025-010 to S3D Public Safety Consulting for an amount of $11,250 with an expected cost of $9,375. And purpose is the organizational analysis, and that's the remaining balance on the organizational analysis.
Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion, please call the roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller. Yes.
Next item is for the requisition 2025-011 to FDIC International for an amount of $3,396 with an expected cost of $2,830. And that is for the registration, hotel, and meal expenses. And that is for a training FDIC for 1 department member.
Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion, please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes. Next item is requisition 2025-012 to Phoenix Safety Outfitters for an amount of $5,400 for, this is actual purchase, not of rental, for purchase of turnout gear, inspection, cleaning, repair for a quantity of $4,500 is the expected cost with an amount, a total not to exceed $5,400. And that is for annual inspection and cleaning of the turnout gear.
Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion. Please call the roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes. Now, I said that backwards. That's for the cleaning and the inspection. The next one is for the actual purchase.
Oh, okay.
As opposed to the rental. So
Yeah.
there's 3 to Phoenix. So I move that we approve requisition 2025-013 to Phoenix Safety Outfitters for an amount of $22,680 with an expected cost of $18,900. And that's for 3 turnout gear purchases, 5 fire boots, 20 fire gloves, 20 fire hoods. Total amount $22,680, expected cost $18,900.
Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion. Please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Okay, the next item is, requisition 2025-014, to Phoenix Safety Outfitters for Class A uniforms for an amount of $6,000 with an anticipated cost of $5,000. This is Class A uniforms. This is contractual. We bargained it.
Okay,
That's all I can say.
okay.
So did I move it?
No.
So moved.
Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Real. Further discussion, please call the roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes. You're getting better at it.
Next item is, requisition 2025-015, to Orange Township for an amount of $24,000 with an expected cost of $20,000. And this is fire apparatus maintenance. So moved.
Second?
Moved by the chair, second by trustee Real. Discussion. Please call the roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Okay, so, we had an emergency, repair needed for fire engine 393. Do you know, fiscal officer, Jordan, whether or not that last resolution is sufficient to cover it, or do we need to do a second one for this emergency one?
I don't know. I believe that the emergency, it's an alternator, and it's going to be about $3,000.
But is it Orange Township that's doing
It is Orange Township.
So I think that's sufficient. Okay. Next item is resolution, not requisition 2025-016, for a super blanket for contracted building maintenance of $6,000. So moved.
Second?
So moved by the chair, second by trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call the roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. So the next item is a little bit in tandem with the collective bargaining, and this is for an embroidery warehouse for uniforms.
I can't hear you.
This is for uniforms. Some of them are Class A, some of them are not. So I move that we approve requisition 2025-017 to embroidery warehouse for $24,000 with an expected cost of $20,000.
Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Real. Discussion. Okay, so part of the issue is every time we get a new chief, they want a new set of uniforms that matches what they want. And so we really need to have everybody match, not having some of some and some of another. It's a little bit of an irritant to me, but it needs to be. I just need to say that.
Thank you.
Could get him a neat blue shirt that says
I concur.
Berlin Township on it.
Moved by the chair, second by trustee Real. Further discussion, please call the roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Roll,
Yes.
Fuller.
Okay, last item, we discussed a little bit, and this is requisition 2025-007, which I skipped. And that's the fire hose. Now, my question to you is, do you want me to put this before the board for $59,000, or would you like to have the chief discuss it?
I would like Chief to come and discuss on the Thursday.
Okay, and I think that that's a wonderful idea.
And mainly, I want to know if he can find something else for the grant the following year.
And the other question is, do we need all of this at this time?
Mhm.
And so I'm sure he'll say yes, we need it, but do we need it now?
So the subtotal right now is 49,000 for the hose.
Hmm.
Okay, let's hold off on that till the 13th.
Okay, so, timestamp.
Yes, that's what it was. It was his timestamp. That's what I was thinking of. So we should authorize Trustee O'Brien to direct Jenna Gosha to fix or replace the timestamp, whichever is most appropriate, and appropriate up to $1,000 for purchase of, if necessary.
Second, moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee O'Brien. Discussion, I don't think it'll come anywhere close to that. I think it'll come under $500, but we'll have it. And further discussion, that should be out of administrative costs, not zoning.
Thank you for that clarification.
Further discussion. Please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes. So it's not listed in here, but we're going to have to take inventory pretty soon. Fire department has started on that. I don't know about the other departments.
If you can give me a list of the inventory items, I can have Jenna work on that too.
Okay, so fiscal officer Jordan, if you could provide that to us, it'll be just a copy of last year's. I'm open to any other late items.
Claudia?
I already did Claudia.
Amazon.
We didn't vote on it.
Yeah, we did. I did Claudia.
Okay.
What number was Claudia?
It was an additional $100.
Yeah, at our current rate. Right before we went to the requisitions.
Wait. Yes, we did. That was 55. Good call. Thank you.
I barely remember it, so. Okay.
They're all $300 or less than $300.
So what we need to do is determine whether they're of higher quality than what we, will
Jenna can
last.
do that.
Yes.
I mean, those are just doing a quick Amazon look.
I would just say as a friendly reminder that performance reviews, we have to conduct those in the next month and a half or so for all of our departments.
Yes,
I can't be the only one doing performance reviews and not you guys.
Well,
So I have mine scheduled.
Wonderful. And
yeah, I just got a different comment, which is the truck, the lights weren't working on it right. And we're working with Orange Township to get the lights to move.
Oh, okay.
Because
Thank
the turn signals and things like that weren't working.
Is this the zoning?
Is that a truck?
The old chief's vehicle, that was, we're trying to get.
She's got quite an upgrade in vehicle.
No.
We were in the work, we were working on it like Friday and gonna send it down.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate you taking that up.
Any other late items?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Buller. Please call the roll.
Bullard,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes, we are adjourned.
9:30. That's not bad.
It's not bad. We started at
2.
2.
We've only been here 8 hours.
8.5.
Well,
8.5 minutes counting.
well, we took a half hour off.
And you did.
I did.
So we'll see, I got here at noon, so,
Uh-oh.
Yeah, well, I came early too.
Guys,
But not that much.
yeah, I know.
it looks like at some point our Facebook stream